Chapter 1, Drunk, Sending Love Words to the Wrong Person. Blue Star, Huajianting Community. Zhangchen opened the door in a daze and looked at the familiar environment. He let out a long breath. Fortunately, I didn't go to Aunt Wan's house next door. Women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. If you make a mistake, you can't escape. The drunk Zhangchen's face turned slightly red, and he looked a little bit ruffian. His frowning eyebrows are full of heroic spirit, his profile is extremely handsome, and his height of 183 centimeters is also attractive enough. In fact, he was reborn. When I woke up at noon, I found that I had been reborn to the time when I had just graduated and started working. You should know that rebirth means mastering the time difference and mastering the code of wealth. Isn't this life just taking off straight away? After get off work, Zhangchen took his good friend Xiaolang out for a drink without saying a word. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was my good friend Xiaolang calling. Brother Chen, are you home? My hands are shaking now. Just waiting for you to show your power. Just now while eating and drinking, Xiaolang decided to confess his feelings to the woman he had been secretly in love with for a long time. But because he is not very good at speaking, let alone expressing his feelings with sweet words, he asks Zhangchen for help. Zhangchen, a girl killer in high school, whose school bag was filled with love letters every day. Hearing what Xiaolang said, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Don't worry, brother. I'm telling you this. I have to help you take down Secretary Zhang. Just let me do it. The little wolf chuckled. Okay, Brother Chen, let's do this. So that you can feel more clearly what Secretary Zhang meant. I will send you whatever she replies to me. In our chat box, you are me, and I am Secretary Zhang. Just reply directly and I'll copy and paste it. Zhangchen was slightly stunned. This was a good trick. Just be immersed in the scene and recreate the confession scene? At that time, the message sent by Xiaolang will be the reply from Secretary Zhang. Zhangchen replied directly, and then Xiaolang copied and pasted it, which saved a lot of trouble. No problem, bro, go for it. I have used all my life's knowledge to help you get the beauty you want today. After hanging up the phone, Zhangchen felt a darkness in front of his eyes. Damn, I just drank a little too much. At this moment, Zhangchen really just wanted to fall asleep. But since I promised Xiaolang, I also gave him a meal for free. Zhangchen would feel guilty if he didn't say a few words to help. Then, let us get started. Zhangchen opened Penguin, clicked on the dialog box, and quickly edited 2 messages. I know very well that it would be awkward to bring this up with you. But I have endured the nights of missing you, the long-lasting crush, and decided not to hide my love for you anymore. You can tell whether it works or not with just one move from the love guru. However, Zhangchen was too sleepy, and all his attention was on the typing box at the bottom of the screen. Because Xiaolang has been a stupid kid since he was young, Zhangchen was afraid that he would make a typo and something would go wrong when Xiaolang copied and pasted. After all, attitude is very important when it comes to confession. So, Zhangchen didn't notice the note on the friend he sent the message to. It's not Xiaolang, but President Su Zining. Blossom International, President's office. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, but the lights were still brightly on. Su Zining was working on documents with her head down. Suddenly, the phone vibrated twice. Su Zining wrinkled her eyes slightly and looked up, seeing a breathtakingly beautiful and cold face. She has pretty eyebrows like leaves, a teardrop mole under her right eye, and fair skin. What news could it be at this late hour? Unlocking the phone, Su Zining opened the Penguin. I found out that the 2 messages were sent by Zhangchen from the company's R&D department. Su Zining still has a deep impression of Zhangchen. He just graduated and has great talent in research and development. This afternoon, Su Zining was chatting with him about the new perfume plan at Penguin. And Zhangchen's devilish appearance. Even Su Zining would occasionally glance at him. An icy female CEO also needs to look at handsome guys to please her eyes, right? But when Su Zining read the 2 messages sent by Zhangchen, the whole person's blood pressure soared. He frowned fiercely, and without saying anything, he directly replied with a She doesn't understand. In Huajianting community, Zhangchen took a breath of cold air. That shouldn't be the case. Secretary Zhang only replied with a question mark? Others may not know, but Zhangchen knows it clearly. He is a reborn person and he knows one thing. That is, Secretary Zhang has always been interested in Xiaolang. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the attitude? Thoughts. I see. You're just pretending to be reserved here. Jiang Chen had an idea and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Looks like I have to use some corny love words, eh? Now, there should be no cheesy love words, right? For a woman who originally has a crush on a man, this earthy sentiment is just perfect. Jiang Chen was shocked. As expected of me, I'm so smart. You? I'm a little confused. But it also made me smell a very strange smell. Jiang Chen chuckled in his heart, he could never have imagined it in his dreams. The cheesy love words that were forced into my head by the short video software in my previous life. Surprisingly, it came in handy when I was helping my friend Xiaolang confess his feelings. What does it smell like? Seeing that Little Wolf had sent another message, Jiang Chen quickly replied. It tastes sweet. Although you only replied me with a question mark. But as long as it's what you say, I feel sweet when I hear it. Are you so indifferent because you are a little tired? Su Zining looked at the messages that popped up. Can't sit still. She didn't understand Jiang Chen's mentality and his immediate boss. Say such corny words. Senda? Is the sweet taste? What happened to Jiang Chen, this young, outstanding and handsome employee? After deep thought, Su Zining decided to have a good talk with Jiang Chen. Reply. I'm not tired. I'll be more relaxed if you work hard. Actually, you have a good talent for research and development. There are no disadvantages. If you work hard, you will have a bright future. Stop doing these useless things. Especially when you say these extremely corny words that give me goosebumps. Jiang Chen was completely paralyzed. See, did I remember correctly? Secretary Zhang is interested in Xiaolang. She actually said that Xiaolang has a good talent for research and development? Wow, a hand that sits on a chair for a long time and can't even write 3 words, does it have a good talent for research and development? Little Wolf has no flaws? Damn it! At this moment, Jiang Chen became firm in his thinking. Secretary Zhang is a lover of Little Wolf and she is the most beautiful woman in his eyes. Well, then things will be easy. Jiang Chen raised his hand, pressed the key, and cheesy love words came. And the other side. Su Zining thought that she had already said this. Jiang Chen will definitely reflect on this carefully, right? It's normal for young people to be a little impulsive, but it's okay as long as they admit their mistakes and correct them. But unexpectedly, the phone vibrated twice. Jiang Chen's message came back. You must be very tired today because you have been running in my heart all day. To be honest, I have a big shortcoming, and that is, your shortcoming. Chapter 2 Confession? Jiang Chen is a professional. Are these words really a language art that humans can research? Tired? I have been running in my mind all day. There are indeed shortcomings you. How did Jiang Chen say this? Su Zining's expression was still cold, but there was a strange feeling in her heart. Replied to Jiang Chen with a rolling eyes gif. Huajianting community. Jiang Chen shook his head, still feeling dizzy and in pain. But for the sake of his brother Little Wolf, he still tried hard to analyze it. This eye-rolling gif highlights the language skills of Secretary Zhang. Does this really mean rolling your eyes? Still a little shy? Jiang Chen sighed deeply and resolutely decided on the latter. As a reborn person, he admitted that cheesy love words were really useless. And it's embarrassing. But the first person to hear such cheesy love words. Even on penguins. You must be blushing, your heart is beating fast, and you feel shy, right? His cheesy love talk is good in every way, but you can't use it all the time. Otherwise, women will get tired of it. I think it's time to bring up some old stories to express my feelings. Jiang Chen changed his mind and sent out messages one by one. Actually, I just like you. But at the company's annual meeting last year, when you appeared, the setting sun happened to shine on your profile. I was amazed and intoxicated. This woman is so beautiful. I swear, clench my fist, even though the gap between us is obvious. I will make you mine, too. Your person, and your heart. This is my most sincere and emotional oath to this love. At that moment, liking turned into love. Xiaolang is an ordinary employee in the RD department, and Secretary Zhang is the president's personal secretary. There is indeed a gap in status. What's more, what Jiang Chen said about the company's annual meeting was also true. At that time, Secretary Zhang should have appeared with President Su Zining. Just then, a ray of setting sun shone into the floor-to-ceiling window. However, Xiaolang was looking at Secretary Zhang, while Jiang Chen was looking at Su Zining. Although Jiang Chen felt that the cold face of Su Zining was filled with the words "keep out" written all over it. But, her looks are really amazing, the best in the world. Ahem, I'm getting off topic. Jiang Chen just didn't believe it. Secretary Zhang has always been interested in Xiaolang. Can she withstand this wave of true feelings being revealed? Hurry up and agree. I'm so sleepy. You like Xiaolang but you don't agree to confess your feelings to him. Isn't this just trying to get a rich guy? The square Chinese characters are connected into lines and become words. With the careful embellishment and sincere feelings of the infatuated person, it becomes the most beautiful love words in the world. Su Zining was a little stunned when she saw it. My thoughts drifted to last year's company annual meeting. She and Secretary Zhang sorted out some documents before finally arriving at the restaurant. The moment she pushed the door open, a ray of setting sun happened to shine on her profile. At that time, she also noticed Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen was so handsome in the crowd. I just didn't feel anything special at that time, but now I think about it. That look is so gentle and pure. Did Jiang Chen already like me at that time? Su Zining shook her head in shock. She was a little flustered and confused, and her heart was beating fast. Su Zining did not reply to the message in a hurry, but went to wash her face first. He took a long breath, thinking about it now. Jiang Chen's eyes are really so pure. After a moment of silence, he picked up the phone. This time, her hands were shaking a little bit as she typed. The throbbing of a young girl in her youth and the sight of other people in pairs in college. Su Zining was also envious. She never lacked suitors, but she was too cold. Standing there from a distance, it looks like an iceberg. Plus, she is just too good. He was ranked first in his grade for many years in high school and received the national scholarship for 4 consecutive years in college. Admitted to graduate school, Miss Rich. Just by stating her conditions, 99% of the boys gave up. She has received love letters, but she never reads them. She prefers a conversation with words. And now, although it is not a face-to-face confession, but this was the first time Su Zining had encountered a serious confession of love between two people. As the first person, Jiang Chen gently pried open a crack in Su Zining's heart. I remember what you said. We just happened to look at each other. I think it's been almost a year, right? I am deeply touched by your words. Thank you for your love. As a woman, I should agree to you. But, as a professional, I choose to reject you. I need to work, I'm busy, and you're young, so you need it too. I can't waste your youth. You deserve a better future. So, sorry. Jiang Chen's eyes widened after receiving 5 messages in one breath. He took a deep breath and was shocked. My goodness, this Secretary Zhang is so hard to get? If he hadn't been reborn, he would have been scared by Secretary Zhang. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen remembered it too clearly. In his previous life, Secretary Zhang and Xiaolang got together around this time. Jiang Chen, with a dazed look in his eyes, smacked his lips. So where should we start next? Corny love words are not good. If you use them again, they will lose their freshness. It seems a bit fake to say that we have made vows of eternal love. That. Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea. What women lack most is a sense of security. Then, just make sure she feels safe. As Su Zining's personal secretary, Secretary Zhang has to review many documents every day. Moreover, people will be assimilated just because they stay with Su Zining, the IC CEO, all day long. Secretary Zhang also had a stern face all day long. Jiang Chen felt that this was something that could be made into a big deal. Just say it. Youth? Just facing piles of documents? And I don't even have the right to choose love? You have a stern face and are cold every day? In my heart, you shouldn't be like this. At your age, you should smile happily. Actually, I know that you don't feel safe. I am an average-looking person, but I am a down-to-earth person. What always comes easily to people is a sense of security. Besides, I'm also very humorous and can make you happy. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. These few sentences completely expose the little wolf's shortcomings. Turn all into advantages. In fact, what the little wolf said was not humorous at all, it was funny. That's not a sense of security, that's fat. However, now Jiang Chen can only go against his own conscience for the sake of his brother's happiness. It feels like something is missing. That's right. The desire to conquer. Everyone has the desire to conquer and be conquered. What's more, she's a mature woman like Secretary Zhang. Jiang Chen's mind quickly flashed through the stories he had read about female bosses. He added a sentence in a daze. Woman, I hope you won't be ungrateful. Chapter 3 Jiang Chen, President Su is looking for you. After reading Jiang Chen's string of messages, Su Zining felt that she was not far from breaking through. Jiang Chen actually called me woman in the end? And you tell me not to be ungrateful? He is obviously the most handsome boy I have ever seen, but Jiang Chen actually feels that he looks average? So domineering and so humble. His face flushed slightly and his breathing became rapid. The deer in my heart has run countless marathons. Woman, don't be ungrateful. I see you lack a sense of security, I can give it to you. I don't think you should be so cold. You should be happy, with a smile on your face. Su Zining had a faint smile on her face. Murmured, what a gentle and domineering confession. These words directly touched upon Su Zining's fragile heart beneath her strong exterior. Being strong is for others to see. She is the domineering female CEO of a listed company worth tens of billions of dollars, but after all, she is also a young woman in her early 20s. Security, happiness, smiles, she rarely has them. What she faces every day are piles of tedious documents. There are collaborations that may need to be discussed at any time, and there are cocktail parties that are too numerous to handle. After being pointed out by Jiang Chen, a strong sense of emptiness and fatigue arose spontaneously. Su Zining's eyes were empty as she just stared at the phone screen. At this moment, she had no interest in dealing with the documents in front of her. Su Zining was extremely beautiful, holding her cheek with her slender hands and wearing an OL suit. But now her mind was full of fantasies about Jiang Chen on the other side of the screen. He would be a little nervous, right? Are you also looking forward to my reply? At this moment, a crazy idea appeared in Su Zining's mind. The moment she was about to reply, her whole body was shaking. It took him a long time to type the word OK. After pondering for a long time, Su Zining did not send this message. Instead, he shook his head lightly and deleted the text in the dialog box. Ho, this almost made a big mistake. If I agree to Jiang Chen directly now, wouldn't it seem that I am very casual? No. You can't agree to it so quickly. There is no reason to agree to confess through the screen, Jiang Chen really has no sense of ceremony at all. After thinking it over and over again, Su Zining typed out a line of words. Come to my office tomorrow morning. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. Half an hour. She never got a reply from Jiang Chen. Su Zining was extremely nervous. It's like going through World War II. Did Jiang Chen think that I rejected him? Did I hurt his feelings a little? He clearly expressed his feelings so passionately. Oh, why should I put it off until tomorrow? I've clearly thought about it and agreed to it. I'm really a bit pretentious. A hint? Su Zining bit her red lips and posted a message on WeChat Moments. There's a saying in physics that when heat starts to transfer, time can't go back. Su Zining's face flushed. He should be able to understand this, right? Tonight, some people are destined to suffer from insomnia, while others have already fallen asleep. That's right, it's Jiang Chen. It's really not that Jiang Chen doesn't reply to messages. But he has put into use all he has learned throughout his life. No matter what trouble Secretary Zhang causes, he can do nothing about it. Also, this Secretary Zhang was too slow in replying to messages, and Jiang Chen just couldn't stand it. Just sleep. The next day, Ledger Group. At 7:59, Jiang Chen successfully checked in. Brother Chen, Xiying just asked me to tell you that President Su is looking for you. I told you to go to the president's office right away. You seem to be in a hurry. Xiying? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment before he remembered. Secretary Zhang's original name was Zhang Xiying. Since she calls him that, I guess it worked out. Very good. That's what I said. You have used all your life's knowledge but still can't get a job as a secretary? Okay, I'll pack up and come over. Congratulations, brother, you got the woman you love. The little wolf chuckled, immersed in sweetness. Last night, after he called Jiang Chen, he felt really bad. Brother Chen drank so much alcohol, he must have a terrible headache. Xiaolang really couldn't bear to disturb Jiang Chen any longer, and he felt that it was fine to confess his feelings based on his own strength. In order to let Jiang Chen have a good sleep, he didn't send Jiang Chen any message. And he won over Zhang Xiying with just 3 sentences. But Jiang Chen naturally didn't know about this now. He was on his way to Su Xining's office. At the door, I happened to see Secretary Zhang. Jiang Chen, please be careful. There's something wrong with President Su this morning. Jiang Chen was stunned. Something was wrong with this iceberg? Cold? No, this should be the norm. What's wrong? Secretary Zhang frowned slightly and shook his head. How should I put it? That state is just like the state I was in when Xiaolang confessed his love to me last night. A little bit of a little woman's shyness. Jiang Chen almost jumped up. Holy shit, that's so abnormal. Su Xining, this woman, is she still shy like a little woman? Oh my god, which fellow Taoist could have performed so exceptionally well to make this iceberg into this state? This is indeed outrageous. Okay, got it. Jiang Chen nodded. Secretary Zhang helped him open the door, and Jiang Chen entered Su Xining's office. To be honest, this is not the first time Jiang Chen has come to Su Xining's office. Every time, he would be amazed. One word, rich. The calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall and some blue and white ceramics on display are all of great value. There was a faint fragrance in the air, and Su Xining was sitting at her desk. Boss Su, you're here to see me so early, what's the matter? All Jiang Chen could think of was that there was a problem with the design plan submitted yesterday afternoon. Su Xining raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen, a faint blush appearing on her face. Do you have anything else to say about what happened last night? Jiang Chen was stunned by this question. What happened last night? The design proposal was clearly submitted yesterday afternoon. Last night, I drank and helped Xiaolang confess his love. Nothing has anything to do with Su Xining. Boss Su, last night? Since arriving at the company this morning, Su Xining has been waiting for Jiang Chen to come. I tossed and turned and only slept for 2 hours last night. What she was worried about was that she might express herself incorrectly and cause Jiang Chen to misunderstand that she was rejecting him. Jiang Chen's current expression further confirmed her thoughts. So now, explain it to Jiang Chen? That's too embarrassing. After all, I'm his immediate superior. But. After wandering and thinking for a long time, Su Xining's neck was covered with a layer of light red. The red lips slightly opened. Jiang Chen, this is my final response to your confession last night. I don't mean to reject you, but I think we should talk it out in person. Jiang Chen was confused. What did Su Xining say? Confession? Should I confess my love to this iceberg? Is the world crazy or am I crazy? With his brain spinning rapidly, Jiang Chen came to a conclusion. The world may go crazy, and he may go crazy too, but Su Xining, this iceberg, will never go crazy. So, what Su Xining said was true. So, did I really confess to her? What the hell is going on? Jiang Chen is going crazy. Chapter 4. You are my sweetheart. At this moment, Su Xining spoke again. She was completely different from the past. An iceberg? No strangers allowed? You are shit, this is definitely a sentimental little woman, okay? The blush on the cheeks adds a unique flavor. Just last night, she had already been attacking me all night. Her eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen's handsome face, and she liked him more and more the more she looked at him. There are more and more little thoughts in my mind. With a frown and gritting her teeth, Su Xining's voice was as small as the buzzing of a mosquito. Jiang Chen, your sincerity really touched me. I think we could try. After saying that, Su Xining quickly buried her head in the documents and never dared to look up at Jiang Chen again. That flustered movement was exactly like that of a young girl who had just fallen in love. And Jiang Chen was even more confused. His mind was now in a mess and he shook his head vigorously. Boss Su, let's not talk now. Let me take my time. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Su Xining didn't look up, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Biting her lower lip, she nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yeah. Jiang Chen took a long breath and quickly took out his cell phone. Open the penguin and you'll see. It was his conversation with Mr. Su. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on his back, and Jiang Chen clicked into the chat box with trembling fingers. Fuck. A beautiful blue star word burst out, and Jiang Chen was stunned. I actually followed the routine of helping little Wolf to confess his feelings. Start with earthy love words and launch attacks in multiple aspects such as sense of security and desire for conquest. Step by step, Su Zining was conquered like this? Now you're actually showing signs of agreeing to me? My goodness, I am the fellow Taoist who performed exceptionally well. On the other hand, Su Zining. This was the first time in her 20 years of life that she didn't know how to express her feelings. I secretly glanced at Jiang Chen twice and I liked him more and more no matter how I looked at him. Su Zining also heard Jiang Chen's fuck. She didn't think there was anything wrong with the swear words that Jiang Chen blurted out. On the contrary, I feel it's a little cute. Hee, the fool. Jiang Chen finally reacted. When he heard that I agreed to him, he was stunned and felt it was a little unreal. Humph, such an affectionate confession, I'm not a stone. What's so surprising? Jiang Chen? Have you recovered? Finally, Su Zining spoke first. Jiang Chen scratched his head and finally calmed down. Well, I got drunk on the first day of my rebirth, sent the love words to the wrong person, and was taken down by the cold female boss. Then what? A beautiful lady is a perfect match for a gentleman. It would be a lie for Jiang Chen to say that he was not moved. But facing a cold face every day, life is not easy. Women are fickle. Don't look at Su Zining being very shy now. Maybe, in 2 days. If I agree, I might have a hard time. If I don't agree, it's a bit unreasonable. Just as Jiang Chen was struggling, a mechanical voice rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for semi-awakening the lover bond system. Candidate for lover, Su Zining. Appearance, 95 points. Host, please make a choice. 1. Tell the truth, reject Su Zining, and find your next lover. Achieve the title, throwing away watermelons to pick up sesame seeds. 2nd, make the best of a bad situation and become a couple with Su Zining. Officially awaken the system and open all functions. Rewards, 5,001,000 bond points. Please refer to the system usage guidelines for details. System? Jiang Chen naturally knew what a system was. The golden finger of a reborn time traveler is the golden key to the pinnacle of life. Promise Su Zining to give you a reward? A gentleman loves money but gets it in a proper way. Am I, Jiang Chen, the kind of person who can be swayed by money? Of course not. With a slight cough, Jiang Chen met Su Zining's gaze. Mr. Su, I can only say. Every word I said last night was carefully considered and came from my heart. I, Jiang Chen, am never a man who talks about love casually. You know, every day, I have a picture in my mind. Yes, poverty cannot change you, wealth cannot be suppressed. But as a human being, you can't throw away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Besides, even if I, Jiang Chen, am not doing this for money, I have to agree. Just at that moment, Jiang Chen figured it out. I sent the wrong love message when I was drunk. Why didn't I send it to someone else? But gave it to Su Zining. Fate. Rejecting the wife you worked so hard to seduce? Then he is fucking crazy. What picture? Jiang Chen, who had figured everything out, smiled slightly, stood up, and walked straight to Su Zining. Leaning forward slightly, the faint fragrance from Su Zining's body drifted into Jiang Chen's nose. For a long time, I have been fantasizing about what it would be like if I were really with you. What will my life be like? The image lingered in my mind for a long time. A leisurely afternoon, you, me, the blue sea, and the golden beach. And there's a little chirping baby. Seabirds fly by, freeze frame. We will grow old together. Su Zining, do you want to paint this picture with me? Su Zining's heart was beating fast. I have to say, Jiang Chen really nailed the confession. A woman's fall begins. That is, start imagining the future with your significant other. And now, Su Zining has been immersed in this quiet and beautiful picture. Isn't this too beautiful? It seems that there is also the sound of Jiang Chen's heartbeat beside me. He is really romantic. If it was Jiang Chen, we can try. Now it's Jiang Chen, I want to be your girlfriend. Su Zining came back to her senses, turned her head slightly, and happened to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen, yeah. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What does this mean? Agree? Or not? He deliberately wanted to tease Su Zining. Su Zining clenched her little pink fists and pouted slightly. Well, of course it means promise. God knows how much courage it took for Su Zining to say this. So, who am I to you? Jiang Chen still had no intention of letting Su Zining go. How can I say it? The cold female boss suddenly became my wife. She still looks like a shy little woman. No man can bear this feeling, right? Su Zining clenched her little pink fists tightly. Humph, isn't Jiang Chen asking this question even though he already knows the answer? Well, he is the president of Ledger Group after all. The corners of Su Zining's mouth slightly raised. It's the first day we've been dating each other, and yet she continues to be bullied by Jiang Chen like this? Su Zining gently stretched out her white arm and pointed to her chest. Since I've promised you. Then you are naturally my sweetheart. The system prompt sounded in my mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host for fully activating the couple bond system. Lover, Su Zining. Rewards have been issued. Jiang Chen didn't even listen to what the system was saying. He took a deep breath. Su Zining, is she so seductive? Damn, this wave. Not only did I not lose anything, I even made a huge profit. Chapter 5. Yes, Mr. Su's cousin. The Su Zining in front of him was like a wolf in sheep's clothing, flirtatious and shy. He glanced at Jiang Chen from time to time. After saying this, she was completely stunned, and she didn't know where to put her hands. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Boss Su, Boss Wang from Tianlei Group will be here in 10 minutes. Would you like to get ready? Zhang Xiying's voice came. She was worried about Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen is Xiaolong's brother. Mr. Su was acting very abnormal today, and Jiang Chen stayed in there for such a long time. I guess it's very tormenting, right? Okay, got it. Su Zining's cold voice came out. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen walked out of the office door. Boss Su didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Zhang Xiying couldn't help but stepped forward and asked. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. Difficult? I don't know if it's too much of a stretch if you have to be my wife. It shouldn't count, right? It's okay. President Su is still reasonable. Jiang Chen answered in confusion, which confused Zhang Xiying. Looking at Jiang Chen's departing back, she couldn't help scratching her head. Indeed, Jiang Chen's expression was not as ugly as she had imagined. How is that possible? After chatting with President Su for half an hour, even if I didn't cry, I would have a gloomy face, right? Zhang Xiying didn't think much about it, but walked into Su Zining's office. Boss Su, I asked Boss Wang to wait for you in the conference room. Su Zining's expression was still icy cold. However, no matter how Zhang Xiying looked at it, Su Zining's face was slightly red. I couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Mr. Su looked much better than usual. Su Zining panicked. Why is Secretary Zhang looking at me? I won't blush anymore. No, this is too embarrassing. Xiao Zhang, take the documents and let's go discuss cooperation. Su Zining quickly changed the subject, stood up, and walked out. The moment he walked out of the door, he returned to his usual cold expression. Research and Development Department. Jiang Chen had just sat down at his desk when Wang Han and Song Ziyu came over after hearing the sound. Brother Chen, this is the porridge I made this morning. Have you had breakfast? Jiang Chen, Xiaolang said you drank alcohol last night. Do you still have a headache now? These two women are employees of the same department as Jiang Chen. How should I put it? They are obsessed with looks. Jiang Chen's face fits perfectly into their criteria for choosing a partner. So, if you want to win the heart of a handsome man, you have to be extra attentive. In fact, they look okay, but it's a bit of a stretch for them to match Jiang Chen. No, you guys go ahead, I have something else to do. Jiang Chen waved his hand to refuse, and the two women left in frustration. At this time, the little wolf came over with a smile. Brother Chen, what's going on? You don't want the porridge and tenderness that your good sister personally gave you? Could it be that the Sea King was so shocked by my capture of Secretary Zhang that he turned over a new leaf? Neptune? The guy who raises fish all day is called Neptune. What does that have to do with me, Jiang Chen, being handsome? Jiang Chen glared at the little wolf in annoyance. Damn, you even dared to mention confessing your love to Secretary Zhang. Damn it, if you don't need my help, you should at least say so. However, it was a blessing in disguise, and Jiang Chen did not scold the little wolf too much. Nothing, just a love affair. I don't want to take other women's things casually. The little wolf took a breath of cold air. Love? WTF. Doesn't anyone know where Jiang Chen went this morning? But how could he not know? Went to Mr. Su's office. And then you fell in love? The answer is obvious. The little wolf swallowed hard and looked at Jiang Chen. Brother Chen, damn, you've become rich. Tell me, which cousin did President Su introduce to you? Based on President Su's looks, her cousin shouldn't be much different. Boss Su's brother-in-law, Brother Chen, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. What a fucking cousin. Jiang Chen glanced at the little wolf indifferently. Why can't it be Su Zining? The little wolf widened his eyes and looked around quickly, making sure that no one heard what Jiang Chen said before he breathed a sigh of relief. Said in an excited tone. Brother Chen, please don't say such nonsense. Boss Su, we can't afford you. Jiang Chen shrugged and said with a smile. I am not worthy of her? The little wolf scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Brother Chen, with your face, you are worthy of being a bodhisattva, let alone President Su. The main thing is, don't we know President Su yet? Has she ever smiled at a man? She has a stern face all day long. Everyone suspects that Ms. Su doesn't like men. Have you forgotten the oath that Mr. Li from your department swore? If anyone can hook up with President Su, he will livestream the sex with a 5-speed electric fan. Then all the money from the live broadcast gifts will be considered as gift money. He's a veteran employee of the company, he's not stupid, how can he say that if he's not sure? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows fiercely, what the hell, is there such a thing? So, if I reveal my cards now, will Lao Li fulfill his promise immediately? WTF. Forget it, it's too tragic. I dare not even think about that scene. I'd better let Lao Li go. Yes, Mr. Su's cousin. The little wolf breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's right. Gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Jiang Chen gave the little wolf a helpless look. He turned around and started staring at the computer, slacking off. The R&D department works on designing product plans, etc. Jiang Chen was a reborn person with a vision that was more than 10 years ahead of the times, so that thing was within his reach. Besides, if you don't slack off at work, is it really work? It was not until 11 o'clock that Jiang Chen casually wrote out a design plan. Even though it only took 20 minutes. But it is a perfect design plan that includes background stories and so on. This is several days' work for other employees. Jiang Chen held the teacup, ready to get off work on time at 12 o'clock. With 2 minutes left to 12 o'clock, Wang Hai, director of the R&D department, walked into the office. This morning, President Su and President Wang of Tianlei Group finalized the preliminary plan for SK Magic Water. This perfume will be promoted through dual channels of our Ledger Group and Tianlei Group. Because the time to market is quite urgent, everyone should hurry up and submit a design plan. If it is finalized, there will be a bonus of 100,000 yuan. As soon as Wang Hai said this, the entire R&D department let out a wail. Half of the day has passed, and I still have to submit a design proposal before leaving get off work? This is fucking outrageous. But, a bonus of 100,000 yuan? Damn, this is a chance to get rich. What if I'm lucky enough to be selected? Phew, without further ado, everyone smiled at each other and decided to give up their lunch break. Many people opened Meituan, prepared to have a simple takeout and then quickly started designing plans. The meaning is very clear, no lunch break, work overtime. And this is exactly the effect Wang Hai wants. At 12 o'clock, Wang Hai nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the employees who were still working hard. This is what young people look like when they are actively striving for progress. Right, food can be eaten simply. You can even not eat and not starve to death. Dedication to work is the most important thing. They are really a good group of employees. Just as he was reveling in himself, Jiang Chen's figure flashed past Wang Hai quickly. But it's time, hurry home. I'm starving. Eat, eat. Chapter 6, Lucky Draw Graph Limited Edition Necklace. It's not that Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to write the plan, but that he just casually typed out the design plan. Just change the name and it can be transformed into the design of SK Magic Water. Today's task has been completed, why doesn't he take a lunch break? Not working, not overtime, what's wrong with taking a lunch break? But in Wang Hai's opinion, this is not the case. Everyone else is working overtime, everyone else is working diligently to help him achieve sales goals. Jiang Chen wants to run away? Damn it, How dare he? Stop right there, Jiang Chen. You don't have any heart at all. Can't you see what other people are doing? How dare you go home for lunch? Jiang Chen turned his head and rolled his eyes at Wang Hai. I'm too lazy to bother with you. Don't look for trouble. Jiang Chen knew better than anyone that what Wang Hai did best was to make big promises. He gets something for nothing by making his employees work overtime for him, and then he hides away and counts the money. What's wrong with me taking a lunch break? I don't get overtime pay for working overtime. Without further ado, I'll sit down if you give me $10 for overtime, okay? Wang Hai's head is full of black lines. This call for overtime was actually his own idea. Because he saw Su Zining seemed very happy today, he wanted to ask his employees to come up with a plan as soon as possible. Then go and take credit. Overtime pay? It's not overtime stipulated by the company, no. Paying out of his own pocket? He wouldn't even bother to kill Wang Hai. He is the minister, so he doesn't have to work overtime? That's wishful thinking, he has the final say. This overtime will be counted towards the full attendance assessment. Go ahead, this month's full attendance bonus will be deducted. I won't approve your application by the end of the month. If you have the guts, go to President Su and report me. You know, the Leger Group's full attendance bonus is a full 2,000 yuan. It's a considerable amount of money, most people wouldn't be able to refuse it, right? Wang Hai thought that Jiang Chen would definitely sit back at his desk obediently. I started to design a plan obediently, but there was nothing I could do. Who made Wang Hai the minister and gave him this right? But things did not go as expected. Jiang Chen just raised his eyes and glanced at him indifferently. Two words came out from between his teeth. Shabby. Turn around and walk away. Screw your overtime. If you're so awesome, then deduct my attendance score. Just look at whether Su Zining will fix it or not and you'll be done. That's my fucking wife. Ignoring you, you really take yourself too seriously. Jiang Chen's back disappeared in the RD office, leaving Wang Hai with an embarrassed look on his face. What are you looking at? You want to deduct your attendance for not working hard? Wang Hai felt the gazes from all directions and his face felt burning. He growled in a low voice. Jiang Chen has a perverted talent for design. He is a genius with personality. He can't be fooled. Then he can't scare these employees? Hey! Ying, I'll be right there. Just when he was intoxicated for the second time, Xiaolang walked past him while talking on the phone. Wang Hai. Huajianting community. Jiang Chen burped. Comfortable, still the same taste. Jiang Chen prefers the beef noodles downstairs, which are large in quantity and cheap in price. System, start the lottery. Jiang Chen had to go home at noon and eat beef noodles downstairs. Another aspect is to study the system lottery. When the system was fully awakened, he obtained 1,000 bond points. The items that can be exchanged in the mall all start from a bond value of 10,000 points. And one draw only requires 1,000 bond points. Fuck me, give me a suite. Give me a big villa. Jiang Chen thought silently in his heart. Ding, 1,000 bond points are consumed, and rewards are being drawn for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained Graf Centennial Limited Edition Necklace X1. Necklace? Damn, it's a women's model. What's the use of this to me? Jiang Chen was confused and said, I don't have a girlfriend. Suddenly, Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air. No, how can I activate the system without a girlfriend? Yes, Su Zining. Damn it, the system is forcing me to give gifts. But it's true. I should buy something for Su Zining. Then this one. 1 o'clock, Tianhe Square. The system's reward distribution is very user-friendly, and can allow people from specialty stores to deliver goods to your door. But it just so happened that Graf's store was right in Tianhe Plaza, and Jiang Chen happened to pass by on his way to work. So he just came and got it himself, and could also deliver it to Su Zining in the afternoon. Tianhe Plaza, as the largest shopping mall in Jinghai City, is always bustling with people. Sorry, you're too young, right? Sorry, you're wearing too much makeup. Girl, you have such a strong body odor. All the way to the 4th floor of the square, Jiang Chen had no idea how many sisters he had rejected who came to ask for his contact information. I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Damn, I was in such a hurry to go out that I forgot to bring a mask, and it failed to cover up such a handsome face. Graph, it should be here. Jiang Chen walked into the Graph store and was dazzled by the dazzling jewelry in front of him. He also knows about this brand. Graph, also known as Graph, is known as the country of unparalleled luxury. Hello, sir, do you have any previous orders? Jiang Chen. As sales clerks in high-end luxury jewelry stores, shopping guides are professionally trained. Don't judge a book by its cover. But the moment she saw Jiang Chen's appearance, she was still stunned. Isn't it so cool? Etc. Jiang Chen? This name seems a little familiar. Isn't the VIP who got the limited edition called Jiang Chen? Sir, you have reserved our Graph's 100-year limited edition. It's our fault that you have to come and get it in person. Please wait a moment. I will mount it for you right away. The shopping guide took a deep breath. She didn't dare to face Jiang Chen's gaze, he was so handsome and rich. You know, the price of that century-old limited edition necklace is a staggering 2.88 million yuan. She panicked. Well, no rush. Jiang Chen said calmly that in fact he came a little too fast. He rubbed his temples and sat on the sofa in the rest area waiting. At this time, a middle-aged man sat in front of Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, my name is Su Tianhe. There is something I want to discuss with my little brother. Jiang Chen looked at Su Tianhe, who was dressed in a suit and tie, and should be a businessman. Anyone who can appear in the Graph store must be rich or noble. What can you discuss with him? Mr. Jiang, the mounting process may take several minutes. Please have some tea first. Please help yourself, Mr. Su. The shopping guide brought 2 cups of tea. Jiang Chen smacked his lips. Mr. Su Tianhe. This name seems familiar, I think you've heard it before? I wonder what Director Su wants. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Su Tianhe's face, and he found it difficult to speak. I want to buy this Graph necklace from Mr. Jiang. I'll raise the price by 100,000. 3 million, can you please give me some help? Jiang Chen was stunned. He really didn't pay any attention to the value of this necklace. The price increase of 100,000 is 3 million, so the original selling price is 2.9 million? Holy shit, a necklace I just picked up is worth 3 million? Now you can cash in directly. He smacked his lips. It was hard for Jiang Chen not to be moved. Chapter 7 Gift. Firmly chosen. But then I thought, what if I transfer the necklace to Su Tianhe? So what should he give to Su Zining? According to Su Zining's net worth, this limited edition Graph necklace is just right. 3 million. Even though she is an extra wife who appeared out of nowhere, she still has to be pampered. Jiang Chen's woman must be presentable. And if he sells it to Su Tianhe, Jiang Chen will have to spend a lot of time preparing a gift. He was too lazy to bother, so he wanted to refuse Su Tianhe. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, actually I brought this necklace for someone else. That guy was in a hurry to send his girlfriend off, there was nothing we could do. If this was mine, I would definitely sell it to you directly. My buddy has already paid for his girlfriend's money. It would be bad if he doesn't get it. Jiang Chen was cautious, as he was always careful. You can know a person's face but not his heart. It's obvious that Su Tianhe has some power, so he might as well investigate Jiang Chen with some evil intentions. How could he, as a small member of the Ledger Group, get a necklace worth 3 million? It would be strange if no clues were discovered. As the saying goes, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. So that's the case. Then I won't force it. A trace of loneliness flashed in Su Tianhe's eyes, and he nodded. The main reason is that he has been feeling itchy recently since he saw his friends' children all finding boyfriends or girlfriends. My own daughter is like an ice cube, all she does all day is work. He planned to give his daughter a gift and then have a good chat with her about finding a boyfriend. This was his first time buying jewelry in person, but he ended up buying nothing? I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Jiang Chen smiled apologetically. Su Tianhe waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Then he took out a business card from his pocket. Brother Jiang, take this. Next time you come to Tianhe Plaza, show me my business card and you can get a discount. Also, when you have time, invite your friends to get to know each other better. Su Tianhe thought that although he was not arrogant, he had the manners and manner of a businessman who had been doing business for many years. Most people didn't dare to get close, but Jiang Chen didn't show any fear at all. Confidence. What does confidence represent? Strength. What's more, this young man Jiang Chen has a friend who can spend 3 million yuan to buy a necklace. Worth making friends with. Jiang Chen was not restrained and took the business card directly. Just at this moment, the shopping guide brought over a framed necklace. Mr. Su, no problem. I'll leave first. Su Tianhe said lightly. Walking out of Tianhe Plaza, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Damn, no wonder the name Su Tianhe sounds familiar. Tianhe Plaza, Su Tianhe, isn't this the chairman of Tianhe Plaza? It really is worthy of being called a system. It actually snatched a limited edition necklace from someone else's home. After arriving at the ledger group, Jiang Chen returned to the department and punched in. Then head straight to the top floor. President's office. Boss Su, Jiang Chen seems to be here. What do you want to discuss? Do you need to prepare any documents? Zhang Xiying asked. Su Zining was shocked. Jiang Chen is here. When she heard the name, a blush flashed across her face. Jiang Chen's handsome face and his touching love words kept appearing in my mind. Whoosh whoosh. Su Zining, you have to stay calm. He's the boyfriend you chose yourself, how can you be so shy about him? Where is your usual coolness? Well, you can go out first. We don't need any documents. Don't need files? Su Zining's heart tightened. Did I say something wrong? Jiang Chen came here without any documents. Doesn't that prove that I don't want to discuss work with him? What are we talking about, love? Will Secretary Zhang discover anything? Su Zining's heart tightened and she quickly added. No, we need documents to discuss work. I'll find them myself in a moment. Go out and let Jiang Chen come in directly. Don't close the door, otherwise it will cause trouble later. Secretary Zhang is numb. What happened to Mr. Su? How could he say so many words at once? This shouldn't be the case. Su Zining has the most contact with Zhang Xiying on a daily basis, even if it's like this. A sentence only consists of a few words, and most of the time they are just a faint or okay. Why is it so abnormal today? However, as a qualified personal secretary, Zhang Xiying naturally knew not to ask questions that she shouldn't. I walked out the door obediently and saw Jiang Chen walking towards me. Quickly reminded. Jiang Chen, be careful. President Su is very unusual. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Abnormal? Could it be that my wife knows that I'm here? Otherwise, what else could make Su Xiaonu abnormal? Don't worry, it's okay. After simply replying to Secretary Zhang, Jiang Chen walked into the office. He moved closer to Su Zining, and the familiar and pleasant body fragrance penetrated his nose. Wife, I haven't seen you for half a day. I miss you so much. Jiang Chen said with a smile, staring at Su Zining's delicate profile. I smacked my lips. She is worthy of being my wife, her crescent-shaped eyebrows are really beautiful. Did you have enough for lunch? Su Zining raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. For a moment, she was struck by his handsomeness again. His eyes were a little evasive, and he had more and more thoughts in his mind. Well, Jiang Chen's hair seems a little messy. Should I help him sort it out? Or maybe just forget it, isn't this a bit too intimate? Ugh, I'm his girlfriend. The chubby pink right hand clenched into a small fist, and Su Zining stretched out her left hand. He helped Jiang Chen fix his hair, then pulled his hand back in panic, like a frightened little rabbit. You're so good. You must eat enough. Honey, I'm telling you. The beef noodles downstairs from my house are really good. I'll take you there during the holidays. The boss is a genuine frontiersman, the food is amazing. Su Zining was stunned for a moment. In fact, she had never eaten beef noodles sold in a roadside shop. Does it taste the same as the hotel's specialty Beef King noodles? She didn't know, but as long as Jiang Chen was full, it was good. In fact, Su Zining wanted to tell Jiang Chen that she had no vacation. Her workload is so heavy that she needs to be in the office almost all the time. But she thought of what Jiang Chen said to her last night and didn't say it. Here, this is the gift I just bought for you. It seemed to suit you, so I bought it. Jiang Chen took out Graf's bag and put it on the desk. Su Zining was stunned. She just noticed the handbag Jiang Chen was holding. But she didn't think much about it, and it turned out to be a gift that Jiang Chen bought for her. Graf? Necklace? The Ledger Group focuses on developing women's luxury goods, although its focus is on cosmetics and not jewelry. However, Su Zining still has some knowledge about the Graf brand. A kingdom of unparalleled luxury. A hint of shock flashed in Su Zining's eyes when she got the necklace. She was completely stunned. This damn dazzling light, these sparkling diamonds. So beautiful. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling of being firmly chosen came over me. How much does Jiang Chen have to love her to be willing to spend money to buy this necklace? Jiang Chen, please help me put it on. Su Zining's voice was as small as a mosquito, and was completely drowned out by the sudden ringing of Jiang Chen's phone. So, Jiang Chen didn't hear what Su Zining said. Hey! Shit, is he sick again? What's going on? Unpaid overtime has become compulsory overtime, right? You still dare to cause trouble? I'll go over now. Chapter 8 Promotion? Su Xianyo is angry. Boss Su, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Jiang Chen said after hanging up the phone. Su Zining swallowed the words on her lips and nodded. Well, go ahead, don't delay. Jiang Chen left Su Zining's office without saying a word and walked out the door. A cold reminder sounded in my mind. Ding, it is detected that the host gave his lover Su Zining a Graf necklace. Congratulations on obtaining bond points, 1000, bond value plus 1. Trigger the hidden task and help your lover put on the necklace. Xiaolang called just now and said that Wang Hai saw that Jiang Chen was not at his workstation. He started looking for trouble and wanted to fire Jiang Chen. You know, giving the necklace is a reward of 1000 bond points. Putting it on Su Zining personally, it is estimated that the bond value is 1000. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already cursed Wang Hai to his ancestral grave in his hometown in his heart. Now go back to the office and put it on Su Xiaonu? Forget it, let us go and fuck Wang Hai first. Anyway, Su Xianyo is there and can't run away. Jiang Chen sighed. He had to take out the plan he had come up with in the morning. Slap Wang Hai hard in the face. At this moment, Su Zining in the office had a cold face. She didn't show it in front of Jiang Chen, but now Jiang Chen was suddenly called away. Apparently, it's still about work? She was upset and super angry. Deep in her heart, she was looking forward to Jiang Chen putting the necklace on her personally. I didn't expect it to be destroyed by someone. Secretary Zhang, come in. A cold voice was heard, and a few seconds later, Zhang Xiying pushed the door open and walked in. Go investigate the RD department. Is there any forced overtime? Half an hour. I want the whole story. Zhang Xiying looked at Su Zining, her heart trembled, and she couldn't help but shudder. That's right, this aura, this attitude, this is the President Su I know. RD department? Ahem, Mr. Su, I know about this. That is. Su Zining raised her eyebrows and glanced at Zhang Xiying indifferently. Explain. Zhang Xiying was stunned, but did not dare to delay and spoke quickly. Wang Hai forced the employees to work overtime at noon today. You are required to submit the design plan of the magical SK water before the end of get off work tonight. Jiang Chen and Lang Yuyao are not working overtime, and Minister Wang Hai is losing his temper now. Zhang Xiying wanted to protect Jiang Chen and Lang Yuyao. Lang Yuyao is the little wolf. Because overtime work is very normal in a company of the size of Ledger Group. On the contrary, Jiang Chen and Xiaolang's attitudes were a bit problematic, and she was worried that Su Zining would find them. But now she can't hide it anymore. I couldn't help but wonder, how did Mr. Su know? If Su Zining didn't know that as the president's secretary, Wang Hai would give face to Xiaolang and Jiang Chen if they were nicer. Now she can't hide it anymore. Lose the temper? Go to the RD department now and ask Wang Hai to come find me. Su Zining's eyes were extremely cold. This scared Zhang Xiying. She didn't dare to think too much and just did as he said. Research and Development Department. Wang Hai, Brother Chen's plan is all here, do you have anything else to say? I see you're just looking for trouble. Do you regret it now? The little wolf stared at Wang Hai and said arrogantly. He is very confident. What the hell, you're just a minister. Yes, my girlfriend is the president's personal secretary. So what? My brother Chen is Mr. Su's cousin-in-law. Damn, are we still afraid of you? If Jiang Chen knew what Xiaolang was thinking at the moment, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. This plan has no bright spots at all. Write another one. You are not allowed to leave work until you finish it. If I catch you being late or leaving early again, I will resign. Wang Hai said this domineeringly. He didn't even look at Jiang Chen's plan. How much better could the plan that Jiang Chen just perfected in 5 minutes be? Jiang Chen glared at Wang Hai fiercely. This boy, is he too confident? He just doesn't want to endure it anymore, fuck. If it weren't for you, Wang Hai, I would still be happily living with my wife. Just as he was about to open his mouth to retort to Wang Hai, he saw Secretary Zhang running in a panic. Minister Wang, President Su wants to see you. Wang Hai's eyes flashed with brilliance. Shit, Mr. Su is looking for me? I was just working diligently on the design of the staff when Mr. Su came to me. This is to commend me for a promotion and salary increase. Okay, I'll be there right away. Wang Hai took the design plans that had already been written by other employees, and deliberately did not take Jiang Chen's. Before leaving, he gave Jiang Chen a fierce look. I'll deal with you when I come back. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. That's fine. Go ahead and deal with my wife first, and then come back and deal with me. Brother Chen, have you told your cousin about this? The little wolf asked embarrassedly. Jiang Chen was confused by this question. Cousin? Shit, could it be that Xiaoling thought that President Su introduced his cousin to me? This IQ. He opened the cabinet on the desk and took out a bag of walnut kernels. Here, eat some to replenish your body. This thing is good for your brain. At this time, Wang Hai was standing in the president's office and took a long breath. He is feeling both nervous and excited. Employees can be made to work overtime earnestly, but they don't even get overtime pay. This is Wang Hai's ability. Hiss, what position is President Su going to promote me to? Project Director? Deputy Department Manager? How much of a salary increase would that require? My scalp tingled and I knocked on the door. Boss Su, it's me, Xiao Hai. Enter. Wang Hai tiptoed into the office, and Su Zining just glanced at him indifferently. Wang Hai's throat rolled violently and his whole body was shaking. Boss Su, these are the 3 completed design plans. Please take a look. Su Zining then raised her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Hai. Oh? So soon? So fast? Oh shit, President Su is shocked. Wang Hai's body trembled. Isn't this the chance to take credit? Boss Su, didn't you and Boss Wang finalize the preliminary contract for SK Magic Water this morning? I immediately notified all department members, and everyone is working day and night on it. This is the quickest way to do it. I'll submit the rest of the plan to you before the end of get off work today. Take credit for it. You know, this dual-channel new product of SK is very important. That's great. This time, President Su finally discovered the light of me, Wang Hai. So it's overtime. Give me a reason why you force your employees to work overtime. Su Zining was too lazy to talk nonsense with Wang Hai and asked directly. Wang Hai chuckled. Boss Su, I remember you said that. Working overtime can hone employees' abilities, which is a good thing. Su Zining asked while playing with the water-based pen and raised her eyebrows. Are you sure I said that? At this moment Wang Hai was confused. He felt something was wrong. Su Zining's expression was too unusual. It didn't look like the expression of someone asking him to get a promotion and a raise. Instead, it seems like blaming him for forcing his employees to work overtime. Shit, that's not right. Don't capitalists like subordinates like me who force employees to work overtime? In fact, forced overtime is normal, and there are often departments within the company that require forced overtime. Even with forced overtime, the benefits of the Ledger Group are among the best. Therefore, Su Zining has always turned a blind eye to it. After all, it is good for the company. But he was forced to work overtime, so why bother finding fault with Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen was about to put the necklace on her personally, but was interrupted by Wang Hai? The more Su Zining thought about it, the angrier she became. I remember saying that as a senior executive, you shouldn't force your employees to work overtime for no reason. Give employees more time and space to develop and improve themselves? Doesn't Minister Wang remember? Chapter 9 Punishment. A member of the department informed on others? Have you ever said this? Wang Hai wanted to cry but had no tears. He can only promise it with his hand on his chest. What Mr. Su said before is definitely that overtime work is beneficial to improving employees' abilities. He would accept it if he was not allowed to spiral up to heaven, but... Su Zining is the president, so if he said it or not, then it is not said. Wang Hai didn't even dare to fart. Yes, Mr. Su, of course I remember. Su Zining slapped the table with her palm, making a crisp sound. He glared at Wang Hai with cold eyes. Do you remember that you forced your employees to work overtime? You like working overtime so much? Write me a 3,000-word self-review, and your year-end bonus will be cancelled. Also, I hope to see Minister Wang working overtime every day these days. Led by example, understand? Beads of sweat appeared on Wang Hai's forehead as he replied awkwardly. Understood, President Su. I will reflect on my mistakes when I return. Su Zining took a long breath and waved her hand. Oh, and there's also the matter of the design plan. I want quality, not quantity. In 5 days, I want the R&D department to submit a plan of the highest quality. Go down. Wang Hai ran out of the president's office as if he had experienced a life and death situation. Breathing heavily. He wasn't even getting a promotion or a raise, but he almost lost his position as minister. The scene just now reminded Wang Hai of what the ancients said. It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. What went wrong that made Mr. Su treat me like this? Wang Hai doesn't understand. Research and Development Department. Jiang Chen was slacking off comfortably while others were still working on or improving the design plan. I'll tell you more about the design plan. As for time, we don't have to be so tight. It doesn't matter if we don't deliver today. What we want is quality. Starting today, I will work overtime in the company every day, and we will try to come up with the best solution together. After saying that, Wang Hai returned to his office in dejection. The employees in the R&D department were all stunned. Fuck, has Wang Hai changed his personality? Good fellow, that's right, where does the quality come from in one day? He finally got it. It's not easy. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved slightly. He must have been beaten up by Su Xiaoniu, right? Thinking of how Wang Hai's face had turned black just now, Jiang Chen said a word loudly. Should. As for what kind of punishment Wang Hai received, Jiang Chen was not interested in knowing. He believed that Su Zining knew what she was doing. Pick up your phone and open Penguin. Jiang Chen, wait for me in the office after get off work, I have something to do. Su Zining's message was replied within seconds. Maybe Su Zining had given Jiang Chen a reason to show special concern? Su Zining, yeah, I know. Jiang Chen put down his phone and chuckled. I plan to help Su Xiaoniu put on the necklace after get off work. TSK, another 1,000 bond value. Then he can go home and draw the price twice. How can we not give him a villa? The office of the head of the R&D department was pushed open. Xiao Yuan, what's the matter? Wang Hai asked calmly when he saw the person coming. Minister Wang, I want to talk to you about something personal today. Wang Hai was shocked. Shit, is this guy trying to give me a gift? If this were normal times, Wang Hai would be more than happy to have this. But now, Wang Hai was afraid that Su Zining was secretly staring at him. Well, it's working time, let's talk about work. Xiao Yuan was not shy and sat down on the chair opposite Wang Hai. Minister Wang, if I'm not mistaken, you went to the office and were scolded by General Manager Su, right? With a bang, Wang Hai slapped the table. Xiao Yuan, I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense. What can I do that deserves to be scolded by President Su? I, Wang Hai, do things in an upright manner and devote myself to the company. Be careful or I will deduct your attendance bonus. Xiao Yuan smiled flatteringly. Minister Wang, of course I know that you are upright and dedicated to the company. But the fact is, you were told off, right? In fact, you are also very puzzled and don't know what the reason is. What a coincidence, I know. Wang Hai's body trembled and he put down the document in his hand. He stood up with a smile, took out a cigarette from the table and handed it to Xiao Yuan. Have one, Xiao. Actually, I knew you were capable from the first day you joined the company. There is a high chance that he will take over my position as minister. Xiao Yuan waved his hand to indicate that he didn't smoke. He turned around and poured tea for himself and Wang Hai. Minister Wang, I'll just tell you directly. Jiang Chen has a relationship with President Su. Wang Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiang Chen and President Su? What do you mean? Xiao Yuan sighed, his face full of helplessness. I'm also very puzzled by this matter. If I hadn't heard it from Jiang Chen and Lang Yuyo myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Do you remember that President Su asked Jiang Chen to go to the office this morning? Actually, it was President Su who introduced his cousin to Jiang Chen. Xiao Lang and Jiang Chen talked about President Su, and they were all talking about your cousin. Besides, Jiang Chen is now openly slacking off. He must have someone to rely on. The identity of Mr. Su's cousin-in-law is incredible. Wang Hai was shocked. Oh shit, is this really happening? Xiao Yuan's office seat was indeed close to Jiang Chen, so he could hear their whispers. Coupled with my own tragic experience just now, this made him believe what Xiao Yuan said. No wonder Mr. Su was so abnormal today, so this is what was going on. Damn it, she said bad things about her cousin's husband in front of President Su. Isn't this like using a flood to flush the Dragon King temple? Xiao, you are really my caring and good subordinate. After figuring out the reason, Wang Hai smiled heartily and patted Xiao Yuan on the shoulder. If Jiang Chen heard the conversation between these two people, I will definitely take out 2 more bags of walnuts. Give them each a pack to nourish their brains. 6 o'clock, the time for the ledger group to get off work. Jiang Chen stood up and stretched. You have to earn bond points quickly. Ugh, what's the point of earning bond points? You should go and put a necklace on your wife. On the 27th floor, Jiang Chen walked out of the elevator and saw Wang Hai, who had just come out of the president's office. Hey, Minister Wang, I heard you'll be working overtime. It's really hard. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Damn, Xiao Wang Hai, I caught you. I'm going to smother you to death. Chapter 10 Check-in. Daily Hugs. When Wang Hai heard the familiar tone, he looked up. Oh my god, isn't this Jiang Chen? On Jiang Chen's face, Wang Hai saw 6 bright words. Su Zining's cousin-in-law. Hey, Mr. Jiang, what are you talking about? This is called leading by example for the company, hee hee. Wang Hai had a fawning smile on his face, revealing his fence-sitter character. This really confused Jiang Chen. He thought that even if Wang Hai didn't scold him, he would still have a gloomy face. What's going on with that flattering smile on his face now? Logically speaking, when Su Xianyo was dealing with Wang Hai, she can't just tell him that I'm in love with her, right? Don't I know how shy Su Xian is? So what the hell is going on with this Wang Hai? How about giving them some walnuts to nourish the brain? Forget it, it's quite expensive. It's a waste to feed the dog. Well, good luck, Minister Wang. Jiang Chen couldn't figure out what was wrong with Wang Hai, so he simply ignored him. Turned around and walked into Su Zining's office. Wang Hai was shocked. As expected of Mr. Su's cousin-in-law, he doesn't even need to knock when entering the office. Jiang Chen was not restrained either. This was the 3rd time he came that day. He walked straight up to Su Zining and smiled. Wife, where's the necklace? Jiang Chen was in a hurry, waiting to put it on Su Zining himself and then go home to draw the lottery. Su Zining was stunned, opened the cabinet, and took out the limited edition graph necklace. Here. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took the necklace and unpacked it. I wanted to put it on you myself at noon, but unfortunately they interrupted us. Just right, let's make up for this regret now. Jiang Chen's gaze was so pure that Su Zining panicked for a moment. So? Jiang Chen said he had something to talk to me about, so he came here specifically to help me put on the necklace? At noon, Su Zining specially put the necklace back together, just for. Find an opportunity to let Jiang Chen put it on her personally. At this time, Jiang Chen actually took the initiative to bring up this matter and remembered such a small detail. How could Su Zining not be happy? She bit her lips lightly with her teeth and said him obediently. Come on, turn around. This broken necklace is quite complicated. Jiang Chen muttered something and put his hands on Su Zining's shoulders. Su Zining's whole body trembled. This is the first time a man has touched her shoulder. It's a little awkward, but more of a different feeling. The feeling of a racing heartbeat. Well, this necklace seems to be tailor-made for you, my wife. Slurp. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. He had to say it. Su Zining's fair neck is embellished with this dazzling necklace, making her look more high-end and elegant. Sharks can probably raise 2 clavicles, right? Well, thank you. Su Zining actually wanted to say thank you, boyfriend. However, it feels a bit awkward. What about saying thank you, husband? Just thinking about it makes my face turn red and my heart beat fast. I struggled madly in my heart, and finally it became thank you. After glancing at Jiang Chen's profile, the little woman in her body jumped out again. Snort! This guy. How can you call me wife so smoothly? How shy. Okay, I'll leave then. See you tomorrow, wife. Jiang Chen planned to run away without saying anything. Now he had only one thought in his mind, 2 words. Lottery. Su Zining was confused. Jiang Chen was leaving? Hey! How can you leave? I just gave my girlfriend a necklace as a present and she even put it on herself. Just leave? Isn't that how it's played out in Korean dramas? Jiang Chen, is there something that makes you anxious to go home? Su Zining asked with a slight blush on her face. Jiang Chen was about to go out when Su Zining stopped him. Well, honey, you're right. Damn it, of course there is something wrong. Isn't a lottery a problem? Jiang Chen looked back and happened to see Su Zining with a shy face. The posture was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If a man is not distracted, isn't he? Especially, the usually high and mighty Su Zining? Jiang Chen asked himself. Is there anything wrong? Yes, but it seems, it's not a big deal. The bond value doesn't have legs and can't run. Ahem, honey, what's up? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, taking a breath. Su Zining's expression is so fucking miserable, isn't it? I can't bear it. Su Xianyo, do you want your brother to do something to you? Well, it's just a small matter. It won't take up much of your time. Su Zining said this and stood up. Her height of 170 centimeters and high heels make her a perfect match for Jiang Chen. She slowly opened her arms and hugged Jiang Chen. This hug. Just consider it a small return gift. In fact, Su Zining had just been thinking about it for a long time. No kissing, after all, she and Jiang Chen have only known each other for 1 day. Not to mention being pornographic. Then, all that's left is a hug. Feeling the faint body fragrance of Jiang Chen, Su Zining felt a rare sense of security in her heart. After a few seconds, she withdrew her hand. Okay, you can go home now. My little boyfriend. Jiang Chen scratched his head and took a long breath. Roaring in my heart. Damn, my virginity is gone. This is so fucking outrageous. At least say something, aren't you raping a woman? Su Zining, you are an icy female CEO worth tens of billions. Is this appropriate in broad daylight? Wife, what are you holding back for so long? So you want to take advantage of me? Su Zining was shocked. Bah! I took advantage of you? At most, it's called taking advantage of each other. Su Zining's voice became lower and lower. Snort! Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable if I hugged you? Okay, I'm leaving now. Jiang Chen thought about it and realized that he had been hugged for too short a time and hadn't reacted. But, that feeling is really unpleasant. Well, tell me when you get home. Jiang Chen walked out of the office still sighing. On the first day of love, the cold female boss Su Xianyo took the initiative to give herself a hug. It's all because of my brother's charm. Ding, complete the side quest, put the necklace on your lover personally. Bond value plus 1,000. Successfully clocked in for an evening hug. Bond value plus 1,000. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. What the hell is this check-in for an evening hug? Has the system developed new features? Shit, I'll go home and study it. Yanluo Lake is one of the most famous villa areas in Jinghai City. The tranquil environment, the sparkling lake and the green trees are lined up. Su Zining pushed open the door of villa number 4. Today she had no mind to deal with documents, all she could think about was Jiang Chen's gentle embrace. Oh, I thought there was a thief in the house. It turns out that my princess is back. What a rare guest. You finally put down your work and go home to visit your parents? A middle-aged man trotted into the first-floor lobby and said with a laugh. If Jiang Chen was present, he would definitely recognize this man on the spot. Su Tianhe. Well, I don't have anything to do today. I just finished discussing cooperation with Tianlei Group. Just come back early. Su Zining's cold tone met Su Tianhe's enthusiastic face. Very good. Dad brought you a small gift today. Come and have a look. Su Tianhe has also gotten used to it. His daughter is just so cold and doesn't know how to express her emotions. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious about Su Zining's lifelong affairs. Su Zining was stunned and followed Su Tianhe to the study. Hey, Ningning, open it and take a look. Su Zining took the small box handed over by Su Tianhe. Open it and take a look. Good guy. Another graph necklace? What happened today? Why did Dad and Jiang Chen both buy graph necklaces? Chapter 11, Friend? Boyfriend, okay? Ningning, Daddy also suddenly realized that your neck is empty. There are no accessories, it doesn't look good. Hey! Where did you get this necklace? Su Tianhe was stunned for a moment because he saw the shining necklace on Su Zining's neck. Isn't this nonsense? Because Jiang Chen did not agree to sell the limited edition necklace, Su Tianhe bought the most expensive one in the store at that time. I want to give it to my own girl, and then have a good chat with her to help Su Zining find a boyfriend. As a result, Su Zining was actually wearing a necklace? It wasn't there when I went out this morning? It was given to me by a friend, and it's also by Graf. Su Zining replied indifferently. Boyfriends are also considered friends, right? No problem. Mainly, Su Zining was worried about Jiang Chen if she told Su Tianhe that she was in love. And the company's employees? She was afraid that her father would not be able to accept it and would investigate Jiang Chen. It would be bad if Jiang Chen felt uncomfortable. Oh? It looks better than the one I bought. Su Tianhe turned around and stared at the necklace his daughter was wearing. It looks so familiar no matter how I look at it. This quality, this diamond, this shape. Why does it look so much like the limited edition one that Jiang Chen took away? No, that's a bit of an understatement. They are exactly the same. Okay, wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Take this one too, and wear them alternately. Su Zining shook her head. I just want to wear this one now, you can give it to Mom. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the study. Su Tianhe took a deep breath, took out his cell phone and quickly browsed Penguin. Graf's employees had previously sent him a photo of the limited edition. After finding the photos, Su Tianhe began to compare them carefully. I slapped my thigh angrily, absolutely right, exactly the same. So, my daughter is in love? With Jiang Chen's brother? Su Tianhe immediately understood the cause and effect of the matter. Jiang Chen helped his brother to wear a limited edition necklace from Graf, saying that it was a gift from his brother to his girlfriend. Now, my daughter is wearing this limited edition necklace. There are only 10 pairs of this style in the world. How many of them are available in China? There can't be a second one in Jinghai City, right? Well, the answer is obvious. Fuck, it's great, my daughter is really in love. Su Tianhe swallowed hard, ran out of the study and went to the kitchen. Wife, come here, I have something important to tell you. Li Mei glanced at Su Tianhe with resentment. Alas, there are not so many big things happening day by day. But he followed her obediently, and they sat on the sofa. I'll call Ningning over and ask her to give you some advice. Su Tianhe was startled and quickly grabbed Li Mei's arm. He glanced at Su Zining's room from a distance with the door tightly closed, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a business thing. Besides, we can't talk about this in front of Ningning. Li Mei was confused and glared at Su Tianhe. Then tell me what's going on. This woman is already 40 years old, and I'm already indifferent. Nothing can make me feel drastically different. Su Tianhe swallowed. Ningning seems to be in love. Li Meiting stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. He grabbed Su Tianhe's arm tightly, his tone anxious. Tell me quickly, what's going on? So, Su Tianhe repeated what happened today when he met Jiang Chen and the necklace. Li Mei shook her head. Lao Su, let me tell you, I would rather believe that Jinghai City can have a second limited edition necklace. I don't believe there is a man who can control our Ningning. This matter is not particularly reliable. Su Tianhe thought about it and it was true. With Ningning's personality, how could she suddenly fall in love? But this is just too much of a coincidence. How about I try to find out from the side while we eat? Li Mei said embarrassedly. Upon hearing this, Su Tianhe raised his thumb. Become. It took Jiang Chen half an hour to reach Huajianting community. Finally I figured out what the check and hug thing was all about. Bond points are used for lotteries and exchange of goods. Bond points are used to unlock more functions. For example, when the system awakened, the bond points between Jiang Chen and Su Zining were only 59 points. Since you get 1 point for giving the necklace, it is now 60 points. So all the functions of the 60 bond points were unlocked. The hug check-in function allows you to hug your partner 3 times in the morning, afternoon and evening to receive bond value rewards. The rewards increase as the bond points increase. At the same time, there are morning and night check-in functions, as well as daily care check-in functions. Fuck, isn't this forcing me to have a good relationship? Zhang Chen let out a long breath. Suddenly I remembered that there are still 2,000 bond points. Lottery. Ding, the lottery is being drawn for the host. Congratulations to the host for winning, RMB reward of 100,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining top piano master skills. Zhang Chen's face darkened. What's the use of this broken piano master? At the very least, I'm just a designer and you could at least give me a top design master. Piano master, this skill is too useless. He took out his cell phone, opened Penguin, and found Su Zining. Zhang Chen, have you eaten? The next second, the system prompted. Ding, the host checked in for evening care, bond value plus 500. Zhang Chen chuckled and said in one sentence, that has 500 points. 3 times a day, morning, noon and evening is 1,500 points. Add in hugs, good morning, noon and night, that has 4,500 points. Just complete another task and you can get 10,000 points in 2 days. If I can't win the lottery, it would be nice to change to a villa. The geese fell into the lake. Su Tianhe sat at the dining table, trying desperately to wink at Li Mei. Come on, wife, and ask. I'm eagerly awaiting the result. Li Mei rolled her eyes fiercely. We just had dinner, why are you in such a hurry? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Ning Ning, have a chicken drumstick. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Li Mei said gently. Su Zining nodded lightly, and suddenly, Su Zining's cell phone vibrated. There was a peculiar sound. Su Tianhe and Li Mei looked at each other. Is there something going on? Su Zining put down her chopsticks and picked up her cell phone. This voice was the special care reminder tone she set for Zhang Chen. So she knew that it was Zhang Chen who sent the message. After seeing the message, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I can't help but feel sweet in my heart. This sudden care from others. It's really intoxicating. Suddenly she thought of the scene of hugging Zhang Chen today, and that firm arm. My pretty face turned red. He quickly replied to the message, then looked up quietly. He was faced with 2 pairs of eager eyes from Su Tianhe and Li Mei. Su Zining? Explain it quickly. A friend asked me something, it's nothing serious. I'll deal with it tomorrow at work, so go ahead and eat. After saying that, Su Zining put the phone on the table. Pretending nothing had happened, he picked up a chicken leg with chopsticks. Mom, this chicken leg is really good. Su Tianhe raised his eyebrows, and he and Li Mei were both shocked. Did my daughter just smile? And then, you blushed? This was the first time Su Zining replied to someone's message while eating. The most important thing is that Su Zining actually explained it to them? Su Tianhe asked himself, his daughter Su Zining has always been self-reliant. When have you ever explained to others what you did? Even he and Li Mei had never explained it. All these abnormalities can only prove one thing. Su Tianhe and Li Mei looked at each other and saw the relief in each other's eyes. Our girl is looking for a boyfriend. Chapter 12 Dowry? I can call him brother. Huajianting community. Zhang Chen glanced at the message Su Zining replied, and a smile appeared on his lips. I'm eating now. My parents are here. They'll talk to you later. Mom and Dad? Speaking of Su Zining's father, Zhang Chen always felt that he had a big heart. How to say it? The Ledger Group was founded by Su Zining's father and then run by her. Reaching the current scale is directly related to Su Zining's extraordinary business talent. But it is also related to the huge investment made by her father. The most outrageous thing is that this is the original chairman of the Ledger Group. He never showed up at the company once. Even because all the shares were transferred to Su Zining. No one even knows what Su Zining's father's name is. Such a mysterious father-in-law is still a bit of a headache. Zhang Chen let out a long breath. Then I thought about my mother and realized that she had changed. It is also a headache for Su Xianyo to have such a mother-in-law. Zhang Chen, I'm going to play some games. By the way, this is the design I made. Wan Hai didn't submit it to me today. Take a look when you have time. He then sent the plan he had casually typed out that morning to Su Zining. Zhangchen opened the game Luolu. Enjoy 2 rounds first. Yanluo Lake Villa area. After dinner, Su Zining went straight into the bedroom and saw the reply message from Jiang Chen. I glanced at the online status of Penguin in the game. I'll wait until he's done. After all, boys don't like to be disturbed when they are playing games. So, Su Zining opened the design plan sent by Jiang Chen. The product theme name of just 6 words made Su Zining's heart tremble. Encounter that love. The other side. Su Tianhe and Li Mei are in the room, smirking at each other. The two of them looked at each other, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. Lao Su, Ningning, this is too obvious. I just don't know what the man is like. We have to check it out. Su Tianhe touched his stubble and sighed. I think that the one who can afford to give a necklace worth 3 million must be a rich kid. Wife, as the ancients said, those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. That Jiang Chen is the boy who went to help get the necklace. I feel pretty good. His conversation and demeanor are all good, if you look at it that way. As Jiang Chen's brother, Ningning's boyfriend should not be too bad. Li Mei nodded, that was indeed the truth. But she always felt that something was wrong. An indescribable feeling. Lao Su, why don't you go to Ledger tomorrow? Maybe it's one of Ningning's partners? Although we don't care about the man's family conditions, I still feel we need to find out more. Su Tianhe curled his lips, stood up and glared at Li Mei. A woman's opinion. Girls from other families do need their parents to screen them when they are looking for a partner. Does my girl Su Zining need it? Wife, trust me, no need to check. I don't ask for any conditions from boys. My family has cars, houses, and money. I just hope it's a man who can give me a grandson. Su Tianhe was so envious that he almost cried. Today I heard that Boss Zhang was holding his granddaughter, and tomorrow I heard that Boss Li had a grandson. As for him, he was even worried about whether Su Zining would be liked by others. Our Ningning doesn't hate getting married, isn't your request too low? Li Mei frowned. Su Tianhe snorted inside. Alas, our Ningning is indeed pretty, but which man wants to face an ice cube every day? Not to mention Ningning's stubborn and strong character, the main thing is that life is difficult. I've already thought about it. Someone wants our Ningning. I'll even give him a betrothal gift. Speaking of this, Su Tianhe felt that something was missing. He added another sentence for the first time. I can call him brother. Li Mei's head was full of black lines. At 10 o'clock, Jiang Chen turned off the computer and lay down on the bed. Jiang Chen, wife, I'm okay. Su Zining asked Jiang Chen to tell her after he finished playing the game. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen had already done the goodnight check-in. The next second, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Su Zining's message was replied immediately, but that's not the point. That long paragraph was obviously edited long ago. As for the content, I've read this design plan. First of all. Secondly, in terms of concept and main background story. It's really great, Jiang Chen. You must have put a lot of thought into this plan, right? Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ceiling. Oh my god, who the hell is talking about work in the middle of the night? There is absolutely no problem with the plan, Jiang Chen knows it better than anyone else. Do you really think that his vision, which is 10 years ahead of others after his rebirth, is all in vain? Honey, let's not talk about work so late at night. Let's talk about something else. Su Zining, anything else? Yes, talk about love and make love, no, talk about love. Su Zining, How do we talk? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and quickly typed out a line of words. Why do you suddenly want to hug me today? When Su Zining saw the message sent by Jiang Chen, a blush flashed across her face. Humph. This idiot. Didn't you say the answer yourself? What other reason is there to hug? That must be a hug. With a sly smile, he replied playfully. I won't tell you. Jiang Chen chuckled, he was waiting for this sentence. Okay, just don't tell me. It's getting late. You slept too late last night. Your boyfriend is going to bed. Good night, wife. I'm so fucking sleepy. Check-in completed. In fact, it's not that Jiang Chen doesn't want to chat with Su Zining. I was physically tired from drinking last night and mentally exhausted from confessing my feelings. I haven't had any rest the whole day and I'm really sleepy now. There is another reason, that is, Jiang Chen found that teasing Su Xiaonu through the screen was far less fun than teasing Su Xiaonu in person. And at this moment, on the other side of the screen, Su Zining's face flushed and she was going crazy. Just don't tell me? Jiang Chen. You. Too much. Chapter 13 Wife. You hold the pen upside down. Su Zining pouted and clenched her little pink fist to hit the teddy bear. She looked like a little girl who was throwing a tantrum because she didn't get her favorite toy. Didn't we agree to be in love? Why are you running away? Humph, stinky Jiang Chen, I don't want to play with you anymore. The next day, early morning. Su Zining opened her sleepy eyes hazily and found that Jiang Chen's message had been sent. Jiang Chen, good morning, my wife. A blush appeared on her face as she replied. Good morning. Suddenly, the girlish temper she had last night disappeared, and her heart was filled with happiness that Jiang Chen would look for her as soon as he woke up. Wash, put on makeup, eat, and change clothes. The moment Su Zining closed the door, Su Tianhe and Li Mei came stealthily from upstairs. See? Ningning spent half an hour putting on makeup this morning. Lao Su, guess what color lipstick Ningning is wearing? This question stumped Su Tianhe. Lipstick, what color? Just what color it is, I scratched my head. Red. Li Mei sneered and rolled her eyes at Su Tianhe. You made the right choice to let Ningning manage the ledger group. Your emotional intelligence was low when we got married, and it's even lower now. Let me give you some basic information. That color is called the color that kills men. It was your daughter's least favorite color. She thought it was too bright red. As the name suggests, the lipstick color that is absolutely attractive to boys. Su Tiancheng is not a fool, but he is shocked like a fool now. Why does Ningning choose such a fancy lipstick color? Kill a man? A crazy idea crept into his mind. In this relationship up to now, could it be that Ningning was the one who took the initiative? Shit, is there a man in this world who can make Ningning put on a lipstick color she doesn't like? Oh my god, who on earth is Jiang Chen's brother? Ledger Group. As soon as Su Zining arrived at the office, Jiang Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Hey, good morning, wife. TSK, this hug is worth 500 bond points. Jiang Chen doesn't want to let it go. After arriving at the company, he went straight to Su Zining's office. Today Jiang Chen changed into a beige top and paired it with a pair of wide-leg jeans. Plus his enchanting looks, wow. Su Zining couldn't take her eyes away. Jiang Chen is really suitable for this clean and refreshing outfit. So handsome. Good morning. Su Zining replied. Where's my name? Good morning, wife. What should you reply to me? Of course my husband is early. It doesn't even require thinking, who doesn't know? But, asking Su Zining to call her husband now? I'm afraid she really has to punch a hole in the floor and crawl in? Even now, as Jiang Chen was staring at her, she felt a tingling sensation all over her body. Her heartbeat accelerated and her red lips slightly opened. Good morning, my boyfriend. As Jiang Chen expected, Su Zining's face turned red as soon as she finished speaking. Jiang Chen secretly gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. It was as expected. What did you say last night? It's much more fun to tease Su Xiaonu in person than through the screen. Can you see this charming and shy scene through the screen? Of course not. But I can do it in person and I can keep watching it. Okay, that's progress. Su Zining was delighted. Jiang Chen is praising me. When she raised her head again, Jiang Chen had already walked in front of her. Stand up. Su Zining was stunned. Huh? Why are you standing up? Although he was confused, he still stood up obediently. Put your hands up. Su Zining raised his hand. Hold me. Jiang Chen said in a low voice, and this gentle yet somewhat overbearing tone made the deer in Su Zining's heart do 3,000-meter-long distance runs in the morning. He hugged Jiang Chen gently. She still let go of his hand after a few seconds, but this time, Su Zining put her head close to Jiang Chen's ear. Good morning, my little boyfriend. Then, he sat down at the desk like a frightened bird and quickly grabbed the pen. Pretend to be processing documents. Jiang Chen waved his hand and took a breath of the air, which smelled sweet. Okay, honey, I'm going to work first. With the beauty in his arms and feeling shocked, Zhangchen felt that today had started off very well. Next, it's time to start slacking off at work. Aha! Su Zining nodded like a chick pecking at rice. For a long time, she didn't hear the sound of the door closing and was a little confused. She looked up quietly and happened to meet Jiang Chen's smiling eyes. She couldn't help but blush. Jiang Chen found this scene very cute and smiled. Wife, I don't mean anything else. Just wanted to remind you that you're holding your pen the wrong way around. After saying that, Jiang Chen pushed the door and left Su Zining's office. Su Zining let out a long sigh. What? She was so anxious just now that when she sat down to pretend, she didn't even realize that she was holding the pen upside down? Well, wouldn't that be embarrassing in front of Jiang Chen? Ah, it's all his fault. Su Zining felt mixed emotions and clenched her fists. When I adjusted my mood and prepared to work and straightened my back, a ray of sunlight shone into the office. When the light shines on Su Zining's profile, her eyes and brows are full of smiles. Research and Development Department. Brother Chen, do you still have those walnuts? You know what, it's quite delicious. Jiang Chen was in the middle of a team fight when he was interrupted by Xiaolang. He felt really bad. He turned around and patted the little wolf's slightly round belly. Brother, listen to my advice and eat less snacks. Good. The little wolf had empty eyes and said faintly. Food is the most important thing for people. If people are not allowed to eat, isn't that a matter of life and death? However, Brother Chen said to eat less, so just eat less. By the way, Brother Chen, how is the progress between you and Mr. Su's cousin? Ying told me that you've been going to Mr. Su's office a lot recently. Jiang Chen scratched his head, sighed, and looked a little reluctant. He opened the drawer, took out another bag of walnuts and threw it to the little wolf. Brother, I think you should get another bag. A bag of walnuts can't save this silly kid's amazing train of thought. Jiang Chen was completely convinced. Right now, Xiaolang is the only one in the whole world who thinks that there is something going on between him and Mr. Su's cousin, right? Wang Hai, are you polite? Xiao Yuan, Minister Wang, aren't we human beings? At 9:30, Jiang Chen had already won 3 qualifying games in a row. His timing of entering the field is tricky, and he prefers to play the role of a harvesting assassin, defeating his opponents like a ghost every time. Phew, it feels a bit like frying fish. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Nowadays, most people's playing style is still too conservative. I just finished playing the game and was about to watch a show when I heard my phone beep. Su Zining, the top management will hold a meeting at 10 o'clock to discuss your plan. They hope you can be there to explain it. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly, and so did this group of senior executives. The plan is written so clearly, but you can't even read? This plan can be considered almost perfect. If Jiang Chen doesn't want to go, he can simply refuse. But this time Su Zining talked to Jiang Chen in person. Whether as a husband or an employee, Jiang Chen should go. That is, can I go there for nothing? Jiang Chen asked himself, since I was a child, I have never done a business that didn't make money. You can go, but how about you hug me again at noon? Su Zining's brain buzzed in the office. I hugged Jiang Chen in the morning, and my work efficiency was extremely high throughout the morning. In 2 hours, she completed the usual 4 hours of work. Now all she could think about was, when can I hug Jiang Chen again? Result? Su Zining, okay, I'll hug you at noon and talk to you nicely. I'll reward you with another hug in the evening. Jiang Chen felt very happy. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, you can have a hug and check in at noon and evening. 1,000 bond points. Okay, wife. Just tell me which conference room you're going to. Chapter 14, something wrong? Finding faults? President's office. Su Zining smiled knowingly. Can't help but complain about myself. Humph, Su Zining, you are too good at talking, aren't you? Is hugging Jiang Chen twice a reward for him? It's clearly a reward for myself, right? At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Su Zining was stunned, and switched to iceberg state in a second. Enter. Secretary Zhan walked into the office with the sound of high heels and put down a stack of documents. Boss Su, we will be in meeting room 2 later. These are the proposals that Minister Wang Hai just submitted. What Mr. Tang meant is that you should first see if there are any equally wonderful ones that you can take together. Su Zining nodded lightly. Put it here. Secretary Zhang carefully put the documents away and replaced a cup of tea for Su Zining. Boss Su, do you want me to inform Jiang Chen? Su Zining was stunned for a moment and waved her hand. No, I'll talk to Jiang Chen about the plan later. Tell him by the way. Secretary Zhang smiled knowingly and bowed. Okay, President Su, I'll go prepare the materials needed for the meeting now. You can call me anytime. Su Zining only breathed a sigh of relief after she left the office. He took out his cell phone and found the chat box with Jiang Chen. In conference room 2. My little boyfriend. Jiang Chen, okay. Su Zining put down her phone and took the stack of documents that Secretary Zhang had just handed over. I have to say that with Wang Hai personally working overtime, the efficiency of the RD department has really improved a lot. 10 o'clock. Jiang Chen stood up and went straight to meeting room 2. There were already 4 senior executives talking to each other in the room. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and pushed the door open. Manager Zhang is in charge of the company's channel operations, Vice President Wang is in charge of physical economics and trade, and Director Zhao is in charge of overseas operations. Jiang Chen was not afraid and greeted everyone one by one. Until the last senior executive, Chen Shanming, the vice president in charge of the company's finances. When he saw Jiang Chen greeting him, he frowned and looked Jiang Chen up and down. Jiang Chen, your outfit is a bit too casual, isn't it? Chen Shanming snorted coldly, there is a soft rule in the company. When attending high-level meetings, you must have a correct attitude and wear formal attire. You know, this is a rule made by President Su Zining himself. What does the name Su Zining mean in the Ledger Group? As the actual controlling shareholder, the largest shareholder, and the executive president, her words are like an imperial decree. Mr. Chen, I was called to this meeting on short notice and I didn't have time to change into formal attire. Besides, I don't think this outfit is casual. What a joke. Jiang Chen wouldn't even change it when he had time. If it weren't for Su Zining's face, he would not even bother with the meeting. The reason why Su Zining didn't ask Jiang Chen to explain the document when she was reading it was because Su Zining understood it. There were many incompetent senior executives who couldn't understand it, so they had to ask Jiang Chen to explain it. Casual? Oh, Mr. Chen, you didn't know that Su Shanyo was fascinated by your outfit this morning. Besides, what is wrong with me wearing jeans and short sleeves? Have you never worn them before? Look at what we're all wearing. Formal clothes. Take another look at what you are wearing. Your leaders are all here. Do you really want to show off your presence? Chen Shanming roared in a low voice, feeling secretly happy in his heart. He had been scolded by Su Zining once before because of his clothing. These 3 sentences were all said to him by Su Zining. Now when he turned around and scolded Jiang Chen, he found that it felt really good. Many senior executives came one after another, and they all knew that Chen Shanming had been scolded for not wearing formal clothes. Everyone was talking at once. Xiao Jiang, this is indeed a bit informal. Why don't you go downstairs and borrow some from your colleagues? Alas, there's no need to be angry with Mr. Chen. He's doing this for your own good. Jiang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. Is it true that a higher-ranking official can crush someone to death? The next second, the sound of high heels was heard in the corridor. Su Zining and Secretary Zhang are here. There was also a middle-aged man beside him, whom Jiang Chen knew. The company's second-largest shareholder is Tang Jiang. Su Zining walked in and saw Chen Shanming and Jiang Chen seem to be confronting each other. There were many shareholders around him, and he couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Chen Shanming is looking forward to seeing Su Zining. He felt good using Su Zining's words to scold Jiang Chen, and he felt even better listening to Su Zining scolding Jiang Chen again. Boss Su, this is Xiao Jiang from the RD department. I came to a high-level meeting wearing jeans and short sleeves. I felt that it was a bit casual. He didn't have the right attitude to attend the meeting. He refused to change when asked to, and then he just made a few remarks. It's okay. Not a word was mentioned about punishing Jiang Chen, and every word was about punishing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. Mr. Qian's retelling is correct. I have nothing to say. Su Zining bit her lower lip and fell into deep thought. She just quickly looked over the newly submitted documents, and it was already past 10 o'clock when she finished processing them. Now, it is obvious that Jiang Chen is being troubled by Chen Shanming. She blamed herself a little. If she had handled it faster, she would have come earlier. This kind of thing would not happen. Su Zining raised her eyes, and all the senior executives in the conference room broke out in a cold sweat. Those who don't know Jiang Chen are just waiting to see the show. Those who are optimistic about Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Jiang has a good talent for research and development. If he is determined as the final solution this time, he will definitely be promoted in the future. It shouldn't have been a problem for me to get promoted to a senior position in the end, but I didn't expect to make such a mistake. Everyone present thought that Jiang Chen was unlucky this time. You know, as the vice president, Qian Shanming was always instructed by President Su without any mercy. What else more, Jiang Chen is just a member of the department. Su Zining's eyes were indeed cold, but unexpectedly she looked at Qian Shanming. What's wrong with Jiang Chen's attire? Mr. Qian, come and let me hear what you have to say. Qian Shanming's heart tightened, and he felt that something was wrong. But it has come to this point, he can only bite the bullet and say it. Boss Su, everyone is wearing formal attire, but Jiang Chen is dressed like this. Isn't it grandstanding and gimmicky? Su Zining stared at Qian Shanming and said lightly. Jeans and short sleeves are not formal attire, but Jiang Chen is dressed neatly and decently, so what's wrong with that? Isn't the money a bit nitpicking? In that case, I hope to see a complete and detailed financial statement tomorrow. I also want to find fault with it. If Qian is still brooding over what happened last time. All I can say is that your black suit with khaki shorts is not fancy, but it is alternative. Apologize to Jiang Chen after the meeting. Let's start the meeting now. There was a burst of laughter throughout the conference room. Su Zining sat directly in the main seat, and Qian Shanming returned to his seat with a blushing face. The meeting officially began. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. She has an overwhelming aura, is cool and beautiful, and is a great wife. Jiang Chen didn't listen to what was going on until Su Zining gave him a look. Jiang Chen stood up and walked to the big screen, ready to introduce his design plan. A design plan completed in 20 minutes. The revised SK Magic Water theme report was completed in 5 minutes. Product name, Encounter That Love. Jiang Chen bowed to the audience neither humbly nor arrogantly. Good morning, leaders. I am honored to nominate my design today. Whether it is administered as a final solution is a minor matter here. I hope to receive comments from leaders so that I can improve and strive for excellence. After saying this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise himself. This face-saving words are just like love words. As we said, it's pretty good. Well then, give a good introduction to those useless high-ranking officials. Let them know what the top-level solution is that they can't understand. Chapter 15 Youth. Perfect explanation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen continued to speak. First, the name, and the encounter with love. People are divided into different classes, but time and life are not divided. The girl hiding from the rain under the eaves, the girl with ponytails in the next class who made my heart beat fast. This is the fate of youth that everyone has, and it is beautiful. So, I named it Encounter That Love, with youth as the main theme. Jiang Chen let out a long breath. He just made up these words. It only took him 5 minutes to perfect the SK Magic Water, so he didn't even have time to think of a name. Just pick 5 at random, draw lots, and whichever one you draw gets to be the one. But the leaders in the audience don't know. Muttering quietly. Indeed, youth is always a major theme worth celebrating. This is indeed a good starting point. Who doesn't have a young girl in their youth? Su Zining raised the corner of her mouth slightly and gave Jiang Chen an encouraging look. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled slightly. Excuse me, leaders, what do you think this youthful love should taste like? Manager Zhang spoke first. It should be throbbing and a little shy. This opened up the conversations of the leaders present, especially the male leaders. In my memory, her smile was sweet. Sweet? I think it should taste like anxiety. Meeting by chance, heart-pounding, should be a surprise, right? Jiang Chen made a pause gesture, and the conference room suddenly became quiet. I was surprised by the leader's ideas. There were many things I hadn't thought of. It proves that my ability is still not perfect. I need more practice. Introduce the plan, etc., just flatter the leaders first. Then Jiang Chen changed the subject. But I still want to share my thoughts. I think, whether it's throbbing, sweet, shy, or nervous, I want to boil it down to one thing and not stop there. Imagine that you suddenly meet a girl and feel very attracted to her. You are excited and feel that this is your perfect match. You are overwhelmed with emotions. So what do you want to do most? Continue to understand her, conquer her, and finally win her over. There's nothing wrong with that. How could we stop at the first time we met? Sure enough, after Jiang Chen finished saying this, the leaders looked at each other and nodded. So, I chose lavender as the main flavor. Because when you smell lavender suddenly, it's not easy to catch. Like, if it wasn't a heavy rain, you wouldn't hide under the eaves with her. If the evening breeze had not blown open the window of the classroom next door, you would not have been able to see her through the window. When you notice the scent of lavender, the light and refreshing aroma makes you want to continue smelling it. Isn't this because you don't want to stop here? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with excitement, and he wondered if some brain-dead leaders understood what he said. After a long while, no one responded. Jiang Chen was numb and frowned slightly. Damn it, give me some reaction if you didn't understand. After a full half-minute of silence, the entire conference room burst into thunderous applause. Even some leaders showed knowing smiles on their faces. There's nothing wrong with what Xiao Jiang said. Yes, it strives for excellence and responds to the theme. It can be called perfect. I agree, and I suggest that this be the final solution. Next, Jiang Chen continued to explain the background story and spice selection. The vivid explanation left the senior executives in the audience stunned. By the end of the program, Jiang Chen had lost count of how many times the leaders in the audience applauded him. The same goes for Su Zining. She considers herself to be quite accomplished in the field of perfume. But before that, she only saw the surface of the plan. Jiang Chen's explanation allowed her to see more profound things. The emotional tone, control of details, including the small roll of scraps, are all carefully designed. Jiang Chen, really excellent. Facing a group of senior executives, he spoke eloquently and calmly, and his design plan was flawless. How can there be such a perfect man in this world? Hey, he is my little boyfriend. At this moment, Su Zining wanted to hug Jiang Chen. Very much. My eyes unconsciously glanced at Jiang Chen's profile, and my heart melted. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. This plan is indeed good and everyone agrees with it. But, Jiang Chen, aren't you a little too conceited? Your entire plan is based on men's feelings. The main users of perfume are women. It's Qian Shanming. He waited for a long time and finally found Jiang Chen's weakness. He just lost face, and he would feel really bad if he didn't deal with Jiang Chen. But, it was beyond his expectation. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry at all, he just looked at him with a smile. Why don't we let Mr. Wang, who is in charge of the entity's operations, answer this question for you? To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen was too lazy to waste time talking to Qian Shanming. He realized that although Qian Shanming was the vice president, he was a little stupid. Since Xiao Jiang has pointed me out, let me explain it to you, Lao Qian. Vice President Wang is now convinced by Jiang Chen. This young man is so strong, so talented, and his plan is so perfect. You said the main users are women, but, according to the market results, the main consumers of perfume are men, who tend to be higher than women. I'll put it in simple terms. I've listened to Xiao Jiang's plan. I want to get this perfume as soon as possible and give it to my wife. Recall those shy and ignorant youthful years. I think this will be the mentality of most consumers in the future. Jiang Chen grinned. Vice President Wang still didn't let go. Men buy it and give it to women to recall the taste of youthful love and increase the interest. Women buy it for their own use, and use the scent of youthful love to make men fall in love with it. But Qian Jiangming frowned, as if he had something else to say. Chapter 16. Let us go. Do something you love. Old Qian, don't be so sad. I think Xiao Zhang's plan is very good. I just discussed it with Ning Ning and decided on this as the final plan. When running a business, it's good to be thoughtful, but you also need to be reckless. Tang Jiang said kindly, interrupting Qian Shanming's words. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Since Tang Jiang had spoken, he let it go. Otherwise, he would have to pound Qian Shanming into the ground. With the final decision made by Su Zining and Tang Jiang, the meeting was declared over. Meeting adjourned. Su Zining originally wanted to go up and remind Jiang Chen to come to the office for a hug later. Unexpectedly, Tang Jiang took the lead. Xiao Jiang, this report is well done. There aren't many young people who have a promising future and whom I can give a thumbs up to. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and treated him with respect. Mr. Tang, you are too kind. Actually, there are still many problems. This time I just happened to get the theme I carefully designed. Tang Jiang was slightly stunned and gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up in his heart. Humble, confident, and neither arrogant nor impetuous, this young man is amazing. He nodded secretly and handed Jiang Chen a business card. Xiao Jiang, here is my personal phone number. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Personal business cards represent connections and praise. Jiang Chen understood it and took it without any hesitation. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Tang Jiang patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and walked away with a smile. At the corner, Jiang Chen saw Su Zining standing quietly at the elevator entrance. Hey, isn't this my beautiful wife? Waiting for your dear little boyfriend? Su Zining's pretty face turned red, and after looking around to make sure there was no one around, she pouted. No, I just missed the elevator. There are too many people, and we can't squeeze in. Jiang Chen was so upset. Why is his wife so silly? You can't even lie? Looking at the entire ledger group, who the hell dares to snatch the elevator from President Su Zining? Are you tired of living or has your brain been blown apart? Now the elevator is here, let's go. Go to your office and do something we both love. Su Zining blushed and went to the office to hug him, hee hee. This had already made her shy enough, but unexpectedly, the next second, Jiang Chen actually held her right hand. In an instant, Su Zining felt as if she had been electrocuted. Hey! Jiang Chen! Let go! Su Zining was completely frightened when she saw that there was no one in the elevator. Scurried into the elevator like a frightened little rabbit. It wasn't until the elevator door closed that Su Zining breathed a sigh of relief. When Jiang Chen held my hand, a sense of security surged from the bottom of my heart. Well, no one can see it anyway, so let him hold the hand for a while longer. Just think of it as a reward for such an excellent speech proposal? Well, Su Zining, you are such a considerate and gentle wife. Ugh, girlfriend. Just like that, the two held hands and walked all the way to Su Zining's office. The moment the door was closed, Su Zining was pushed against the wall by Jiang Chen's hand. Wife, come on. Su Zining snorted softly, with a hint of cunning appearing at the corner of her mouth. What's coming? Isn't Jiang Chen thinking too comfortably? Humph, you say hug me and I'll hug you? Don't I want to save face? Jiang Chen's face moved closer again, and he raised his eyebrows and smiled. My wife, Jiang Chen, would not go back on her word, right? Su Zining pouted playfully and frowned. That's true. He opened his arms and gave Jiang Chen a big hug. Snort. Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air. Got 500 bond points, great. Beauty is like a hug, comfortable. He discovered one thing, that is, Su Zining was also gradually improving. At least, after hugging me this time, she didn't bury her head shyly. I can still look him in the eye, not bad. Good wife. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise her, and reached out to gently scratch the tip of Su Zining's pink nose. Su Zining was stunned. Isn't this action too intimate? Suddenly, his face turned red again. Subconsciously wanting to stay away from Jiang Chen, he quickly sat back at his desk. Support your forehead with your right hand. It suddenly occurred to me that I still need to sort out the content of this morning's meeting. Wow, it's so busy. There's so much work. I have to do it quickly. Su Zining said to herself. Jiang Chen was so upset. What the hell did I do? Why is this girl shy again? Damn, the internet never deceives me, women's minds are hard to guess. Jinghai City, Shangri-La Hotel. There has never been a shortage of luxury cars here, and the palace-style decoration is magnificent. The ladies coming in and out were all dressed in high-end brands, had elegant manners and decent conversation. Even the reception staff were well-dressed and polite. At this time, a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of the entrance of Shangri-La Hotel. Su Tianhai got out of the car from the back seat and walked towards the middle-aged man who was standing by the road waiting. Old Tang, I'm sorry. I couldn't sleep last night, so I took a nap this morning and am late. Tang Jiang glanced at Su Tianhai. He was very unhappy about waiting on the roadside for so long. Hello, I came here right after a meeting at Ledger Group. Waited for half an hour. Raise an eyebrow and smile. Lao Su, insomnia? Is it because of poor health? I told you before that you should be moderate. 1 drop of semen is 10 drops of blood. Do you regret it now? Su Tianhe frowned and glared at Tang Jiang. Get lost, you old pervert. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. That is right, this was the reason why Su Tianhe was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Of course, Su Zining is in love. Just last night, Su Tianhe had planned everything. According to the man's surname, if it is a boy, he will be named Tiancheng. If it's a girl, she'll be named Xin Yue. As for diapers, you should buy better ones and change them frequently. Tang Jiang and Su Tianhe sat in the private room of Zijin Pavilion, ordered some wine and food, and started talking. Lao Su, if you want to talk about exciting things, I have one too. You don't know that there is a talented person in Liege. When Su Tianhe heard this, his eyes lit up. Talent? Since ancient times, emperors have valued talents. Now even capitalists like talented people. Oh. Old Tang, tell me quickly, who can enter your diamond eye? In fact, the Ledger Group was jointly invested by Su Tianhe and Tang Jiang. It's just that Su Tianhe's shares were transferred to Su Zining, and Tang Jiang only held a small share. The two have always been good brothers, and Su Tianhe often asks Tang Jiang for advice on his daughter's work problems. So Su Tianhe knew better than anyone that Tang Jiang was an extremely strict person. When it comes to work, especially design, Tang Jiang has his own ideas. Anyone who can be called a talent by Tang Jiang is definitely not simple. At least he should be better than brother Jiang Chen, right? Tang Jiang kept the question in suspense and said with a smile. Old Su, imagine a guy in his early 20s facing a group of senior executives from Ledger. He was neither humble nor overbearing, spoke appropriately, and expressed his design ideas perfectly. Isn't this excellent? Su Tianhe scratched his head. What happened? It's normal, damn, this is the brother Jiang Chen I know. When talking to me privately, he is not inferior to me at all. I am worth hundreds of billions. Isn't brother Jiang Chen better? That's it? Tang Jiang glared at Su Tianhe fiercely. Of course not. Before the meeting started, Chen Shanming was looking for trouble with him. As a result, a small employee was not afraid at all when facing the vice president. This courage and confidence is okay, right? Su Tianhe was even more dissatisfied. What the hell? I raised the price by 100,000 to buy brother Jiang Chen's necklace, but he was unmoved. In order to help his brother pursue my daughter, he would risk offending me. Doesn't this show more courage and confidence? What kind of talent do you think he is? He is far inferior to brother Jiang Chen. Finally, he added with a sly smile. Old Tang, your standards have dropped recently. Chapter 17, is he really little brother Jiang Chen? Tang Jiang slammed the table angrily and growled. Will you please just listen to me? Su Tianhe shrugged and motioned Tang Jiang to continue. Tang Jiang rolled his eyes and took a bite of the cold dish. The design is flawless and there is nothing wrong with it. Every word he said had its own unique meaning, whether it was in his dealings or conversations. How do you feel, Lao Su? Su Tianhe raised his eyebrows and said, young but mature. What is wrong? Brother Jiang Chen is the same. How perfect is the plan? At this time, the waiter brought white wine, poured it for Su Tianhe and Tang Jiang respectively, bowed and left the private room. Tang Jiang smacked his lips. How can I say this? How can we make the shocking effect the strongest and give this old man Su Tianhe a heavy blow? Got it. The R&D department was originally given 5 days to design a solution. You know Ningning's personality, right? She's a perfectionist who always finds fault with everything. Today is the second day I saw this employee's design plan. Ningning praised it highly and agreed with me to make it the final solution. What do you think this proves? Su Tianhe almost choked himself after taking a sip of white wine, huh? The final plan will be determined the next day? Is this something my daughter would do? Su Tianhe knew very well that Su Zining was a perfectionist. It's only the second day and most of the employees' plans have not been submitted yet. Ningning didn't wait or choose, and just decided on this one? This is fucking outrageous. Moreover, that employee submitted a proposal the next day, and it was such a perfect proposal? Thinking of this, Su Tianhe suddenly became aware and raised his thumb. Old Tang, this guy is really a talent. Tell me quickly, what's your name? I want to talk to Ningning about it. You should also keep an eye on Leg. He needs to be trained as a priority. Tang Jiang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Are you scared? Are you confused? Jiang Chun from the RD department has only been here for a little over a year, right? Just as he finished speaking, the next second, Su Tian has spat out a mouthful of wine. Sprayed all over the floor. He stared at Tang Jiang intently, his face full of confusion, as if he was saying something. What's that employee's name? Jiang Chen? You better think before you speak. Then Su Tianhe came to his senses. This shouldn't be the Jiang Chen he knew, right? After all, if he had a brother who could spend 3 million to buy a necklace, would he go to Ledger to work as a clerk? No, there is no need to do so. Lao Su, I told you there's something wrong with your body. You can even spray wine after drinking it. You really need to take some time to go to the hospital. Su Tianhe was full of black lines on his head. Does drinking and spraying have anything to do with the body? Don't talk about this for now. Show me Jiang Chen's photo. Let me see what the genius of the new era looks like. Well, let us confirm whether this is the Jiang Chen I know. Tang Jiang didn't think much about it, as Ledger would hold an annual general meeting every year. He casually flipped through it and found the group photo of the RD department, and handed the phone to Su Tianhe. The most handsome one in there. Su Tianhe saw Jiang Chen's figure with a nervous heart and trembling hands. A Chinese quintessence, wow came out of his mouth. Is he really the little brother Jiang Chen that he knows? He works for the Ledger Group? Oh my goodness. Old Tang, I finally understand why you can praise him so highly. Jiang Chen and I have encountered this before. Su Tianhe briefly described his encounter with Jiang Chen, which left Tang Jiang stunned. You mean Ningning is now in love with Jiang Chen's brother? Su Tianhe nodded heavily. Yes, that's right. But I haven't met Jiang Chen's brother until now. It's not convenient to ask Ningning. Tang Jiang said with an excited look on his face and a smile. Jiang Chen is so outstanding, his brothers must be no worse. Lao Su, this is a dream come true for you. Tang Jiang had his own plans in mind. Jiang Chen has a brother who can spend 3 million yuan to buy a necklace. Can his background be simple? Impossible. Birds of a feather flock together. Fish seek fish, shrimps seek shrimps, and turtles seek tortoises. Where can you find such a good man if you miss him? This is a perfect match for my daughter. Tang Jiang raised the corner of his mouth and raised his glass. Lao Su, let's not talk about this anymore, let's drink. So, the two men, each with their own ulterior motives, drank happily. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Chen clocked in on time and just sat down at his workstation. Wang Hai walked into the staff member's office and coughed lightly. Well, he was afraid that it would affect Jiang Chen's watching of TV series. That's Mr. Su's cousin's husband. It would be a sin if we scared him. Even his tone was lowered and his attitude was very good. Everyone please pay attention and study the plan. We don't need to do it anymore. Jiang Chen's design has been confirmed as the final plan. All the employees were stunned. What the hell, so fast? God damn, this is not the character of the company's senior management. In an instant, there was a lot of discussion, and Wang Hai quickly stretched out his hand to signal them to stop. Because Jiang Chen's solution is very suitable for this new product. Boss Su has decided to raise Jiang Chen's bonus to 200,000 yuan. Doubled all of a sudden? 200,000? That's more than a year's salary for them. In addition, the additional reward of 100,000 yuan will be divided equally among our RD department. Tomorrow is Friday. We will have a team building at the company's cafeteria number 1 at noon, and we will have an early holiday in the afternoon. As soon as Wang Hai finished speaking, the entire RD department was in an uproar. Fuck! Jiang Chen is awesome, President Su is the eternal god. Oh my god, brother Jiang Chen, we love you. 100,000 yuan, several thousand each, Jiang Chen is our god. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, worthy of being Su Xianv. By spending 100,000 yuan, we won the hearts of the RD employees. Determining the plan in advance means the benefits of early production and putting it on the agenda. 100,000 yuan can be earned back in a blink of an eye. The little wolf gave Jiang Chen a look with a sly smile. Brother Chen, she has to be your cousin. I'm really taking good care of you. I just confirmed the final plan. Awesome. Jiang Chen. Stop talking, have you finished your morning walnuts? The little wolf nodded and gave a thumbs up. Well, I think it's so delicious, there's so much in one bag. Ying and I each took a bite, and it was gone in no time. Zhangchen was not stingy either, after all he was his brother. Take out your cell phone and copy a link directly to Little Wolf. Buy it at this store. Eat more if you have nothing to do. Good. Damn it, I've rejected Little Wolf so many times. Is this kid still with his cousin? I'm really convinced, that's not my cousin. That's my wife. Hurry up and eat more. Just as Xiaolang was about to talk to Jiang Chen, Wang Hai came over with a smile. Jiang Chen, we just discussed it. At tomorrow's team building, you, as the biggest contributor, will have to perform your talent. Talent? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. Tell me a talk show? Wang Hai blinked and shook his head. This will easily become a dull occasion. Indeed, Jiang Chen coughed lightly. How about a catwalk? Showing off your coolness, that suits me well, right? Wang Hai scratched his head. That's absolutely perfect, but it's a little inappropriate for tomorrow's occasion. It is said that President Su will come, but something too fancy is not appropriate. Chapter 18, Warmth. It's the love of my boyfriend. Will Su Xianyo come? Jiang Chen was stunned. No wonder Wang Hai was nervous and didn't want to make it fancy. But what does this have to do with Jiang Chen? Whatever performance doesn't he make Su Xianyu laugh? Oh, it's just President Su, don't worry, I have my own arrangements. At this moment, Jiang Chen pretended. Wang Hai suddenly realized, yes, why should I worry about it? Jiang Chen is Mr. Su's cousin's husband. They are a family, so there is nothing he can't come up with. Ouch, my head. Then I feel relieved. Wang Hai walked away quickly and stopped disturbing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He particularly likes watching talk shows recently. It feels very interesting and I really want to try it. So, ding, congratulations to the host for activating the hidden mission. Tomorrow's team building, impress the couple Su Zining, and reward 1,000 bond points. P.S. Use the lottery to obtain the skill, Piano Master, and the reward will be doubled. Jiang Chen was stunned. Shit, I even acquired this skill? Double the piano reward? Come to think of it, most people can't do talk shows and it's easy for the show to become a dull occasion. It's better to just play the piano honestly, and the system skills are more stable. Isn't this for the purpose of earning bond points? No, this is for safety. Since there was no need to make a plan, Jiang Chen persuaded Xiaolang to play duo with him for the entire afternoon. Although he's not very smart, the little wolf is pretty good at playing games. We have been winning streak all the way and it is almost time to get off work. Jiang Chen ran straight to Su Zining's office on the top floor. It was time to collect the bond value and hug the beauty. Still no knock on the door, but Jiang Chen was stunned. Su Xianyo, actually, fell asleep on the desk? In this hot summer, the air conditioning temperature in the office was very low, and Su Zining only wore a professional OL shirt. It would be strange if you don't catch a cold if you sleep like this. Logically, Jiang Chen should wake Su Zining up. After hugging, just run away. But he thought about it and decided to give up. That was too unmanly. Jiang Chen was quite familiar with Su Zining's office. In the compartment on the right, there is Su Zining's wardrobe. He had to find a coat for Su Zining to wear. Looking at the wardrobe in front of him, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. If I open it rashly, Su Xiaonu won't get angry, right? In case there is something I shouldn't watch. Think about it. This is my wife, Drive. It's better to have things you shouldn't see. Jiang Chen looked relieved and pulled open the wardrobe. What wafted towards me was the same faint fragrance as Su Zining's. The clothes inside are neatly arranged, which catches the eye. It's a set of professional attire. Doesn't this chick have any other clothes? Jiang Chen murmured, finally. At the bottom of the closet, I found a sports top. It looks good and is the right thickness. Jiang Chen closed the cabinet door, walked quietly behind Su Zining, and glanced at her delicate face. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, this girl is too tired, she actually fell asleep on the table. Call. Put the shirt on Su Zining's back. Ding, it is detected that the host cares about his lover, replacing the evening hug check-in task. Bond value gained, 500. Jiang Chen took a breath and said, shit, that works. This system will cause trouble. This trip was not in vain. Nodding with satisfaction, Jiang Chen turned around and was about to leave the office. He didn't have the heart to wake Su Zining up. Since she was so tired, she should just go to sleep. But he had just taken 2 steps when suddenly, an alarm sounded behind him? What the hell? Sure enough, Su Zining sat up all of a sudden. I shivered and felt so cold, huh? Why is there a coat behind me? Never mind, just put it on first. Jiang Chen should be here soon, right? Hey, I have to wake up quickly. Su Zining's brain was forced to turn on and spin rapidly. She set the alarm specifically because she was afraid that she would oversleep. She set the alarm for the exact time, but she never expected this. In the past, Jiang Chen would wait until her colleagues left before coming to see her. I'll come 5 minutes early today. When she raised her head, she was looking into the eyes of Jiang Chen, who was smiling teasingly. Su Zining was stunned. Jiang Chen, when did you come? Su Zining asked weakly, her face turning visibly red. Just arrived a few minutes ago. I thought I wouldn't be able to hug you tonight. My wife is so good that she set the alarm to wake me up for a hug. Jiang Chen said jokingly, his eyes shining. He dared to say with confidence that he had worked at Ledger Group for several years. I've never seen Su Zining wearing anything other than professional attire. Just now Su Zining put on this sports jacket, Jiang Chen felt. Her whole demeanor changed at once. She is not so cold anymore, and has the image of a gentle and playful sporty big sister. TSK, that's not the case. I'm afraid someone won't be able to hug me today, and will tell me tomorrow. I didn't hug you last night, I need to hug you more. Su Zining said with a delicate hum. Jiang Chen was stunned and gave Su Zining a thumbs up in his heart. She is worthy of being my wife. She really understands me. Jiang Chen really thinks so. Well, come and hug me now, wife? Su Zining pouted and nodded. Jiang Chen walked to Su Zining and gave her a simple hug. In fact, he wanted to test it out after the evening hug check-in task was replaced. If I hug him again, will I still gain bond value? As a result, the system prompt sound did not sound. It seems that it won't work. It's not a loss to hug my wife, so forget it if she doesn't give it to me. I've made a lot of money today anyway. By the way, honey, I find that you have a different charm when you are not wearing professional attire. Would you like to try some different styles of clothing? Su Zining's brain buzzed and she reacted. This dress was found by Jiang Chen himself from the closet and given to her when she was sleeping. Was it Jiang Chen who put it on me personally? No wonder I don't feel cold after putting it on. It turns out that it was because of my boyfriend's careful and gentle love. Chapter 19 Wife, please listen to my excuses. Don't you men like this kind of professional attire? Mature and intellectual? Su Zining asked with a smile on her face. Jiang Chen was stunned, his face full of black lines. Who said that? Su Zining frowned slightly and pointed to the next room with her slender jade finger. Secretary Zhang is like that. After she started dating your little brother. She dresses so maturely every day. Just because your brother likes it, right? Jiang Chen let out a long breath. How the hell can I be the same as that wretched straight guy like Xiaolang? My brother has a big vision. Wouldn't it be fresher to change the style and taste? Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. If he really wanted to say he liked her. Actually, if I had to say what I like most, it's not sportswear. It's JK. Su Zining was stunned and looked at Jiang Chen stupidly. What is JK? Jiang Chen was completely stunned. What the hell? Although Su Zining is the cold female CEO of the Ledger Group, she is, after all, just a girl in her early 20s. You don't even know what JK is? No internet at home? It's just a uniform, and it seems to suit you, my wife. It's also a kind of uniform. What's the difference between it and professional attire? Su Zining didn't understand Jiang Chen's explanation, she only remembered a concept. JK is the outfit that Jiang Chen likes. Is it really suitable for me? Jiang Chen said with a smile, moving closer to Su Zining. Yes, especially for a silly woman like you who drools in her sleep. Su Zining was stunned. Me, drooling while sleeping? Looking up, following Jiang Chen's gaze, Su Zining looked at the desk where she had just fallen asleep. There is really a hint of crystal clearness. In a flash, Su Zining's face became cooked. Ah! How embarrassing. Jiang Chen. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You did it on purpose. Su Xining's body heaved and she looked at Jiang Chen angrily. Isn't this so embarrassing? Oh, don't worry, honey. I just saw it too. It's okay. Who hasn't drooled while sleeping? I'll wipe it for you. Su Xining was shocked and snatched the tissue from Jiang Chen's hand. But because his center of gravity was unstable, he stumbled. The whole person was about to fall heavily to the ground. Fuck. Jiang Chen was startled and quickly reached out and hugged Su Xining. Damn, this silly girl, luckily I reacted quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't your butt be broken into pieces? Slurp, I felt a warm feeling on my palm. Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air, so soft. I squeezed it with my palm. Hard? Is it a bone? He unconsciously moved his gaze downwards, and happened to meet Su Xining's eyes. Jiang Chen. You're a hooligan. Jiang Chen blurted out fuck. Honey, listen to my excuses. No, wife, please listen to my explanation. With his brain spinning rapidly, Jiang Chen figured it out. He just pinched it a little more on purpose, that doesn't explain anything. Run. Wife, hey, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do in the evening. I have to perform a talent show tomorrow. I'll withdraw first. Bye. Oh yeah, I wiped it for you. Jiang Chen picked up the tissue and helped Su Xining wipe the table clean. Without saying a word, he ran out of Su Xining's office. Damn, I'm addicted to teasing Su Xiong. I almost forgot that she is still the iceberg female boss in essence. Ding, judging by the intimate behavior between the host and his lover. Bond points +5, reaching 65 points, daily check-in rewards doubled. The host heroically saved the beauty, preventing his lover from falling, and performed excellently. Special reward bond value 2,000. Jiang Chen scratched his head. This time, he made a lot of money. Looking back at the president's office, Su Xining felt her whole face was burning. If I had a thermometer and took my temperature, it would probably be 38.6 degrees. Ah. Isn't he too bad? Su Xining thought of the embarrassing scene just now. She was indeed about to fall, and Jiang Chen helped her up. Of course, no problem. Although, I touched her waist, she was not an unreasonable woman. But. What the hell is this? I pinched it harder on purpose. This bastard is taking advantage of me. You run fast. Su Xining pouted, but no one had ever touched her waist. As she spoke, she seemed to have the ambition to tear Jiang Chen to pieces. But as to what she was thinking in her heart, no one knows except herself. Anyway, looking at the expression on her face, she was intoxicated with happiness. After a long while, Su Xining let out a long sigh. Make a call. Come here. 2 minutes later, Secretary Zhang pushed the door open. Boss Su, you're looking for me. Su Xining knew that there were a lot of trivial matters today. So Secretary Zhang will work overtime in the company until 10 o'clock. Rest a little longer tomorrow morning and arrive at the company at 10 o'clock. Secretary Zhang was stunned. As a professional secretary, she immediately understood what Su Xining meant. Is there something Mr. Su wants me to do? Su Xining said lightly. I wanted to speak, but didn't know how to start, so I stammered. Go buy me a condom. Secretary Zhang almost sat down on the floor. A professional old secretary? Even if I am the Secretary General of the United Nations, I can't stand what President Su said? Buy a JK? Boss Su, are you sure it's JK, not CK? Su Xining nodded. JK, a kind of uniform, help me buy one. Secretary Zhang's brain was spinning rapidly. She really couldn't imagine what Su Xining would look like in JK clothing. Boss Su, which one is that? Do you have any color requirements? Su Xining was stunned for a moment, her face. He turned his eyes to the computer and quickly opened a document. Find the one that belongs to Jiang Chen. Favorite color, blue. Blue, please. As for the style, just pick the one you like. Secretary Zhang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Xining looking at the computer. Mr. Su should have bought it for someone else, right? That's good, I'm scared to death. Okay, Mr. Su. After Secretary Zhang left, Su Xining breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes unconsciously glanced towards the desk. Just now, Jiang Chen wiped away the liquid she had left while sleeping in a panic. In fact, Su Zining rejected Jiang Chen just because she was afraid. She was afraid that Jiang Chen would dislike her, after all. That's saliva. As a result, Jiang Chen didn't even feel disgusted. This made Su Zining happy from the bottom of her heart. A sense of solidity and security comes from the bottom of my heart when I am firmly chosen by others. Since my boyfriend behaves so well. Then I will wear the clothes he likes tomorrow and show them to him. I hope he won't dislike me. Su Zining's face was full of anticipation. Shizuka Street, Lyra Music House. Jiang Chen's face darkened. It was not even 7 o'clock yet. The music store is closed? No, doesn't anyone buy a piano at night? Scratching his hair, Jiang Chen found his boss's phone number on the wall. Hello, I'm at the piano store now and want to buy a piano. Do you have time to come to the store? Chapter 20, Add Money. Money makes the world go round. Jiang Chen wants to buy a piano for tomorrow's talent show. Even with the piano master's skills blessed by the system, he didn't want to be too casual. Buy a piano and familiarize yourself with the keys, and choose some music. Dude, I just got home. My wife has even prepared the meal. Can we buy it tomorrow? Zhang Jian, the owner of Tianjin Music House, replied apologetically. In fact, there is a reason why he is not in a hurry. Because the piano of Tianjin Music Bureau is famous throughout Qinghai City. There is no worry about selling it, but today, he really doesn't want to move. After dinner, with your wife and children on a warm bed, wouldn't it be nice to have a sweet sleep? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. Tomorrow? That won't do. We need it tonight, so we have to buy it. Add $2,000 for errands. Zhang Jian on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. 2,000 yuan for errands? His house is actually not far from the piano store, only 10 minutes drive away. Do you have a favorite style? It turns out that money is still the best. Jiang Chen took a breath. The style he liked? I glanced inside the piano store through the outer glass. There is one that is displayed alone, and it looks more high-end and elegant than the other styles. After telling Zhang Jian that I wanted this model, Zhang Jian felt a little embarrassed and took off the coat he had just put on. Dude, this one's been reserved. How about I wait for you to go to the store tomorrow and show you something else? Have you made a reservation? Jiang Chen nodded secretly and glanced around again. The others are much worse than that one in terms of style and appearance. As the saying goes, when you do something, do it to the best of your ability. When buying things, you must do it in one go and buy what you like most. Deposit? Sorry, money talks. How much deposit did that person give you? Zhang Jian's eyes lit up, and he vaguely understood what Jiang Chen meant. This is trying to intercept them halfway. How can this be done? Doing business requires honesty, okay? 20,000. The piano costs about 480,000. If you break the contract, we will have to pay double the deposit. Sir, I really can't transfer it to you. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Can't transfer? If the original price of the piano is 480,000, although this kind of piano is not worth much. But the price that Zhang Jian agreed upon was definitely lower than 480,000. 500,000, I want this piano moved to my house tonight. Zhang Jian swallowed hard and looked at the table full of delicious food his wife had just prepared. All of a sudden my appetite was gone. 500,000, the net profit he can get is nearly 100,000. Even if you pay double the deposit, you will still earn more. Damn it, doing business requires integrity, get out of here. I am a businessman and I have to focus on money. He said to Jiang Chen on the other end of the phone with a smile. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen burst out laughing. He just spent 1,000 shock points to exchange for a discount coupon in the system mall. Task-related 10% discount coupon. For example, his piano playing tomorrow will be part of the hidden mission. Jiang Chen can use this discount coupon as part of the expenses he incurred in preparing for this mission. In other words, the original price of this piano is 500,000 yuan, but Jiang Chen only needs to spend 50,000 yuan to buy it. Fuck, it's really a system, it's so thoughtful. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter. After a while, Zhang Jian and 3 big men arrived at the door of the music store. Open the door, test the sound, swipe the card, and load the car. Zhang Jian didn't feel relieved until he put the piano for Jiang Chen in the living room. Mr. Jiang, congratulations on your purchase of Yamaha. As he said this, he handed Jiang Chen a business card. After Jiang Chen accepted it, Zhang Jian and his men left with a smile. Fortunately, my house is quite big, otherwise it would be difficult to put a piano in it. Sit in front of the piano and look at the black and white keys. Endless techniques and scores emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. His fingers casually tapped on the keys, jumping flexibly. After the song ended, he let out a long breath. The notes are melodious and graceful, like dancing elves. It's worthy of the skill given by the system. To choose the songs, Jiang Chen only needs to filter them in his mind. Basically, as soon as he thinks of the title of a song, the general melody and emotional tone will immediately appear in his mind. Finally, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he chose a perfect song. Damn it, wouldn't this make Su Xiaonu burst into tears? The bond value goes into my pocket immediately? In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shines into the room. After packing up, Jiang Chen went straight to the company. The R&D department was particularly busy today. After scanning his face, Jiang Chen went straight to the top floor. Although things in the office yesterday were a bit awkward, Jiang Chen chatted through Penguin last night. After sounding out Su Xining's attitude, it seems that there is no big problem. Pushing the door open, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Wife, come, give me a hug in the morning. Go straight to Su Xining. Su Xining was not restrained either. She stretched out her arms and gave Jiang Chen a big hug. I heard that my boyfriend is going to perform a talent show. Spoiler? Spoiler? That 1T work, the effect 1T be good. What if the system doesn't give bond value? Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea and pointed at the black edges of his eye sockets and said pitifully. Honey, did you see that? What is this? Dark circles under the eyes. Why do I have dark circles under my eyes? I stayed up late last night preparing for my talent show. Su Xining frowned slightly. Are you tired now? It's just a team building, there's no need. She cares about Jiang Chen very much. What if he hurts his body by staying up late? But before he could finish his words, Jiang Chen put his finger to his lips. He made a hushed gesture to her. He even deliberately moved closer to Su Xining with a gentle tone. Because I heard yesterday that my beautiful wife might come to visit. How can I surprise my wife if I don't prepare adequately? All she could hear was Jiang Chen's tingling voice, and Su Xining was stunned. So, Jiang Chen stayed up late and got dark circles under his eyes to prepare his talent show in order to surprise me? How can he be so good? Having been wedded in this way, Su Xining was looking forward to Jiang Chen's show even more. I felt like there were a group of ants crawling in my heart. I was extremely anxious. I can't wait for noon so I can go and see it. Oh no, before that, I have to change into the JK uniform that Jiang Chen likes. Give him a surprise too, hee hee. She raised her eyes and saw Jiang Chen had already walked to the office door. My wife, please be on time. Su Xining smiled gently and nodded obediently. Aha! After returning to the R&D department, Jiang Chen went straight to his workstation. He turned on the computer, turned around and patted Xiaolong's shoulder. Little wolf, come to the station. The little wolf was stunned and stared at Jiang Chen's eyes. Brother Chen, you have some dark circles under your eyes. Jiang Chen waved his hands and couldn't help but complain. Damn it, don't mention it. I played the King's qualifying tournament until 3 in the morning. Those teammates with cerebral palsy all looked like they had cerebral thrombosis. If I sprinkle some rice on the keyboard and let my chicken fight, it will be 100 times better than them. The little wolf took a breath of cold air. As expected, he is Brother Chen. We had a team building show today and fought all night in the canyon last night. Chapter 21 JK is in place, give Jiang Chen a boost. 10 o'clock. Secretary Zhang came to Su Xining's office carrying 2 sets of JK uniforms. Boss Su, I bought these 2 sets at a store in Tianhe Plaza that specializes in handmade custom-made items. There are sky blue and light blue, so I just bought them both. Su Xining stretched out her hand and motioned Secretary Zhang to put it on the desk. Go to the finance department and report the bill. After Secretary Zhang left, Su Xining couldn't wait to take the 2 exquisite boxes. The moment you open the clothes and see them. Su Xining was stunned. Why is it a short skirt? This uniform is too girly, isn't it? Su Zining has never worn such clothes before. No wonder Secretary Zhang was stunned yesterday. This is really not Su Zining's style. At 10:30, members of the RD department gathered in the lobby of restaurant number 1 of the Ledger Group on time. As a Fortune 500 company, the restaurants of the Ledger Group are of extremely high standards. No worse than a 5-star hotel. Wang Hai's face was filled with glory, as if he was the one who had decided on the final plan. After running around for a while, he was so tired that he was out of breath and sat down. It's a pity we're indoors, otherwise, we would have set off some firecrackers to celebrate. With a sigh, the moment he looked back, Wang Hai was greatly encouraged. His butt bounced up and he stood up. Greeted him with a smile. Because Jiang Chen came with the little wolf. Xiao Jiang, it's not ready yet. How about you sit down and rest for a while? Wang Hai's attitude is very good, and Jiang Chen really can't adapt to it. What is this kid up to again? Just wave your hand and refuse. You are busy, leave me alone. Having said that, he took the little wolf to sit in the corner. Wang Hai scratched his head. It shouldn't be that he had such a humble attitude. The licking was so perfect, why did Jiang Chen seem so indifferent? While still confused, Wang Hai saw another person walking towards him. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground, damn it. This is a heavyweight. Mr. Qian, why are you here? Wang Hai used the same trick again and licked it directly. Oh no, just come closer. Qian Shanming glanced at Wang Hai and said lightly. Just strolling around, by the way. Where's Jiang Chen? Wang Hai said in his heart, fuck. He is worthy of being Mr. Su's cousin-in-law. Even Mr. Qian came to see Jiang Chen in person. Wang Hai pointed to the corner and chuckled. Master Jiang is over there, shall I take you there? Qian Shanming was shocked, young Master Jiang? He frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. He heard that Wang Hai and Jiang Chen were having a quarrel. Logically speaking, the two of them shouldn't get along, right? Jiang Xiao. There seems to be something fishy going on here? Otherwise, it would be hard to explain Wang Hai's change in attitude. It's just that it's a bit inappropriate to ask now. Then, Qian Shanming smiled slightly and patted Wang Hai on the shoulder. No need, Minister Wang, please continue with your work. After the team building is over, come to my office to chat? Wang Hai was shocked. What the hell? Has my hard work finally been noticed by my leader? I was so excited that I almost jumped to the sky and nodded quickly. Okay, Mr. Qian, I'll be there after the team building is done. Jiang Chen and Xiao Lang were reviewing several team battles in the morning. Then Qian Shanming floated over like a big fly. Although it is annoying, we still have to be polite. Money is always good. The little wolf had his back to Qian Shanming when he heard what Jiang Chen said. Turning around, I saw Qian Shanming's serious face. His hand shook and the drink spilled directly onto Qian Shanming's pants. The little wolf is about to cry. Mr. Qian, I didn't mean it. I'll wipe it off for you. Jiang Chen was shocked. Wow, bro, great job. Qian Shanming's face was full of black lines, and he wiped it with paper. It's okay. I have something to tell Jiang Chen. The little wolf understood it immediately. What Mr. Chen meant was that I should get out. Okay, I'll get the hell out of here. Jiang Chen smiled at Qian Shanming. Mr. Qian came here today. Could it be that he wanted to tell me what went wrong with the plan? Or am I dressed casually today? Qian Shanming smiled awkwardly. Thinking of what happened last time, he felt itchy. He wanted to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. He thought that Su Zining was just casually asking him to apologize to Jiang Chen. As a result, just now when he went to submit the weekly financial report, he was severely scolded by Su Zining. Asked him why he hasn't apologized to Jiang Chen yet. Thinking of Su Zining's cold tone, Qian Shanming felt a little scared. Xiao Jiang, I'm here today. I apologize to you for what happened last time. It is true that I am rude. Please accept this. Qian Shanming took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. There is 50,000 yuan in it. It is my compensation and reward to you. You must accept it. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Since ancient times, has it ever made sense for a boss to apologize and pay money? It's okay, I, Jiang Chen, am just setting a precedent. Okay, Mr. Qian, there's no password, right? Really 50,000? Don't tease me. Don't be a fool if you have money. No matter who gives it to you, I will accept it. Qian Shanming was confused. Jiang Chen was questioning whether there was 50,000 yuan in the card? He is a vice president, is it possible that he can't even come up with 50,000 yuan? On second thought, Jiang Chen is not a fool. I said it on purpose to embarrass him. He grinned fiercely. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now. Qian Shanming found an excuse to slip away, as he was afraid to stay any longer. Jiang Chen got angry and had a cerebral hemorrhage. Anyway, Jiang Chen accepted the card and he had an explanation to President Su. Jiang Chen is playing with cards. Damn, that's great. Someone paid for the piano last night. At 11:30, people from the RD department arrived one after another. The scene began to get lively. Xiao Jiang, what talent are you going to perform later? I think Xiao Zhang's being cool is a talent, right? You're right. The women in our department all put on makeup. They all have bad intentions towards Xiao Jiang. Jiang Chen listened to the discussions, smiled and said nothing. He glanced at Sui Hua and Xiaoling who were already there, and indeed roared. It looks much better than usual. 5 minutes later, everyone was there. Wang Hai stood up and gave a speech with tears of gratitude. The little wolf sitting next to Jiang Chen couldn't open his eyes. What's worse, some people have already started to kowtow and doze off. Finally, Wang Hai finished his speech and looked at Jiang Chen with raised eyebrows. Now, let's ask our department's research and development genius, Jiang Chen. Come and show your talents? Suddenly, the listless crowd became radiant and their voices became louder and louder. Brother Chen, it's your turn, come on. I finally waited for Brother Chen's performance. I'm so excited. Damn it, sister, hold me down. Looking at Brother Zhang's profile, I'm about to give birth. Jiang Chen's face was full of black lines, he really wanted to say something. Brothers and sisters, it's not possible now. Damn, President Su hasn't arrived yet, so I can't perform. Otherwise, I will be in big trouble. What is Su Xianyo doing? Why hasn't she come yet? How about we wait a little longer? Play a little game or something? No one would refuse this proposal, right? Wang Hai looked at everyone with a smile and patted the table. Oh, our genius is still shy. Come on, give him a boost. Suddenly, the whole hall was filled with the sound of "Come on, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen was completely numb. He really wanted to slap Wang Hai twice. Just as he was about to find an excuse to shirk his responsibility, Jiang Chen noticed it keenly. The door to the hall was gently pushed open. Chapter 22: A Dream Wedding. Su Zining wants to hug. The next second, Jiang Chen was completely stunned. Oh shit, who the hell is this? Judging from her outfit, she is definitely a sweet girl. But looking at her appearance, she looks exactly like my icy wife? I was stunned for a moment. My wife has a twin sister? Shit, this is my wife, Su Zining, the icy female CEO of Ledger Group. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that he had accidentally mentioned yesterday that he liked JK uniforms. So, Su Xianyo, is this for me to wear? Touching the tip of his nose, Jiang Chen felt a sense of happiness from the bottom of his heart. Following Jiang Chen's gaze, Wang Hai also glanced and was immediately shocked. Fuck, comrades, here comes a beauty. Beautiful lady, come in and sit down. It's a departmental team building event. Free meals. He just glanced at it without looking closely. But you can still tell that she is a beauty, and she looks a bit like President Su? Silence everyone. No one dared to speak, and Wang Hai frowned. What do single people think? Hurry up and invite the beautiful lady in? No wonder you're single, seize the opportunity. Wang Hai thought, if the tigress at home hadn't been so strict, he would have done it himself. As a result, everyone in the department looked at him eagerly. Give him crazy looks. That meaning, as if to say, Minister Wang, we kneel down to you. Open your eyes and take a good look. Wang Hai scratched his head and looked back carefully. I felt like oh shit in my heart. Is this Mr. Su? Am I still asleep or has the world gone crazy? Oh, it's President Su. Please come in quickly. Wang Hai's legs went limp and he went up to him with a smile. However, Su Zining looked cold and simply ignored him. I found a seat that was most suitable for watching Jiang Chen's performance. The entire RD department was stunned. They did see clearly that it was President Su. But, I can't accept it. Damn, when did President Su ever wear clothes like this? It's obvious that her professional attire is semi-permanent. There was silence for a full minute, a very long minute. Only then did they calm down and greet Su Zining one after another. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly and looked at this group of useless people. How could Su Xianyo scare you like this? In an instant, he looked at Su Zining with a smile on his face. Boss. Mr. Su, shall I start? Su Zining nodded. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers, and there was no movement for a long time. He glared at the little wolf fiercely again, and the little wolf finally came back to his senses from the shock. He stood up and quickly pushed a piano out from the corner. The moment the little wolf looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, his face was full of innocence. Brother Chen, don't blame me for forgetting, it's just that your cousin's influence was too strong. Boss Su, it looks like Jiang Chen is planning to play the piano. Wang Hai said with a shameless smile. Su Zining said coldly. I know it's a piano. Wang Hai. Hit the horseshoe. Jiang Chen gently stroked the keys of the piano, and a melodious tune floated in the hall. He turned around, looked at everyone, and his voice was low and magnetic. The one who loves but cannot be loved. Don't even think about it. It's all stupidity. After he finished speaking, Jiang Chen leaned over and sat quietly in front of the piano. As early as last night, he had finalized the repertoire, the songs he would play. The difficulty is not high, but the twists and turns, and the progressive rhythm are touching. In fact, it was risky for Jiang Chen to choose this song. It is so famous that everyone here should have heard of it. But last night, Jiang Chen was immersed in the sound of his own piano for a long time. He likes it, so he wants to play it. Dream Wedding. The piano starts playing, the prelude is low, but the music is compact. Music has a soul, it makes people intoxicated and immersed in the music. Jiang Chen's slender fingers slid across the keys, and his profile looked clean and gentle. Halfway through the song, notes jump and emotions burst out. The ending part seems to be shining with a beam of light. Su Zining swallowed hard. She seemed to hear Jiang Chen's voice. Su Zining had naturally heard the original wedding song in her dream, and the whole song revealed a sense of emotion. A kind of helplessness towards the world and the helplessness of seeking but not being able to obtain the perfect love that is out of the world. The notes played by Jiang Chen are full of hope and expectation. Especially the short part at the end of the song made everyone cry. No one made a sound during the entire performance. They are all immersed in their own memories of unrequited love. They held their breath, fearing that the slightest sigh would ruin the melodious and graceful sound of the piano. After playing the last note, Jiang Chen let out a long breath. Fortunately, I didn't perform badly. Bow. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Chen's words were like a fuse. At this moment, no one was restrained from speaking because of Su Zining's presence. At this moment, Su Zining, like them, was a listener intoxicated by the sound of the piano. I couldn't get the love I wanted, but the ending I heard was actually full of hope. The gap in status and the deviation in feelings should not be the shackles of love. For a dream wedding and that moved lover, just having a big dream is enough. The woman in the RD department, who had carefully put on makeup, cried with excitement and her makeup was ruined. The sentimental man fell silent, and even the little wolf who had been laughing all the time bit his lower lip. The employee who was eating in the restaurant next door put down his chopsticks and thought of the person he loved but could not have. The uncle in the cafeteria thought about the wasted half of his life. My thoughts drift to a rainy night when I pretend to be calm. That morning when I suddenly woke up and my tears soaked my pillow and rubbed into the air affectionately. If there really is a dream wedding in this world, then they don't want to wake up, are unwilling to wake up, and are even willing to give up everything in exchange. But Jiang Chen's piano playing woke them up. Tell them that there is hope, light, and her ahead. A dream wedding, if you have a dream, why can't it become reality? Jiang Chen, I. Tears welled up in Su Zining's eyes. Her understanding is the deepest. It is foolish to even think about the person you cannot love. She only felt her scalp tingling and her whole body was shaking. To Jiang Chen, wasn't she the one he loved but couldn't get before? What is the difference between an employee and a president, with such a huge gap in status, and the princess warrior in the story behind Tsuo? But Jiang Chen told her with a note full of expectation and hope. Jiang Chen would reach out and hold her hand. Break the shackles of the world and pursue the purest true love in the world. If he wants to do it, he can do it. Su Zining raised her eyes, and her red eyes happened to meet Jiang Chen's. She wanted to cry. The contract worth several hundred million yuan fell through, but Su Zining did not cry. Even when a partner broke a contract and something terrible happened, Su Zining never thought of crying. But at this moment, she wanted to cry. Boss Su, are you satisfied? Jiang Chen naturally saw that Su Zining wanted to cry. His original intention was to ease the atmosphere. My wife is so beautiful, such a delicate beauty, shedding tears, and being seen by those people in the RD department? Is this something they can watch without paying? Su Zining nodded tenderly and slowly stood up. Because I'm used to wearing professional attire, I feel a little shy about wearing a JK uniform. At this moment, she was like a princess, under the gaze of everyone in the RD department. Walk slowly towards Jiang Chen. She stretched out her white arms and hugged Jiang Chen's waist. Just like the determination in Jiang Chen's music style, I don't want to love without getting it. He wants to be loved, so he has the courage to confess his feelings late at night. He wants to break the shackles of the world, so he adapted this dream wedding song today. Su Zining was thinking the same thing at this moment. He firmly believed in Jiang Chen, with full expectations and admiration. At this moment, she really wanted to hug Jiang Chen. She doesn't care what other people think. If she wants to hug, then hug. Chapter 23, I am not afraid of too many fools, I am afraid of fools gathering together. There was a sudden warmth in my arms. Jiang Chen was helpless yet relieved, and whispered gently. So many people are watching, President Su. Su Zining snorted, so what? Humph, let them watch. This is my company. I can hug whoever I want. Jiang Chen sighed. In fact, he has always been reluctant to expose his relationship with Su Zining. It's easy to scare these colleagues. Another thing is that others will mistakenly think that Jiang Chen is a gigolo. Damn, it's obviously my talent that counts. However, at this stage, Jiang Chen still didn't know how to explain it. Mr. Su, who has always been extremely aloof, throws himself into her arms. Even if Jiang Chen had 8 mouths, he couldn't explain it. I stole a glance at my colleagues in the audience, and saw that their eyes were wide open. Jaw-dropping. As for the little wolf, his face was filled with relief, and he tried his best to wink at Jiang Chen. Brother Chen, can I help you explain it? Damn, I really want to tell you your identity. I'm dying of suffocation. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. What the hell, brother? You finally figured it out after eating so many walnuts. Yes, Su Zining is my wife. At the same time, Jiang Chen also made a hush gesture. Signaled to the little wolf not to say anything. In the little wolf's eyes, Jiang Chen's sudden bright look was not what he thought. Oh shit, Brother Chen is telling me this. Brother, come on. Tell them I'm Mr. Su's cousin-in-law. Scare them to death, but speak softly and tell them not to disturb Mr. Su. The little wolf took a long breath and nodded vigorously. We must do what Brother Chen has asked us to do. He quickly looked at his shocked colleagues and whispered. Are you guys confused? Why did President Su hug Jiang Chen? My colleagues gave me puzzled looks. Damn, we are really confused, right? Aren't you confused? They asked in unison. Do you know why? The little wolf had a sly smile on his face. I fucking know it. I won't keep you in suspense either. Brother Chen is Mr. Su's cousin-in-law. Everyone refuted the little wolf at once. You were just a kid playing house at the time, how could you just say such nonsense? I would rather believe that Jesus stood up from the coffin. This is nonsense, no one would believe it, right? Wang Hai, I believe it. I testify, it is true. Wang Hai spoke, and the scene was silent for a while. No matter how stupid he is still the director of the RD department. He is a senior executive of the company and must know more than the employees. Now, his words are like a stabilizing force that pierces everyone's heart. The little wolf curled his lips. Now do you understand? How's Brother Chen's piano playing? Is it particularly good? Boss Su is also a human being, he can empathize with others, he gets excited. What's wrong with hugging Brother Chen? They are a family. Everyone suddenly realized that this was the case. Wife, a small meeting has just finished downstairs. Haven't you hugged me enough yet? Jiang Chen grinned fiercely, his waist was about to break. This girl is so skinny and weak, how come she has such strong hands? Su Zining pouted and loosened her arms. Her face is shy and her red lips are slightly parted. Jiang Chen, you have the afternoon off. Are we going on a date? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and nodded. Good. Su Zining winked at him playfully and gently stroked Jiang Chen's waist with her right hand. I'll wait for you in the office. After saying that, Su Zining left the restaurant hall without even turning back. She was actually just thinking about how to explain it to the employees in the audience. The final conclusion is no explanation. No matter what they guess, Su Zining doesn't care. She has more important things to do. That's it. While Jiang Chen was eating, she quickly put on some makeup. A sweet date with Jiang Chen in the afternoon. I'm sorry, everyone. President Su was a little excited just now. Shall we eat and play some games? Jiang Chen frowned slightly and explained casually. He wasn't sure whether everyone believed it or not. After all, I just saw. Cough cough. In an instant, the whole hall was filled with the cry of a monkey. Fuck, Brother Chen is awesome, he actually hooked up with Mr. Su's cousin. He is truly a role model for modern men. Jiang Chen, although I am sad that I can't have you, I still want to wish you the best. I also wish you the best, Brother Chen, and hope you and cousin Su will be well. Jiang Chen felt completely numb. What the hell is wrong with this group of people? As a result, the culprit, Little Wolf, came over and raised his eyebrows and smiled. Brother Chen, I have explained everything to you. You're welcome. Jiang Chen paused and touched the tip of his nose. So this is what the Little Wolf's eyes meant? But when I think about it, it doesn't make sense. How could everyone believe Xiaolang's outrageous statement that I am Mr. Su's cousin-in-law? Does anyone believe your nonsense? The Little Wolf was stunned for a moment. Wang Hai explained it to everyone and said it was true. He should have known it from President Su, right? Jiang Chen? Oh my god. What the hell does this have to do with anything? How did Wang Hai know? Can anyone give me a perfect explanation? My ears were filled with everyone calling him General Su's cousin-in-law. Jiang Chen was completely numb. He was just a stupid little wolf before, and now he is a whole bunch of idiots. Is the place where he works a den of idiots? But on second thought, being misunderstood like this is not without benefits. With a sigh, Jiang Chen gave up the idea of explaining. At 2 o'clock, the team building ended. After his colleagues left, Jiang Chen went straight to Su Zining's office. Wife, let's go on a date. Su Zining curled her lips and glanced at Jiang Chen with a look full of charm. Who said they wanted to date you? Snort. Jiang Chen directly put on the mask of pain. Why does this woman change every now and then? Then I won't go. I'm going home to play games. Su Zining was shocked. Ha? Jiang Chen. You. Bastard. Seeing that Jiang Chen was really about to go out, Su Zining became anxious. This idiot, didn't you see that I have been preparing carefully for so long? Return. Where and how to date? Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He is very good at managing Su Zining. Honey, what do you want to do? Su Zining shook her head. She had never been on a date and didn't even know what a date was for. Even the word date was only seen in Korean dramas. Jiang Chen suggested. Shopping and watching a movie? Or should we go to the amusement park? Suddenly, Su Zining's mouth corners curled up slightly. He looked at Jiang Chen with cunning eyes. Of course I listened to my boyfriend. After all, we have you and me, no matter where we go. It's all considered a date. Humph, Jiang Chen. Isn't it just love talk? I can too. Jiang Chen took a deep breath of cold air. A bit teasing. Then let's just go to Tianhe Plaza and hang out? I just happened to be buying some clothes for the changing season. Su Zining was horrified. Shopping, no problem. Buying clothes is no problem. But going to Tianhe Plaza? That is Dad Su Tianhe's property and his main place of activity. If this was hit by my dad. However, Su Zining didn't want to reject Jiang Chen. Chapter 24. The best, of course, should be left to Jiang Chen. There's a new convenience store opening over at New Century. How about we go hang out there? Su Zining suddenly had an idea and suggested. That's fine. Jiang Chen nodded. He wanted to go to Tianhe Plaza because of the card Su Tianhe gave him. Can get a discount. But since Su Zining wants to go to New Century, then let us go to New Century. The 2,000 bond points for the morning have been credited. If I go shopping in the afternoon, I will get another hidden task. With another 2,000 points, you can redeem a villa directly in the system mall tonight. Su Zining smiled slightly. That is great. In this way, I can go shopping with Jiangchen peacefully. Don't worry about running into Dad. Tianhe Plaza, a luxurious office. Su Tianhe hesitated and touched his beard. He wanted to prepare a gift. Then he asked Jiangchen to bring him to his good son-in-law. But it's so difficult to choose what to give. Because I don't understand them, I'm afraid people won't like it if I give them something expensive. I want to do something thoughtful, but I'm afraid it's too cheap. A knock on the door brought Su Tianhe back to his senses. The secretary walked slowly into the office. Director Su, you can get ready to go at any time. Su Tianhe nodded. Half an hour, I'll take a break. Then let's go over there. The secretary respectfully left the office. Su Tianhe sat down in the recliner and rubbed his temples. Muttered. Forget it, let's go check out the scale of New Century convenience store first. See if there is anything worth learning from. As for the gift, I'll tell you when I think of it. Among the many convenience stores in Jinghai City, Tianhe Plaza can definitely be called the best. But even so, Su Tianhe did not let down his guard. But always keep the heart of an apprentice. Just recently, a convenience store called New Century suddenly emerged. Su Tianhe had already made an appointment with the boss of New Century to visit it this afternoon. See if there is anything worth learning from. New Century. There were red ribbons floating at the door, blown by the breeze and floating in the blue sky. The little boy staggered behind his grandmother, smiling happily as he held the free marshmallows in his hand. All kinds of vendors did not miss this area with huge flow of people and shouted loudly to make a living. Shared bicycles are arranged neatly and sanitation workers keep the ground clean at all times. As soon as Jiangchen and Su Zining got off the car, they met a little girl holding flowers. It looks like a porcelain doll, so cute. She spoke to Jiangchen in a soft voice. Big brother, my sister is so beautiful, you won't refuse to buy her a bouquet of flowers, right? Jiangchen raised the corner of his mouth and squatted down. He asked, looking at the framed bouquet of roses in the little girl's hand. How much is a bouquet? The little girl holds flowers in her left hand and extends a finger with her right hand. $10 a bunch. Jiangchen naturally would not refuse to prepare such a small gift for Su Zining. Picked a bunch of the most colorful ones. Just as he was about to take out his mobile phone to pay, Su Zining pulled him back. Su Zining said with a pout. I like this bouquet, I want to buy it. You buy the others. Jiangchen was confused. Damn, hasn't Su Zion woken up yet? Didn't I buy it for you? He shrugged helplessly and said to the little girl. Since my sister is buying it herself, I won't buy it. Su Zining raised the corner of her mouth slightly and paid the money. My little boyfriend, don't you want to buy me flowers? Jiangchen was helpless. I missed it so much. But you snatched the best looking one. Brother, this bouquet is also good. Take this one. After all, the meaning of a sister buying something for herself and a brother buying something for his sister is different. The little girl said this obediently, and Jiangchen looked at her. Although not as bright as the one that Su Zining snatched away, it was still acceptable. Okay. After paying, the little girl skipped away. Jiangchen rolled his eyes at Su Zining and handed over the bouquet of flowers. Here, this is for you. Su Zining did not refuse and spoke gently. Thank you, my little boyfriend. This bouquet is for you. Su Zining grabbed Jiangchen's hand and handed him the bouquet of brighter and more beautiful flowers that she had snatched away. Then he whispered. I was just thinking that love is a matter between two parties. Why is it that the public definition is that boys give flowers to girls? So I bought this bouquet for you, Jiangchen. Jiangchen was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Su Zining rushed to buy the brightest one, not cutting in. Instead, I want to give him the most beautiful flowers. As for herself, she chose the second best one and chose the one that was not particularly bright. Don't take the best for yourself, but give it to me. This silly girl. Holding hands? Jiangchen did not answer, but extended his right hand. At this moment, Su Zining had a smile on her face. Why does it feel like Jiang Chen is feeling a little uncomfortable outside? In short, there is no attack in the office. Hold. The two held hands and walked into the building side by side. Su Zining was still wearing the JK uniform, with her hair loose and 3,000 strands of hair like a waterfall. With delicate makeup, her peach blossom eyes looked at Jiang Chen playfully from time to time. As for Jiang Chen, he is as handsome as ever. The two of them had a perfect height difference, which attracted the attention of countless people. A young couple who had just finished shopping saw Jiang Chen and Su Zining. They looked at each other with expressions of disgust on their faces. See? Damn, such long legs, this is the standard girlfriend. You son of a bitch, you're staring at me. But that brother is so handsome too, he's the boyfriend of my dreams. As for the follow-up, those who understand will understand. At the cold drink shop at the entrance, Jiang Chen ordered 2 sundaes. Su Zining frowned slightly and glanced at the young couple arm in arm in the mall. Asked Jiang Chen. Why do those boys wear rubber bands? They don't have to wear braids. Jiang Chen smiled gently and leaned close to Su Zining's ear carefully. Explained. That's not their own will. My girlfriend forced me to do it. When a boy wears a small rubber band, it means he has a wife and won't be harassed by other girls. Su Zining's eyes lit up. Indeed. This is indeed a good idea. Especially for someone like Jiang Chen, just walking this short distance. I can't even count how many women have secretly glanced at him. If I don't follow them, they will ask for WeChat, right? No. Why, you want to wear it for me too? Jiang Chen handed a prepared sundae to Su Zining and asked with a smile. No. Su Zining took a sip of the ice cream and shook her head. She really wanted to give it to Jiang Chen, but everyone else was wearing a small rubber band. This way, there is nothing new. Su Zining fell into deep thought. Right. This thing looks like it can be worn on the hand. What Su Zining said next almost made Jiang Chen choke to death on his ice cream. Jiang Chen, how about I put a shoulder strap on you? Chapter 25 Prada, Jiang Chen is so handsome. Jiang Chen was stunned and suddenly stopped. The big brother who was walking behind and was concentrating on playing with his mobile phone almost bumped into Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen turned around and said with an apologetic look on his face. Excuse me. The eldest brother was very straightforward and waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly, touched the tip of his nose, and looked at Su Zining with a teasing look. Honey, are you sure? What are shoulder straps? Jiang Chen took such a long time to react, but he can only think of one possibility. The shoulder straps removed from the girl's clothes. Can something else be called a shoulder strap? Can it be tied to your hands? If you don't want to, you can leave it untied. A blush flashed across Su Zining's face. She suddenly thought of the shoulder strap. Indeed, no other woman would give a shoulder strap to her boyfriend. So she just said it directly. But now that I think about it carefully, this is very troublesome. Of course, this shoulder strap needs to be removed from the small clothes. So what's the point of using a new one? Use the one she wore? Bah, no way. Also, how to choose the color and style. This is all very troublesome. The quickest solution is to let Jiang Chen choose by himself. But is this possible? Su Zining could say responsibly in her heart, it's impossible. Where did I say I didn't want to? When will you take it down for me? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, make me a colorful ribbon. Jiang Chen chuckled. This is a good thing. If this had happened to Jesus, that guy would have stood up and laughed. There is another point, which is the reason Jiang Chen wants. The passive skill of the system. Accept a gift from your partner and gain 1,000 bond points per time. Su Zining burst out laughing and glanced at Jiang Chen with resentment. The little woman's temperament is full. Hello, Jiang Chen, colorful ribbons? How could you think of that? Let me pick out some clothes for you first. Let me think about the shoulder straps. Su Zining smiled playfully and walked towards the Prada counter. Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air. It seems that Su Xianyo buying clothes for me can also be counted as bond value. Wife, I need pants, a coat, and a shirt. In short, I'm short of everything I wear. Why don't you just buy me a set? Oh, and socks and pants. Jiang Chen smiled and calculated, taking into account everything he could think of. If Su Zining sent it to everyone, adding up, it should be 10,000 bond points. A beautiful and enthusiastic salesgirl was standing at the door. As a Prada salesperson, she always keeps the brand's classic slogan in mind. If you like it, come in. If you don't, get out. But when she saw Jiang Chen and Su Zining's stunning looks, her face was filled with envy. This is a match made in heaven, right? If a customer like this doesn't like Prada, I'll just kneel down and beg you to come in. Mr. and Miss, New Century Plaza has just opened. Today's event discount is at its lowest point. It's a good deal. Can I show you around? Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. It's troublesome. The store's decoration is luxurious and extravagant, fully displaying Prada's top style. Neatly arranged, each piece of clothing has a unique design. Su Zining couldn't help but mutter. I wish when the quality of Ledger's clothes can reach this level. I guess if the other people in the RD department had half the ability of my boyfriend. There is hope, right? Su Zining frowned. It was an occupational habit. She was serious about finding fault. The neckline of this dress is ugly. It doesn't suit you. The width of the shoulders is a bit awkward. Don't buy it. This one is too old. It's only suitable for my dad. After passing through one piece of clothing after another, Su Zining saw a burgundy casual jacket. After staring for a long while, he nodded with satisfaction. This one is pretty good, and the pattern is lively. How about trying it? Jiang Chen nodded. He also felt that the dress was nice as soon as he entered the door. Good. The shopping guide came over after hearing the voice, found the size and took Jiang Chen to the fitting room. And in the store lobby, a mocking voice was heard. Hubby, look how embarrassing it is for them to take so long to choose. I had the problem of picking out all kinds of clothes, and finally I chose the cheapest one. Su Zining frowned slightly and glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. It was a young couple wearing trendy brands talking, and the man looked like a rich second generation. Then he looked away and ignored them. It's just clothes. The truth is that Jiang Chen likes it and she likes it too. Show me some formal wear for men. The salesgirl nodded. Yes, Mississippi. This way please. Coincidentally, the formal wear selection area was right next to where the young couple was. The main entrance of New Century Plaza. The Rolls-Royce slowly stopped and Su Tianhe got out. Then, a man in a suit came up to them. Brother Su is still so energetic. Su Tianhe glanced at the man in the suit. His name is Zhang Yi, and he is the founder of New Century Plaza. Now in his early 30s, he started his business through investment and definitely has business acumen. Su Tianhe laughed heartily. Brother Zhang's condition in the previous photo was not quite up to par. Zhang Yi sighed. Who in this world doesn't have worries? Brother Su, come to my office and sit down first. We have just opened our business, so there are indeed some difficult things that I need to ask you for advice. Su Tianhe replied with satisfaction and asked his secretary to wait in the car. A man followed Zhang Yi into New Century Plaza. As the saying goes, to judge the strength of a convenience store, first look at its first impression. Like the first floor of the New Century in front of us, what catches your eye are the world-renowned luxury brands. It is a symbol of strength. After taking a few quick glances, Su Tianhe was also thinking frantically in his mind. Finally, my eyes fixed on the sign of the Prada store. Low-key, luxurious, and meaningful, it instantly tops the list. After talking with Zhang Yi, I decided to go to Prada first. If Su Tianhe took another closer look inside the store, his jaw would drop. Because he will find out. The figure of his beloved daughter Su Zining. At this moment in the store, Jiang Chen had already put on new clothes. Walked straight towards Su Zining. Jiang Chen waved his hand and looked in the mirror. He originally thought that it must be very handsome. But now it seems that he was wrong. This is not very handsome, this is extremely handsome, right? How? Su Zining's eyes lit up and she nodded obediently. Well, it looks better when you put it on. Even the salesgirl was intoxicated. If it weren't for her lack of authority, she would have wanted to apply to Prada to change her poster spokesperson. Sir, it's very beautiful. Jiang Chen nodded, moved closer to Su Zining, and gestured with the tag. See if the price is acceptable? Su Zining pouted. In this world, there are two things about her that cannot be questioned. First, its appearance. Second, it is financial resources. With a graceful smile, silly, as long as you like it. Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air. Although he was worried before that others would mistake him for a gigolo. He doesn't want to be a gigolo either. If he wants to make money, Jiang Chen can rely on his memories of his past life to invest in stocks or buy lottery tickets and make a fortune. If all else fails, you can always change it in the system store. You won't be dissuaded by a piece of clothing with a price tag of 28,888. But I have to say, the things my wife gives me as a gift are different from the things I buy myself. It feels so fucking good. But suddenly, an inopportune voice sounded. It's worthy of being Prada's cheapest clothes. They don't even have loose threads on them. Chapter 26 Angry. What right do you have to slander me? Looking towards the source of the sound, Jiang Chen frowned. The person who was speaking was a man dressed in trendy brands, and he looked quite handsome just by looking at his clothes. But when Jiang Chen saw his face, he was very confused. Damn, man, just dye your hair. There are so many colors for you to choose from, such as red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. You dyed it green. I don't know what to think. Indeed, there were a few threads on the clothes, and Jiang Chen discovered them when he was trying them on. Jiang Chen was also confused for a moment, but he felt relieved when he saw the tag. This top is a handmade style from Prada. Moreover, as an internationally renowned brand, don't its clothes undergo layers of inspection before leaving the factory? That is obviously impossible. If you look closely at those lines, you can inexplicably discover a sense of beauty. Jiang Chen is a designer, especially when it comes to handmade clothes, and he is very particular about them. A few lines are deliberately left to reflect the simplicity of the craftsmanship and the overall perfection. He shrugged helplessly, he was too lazy to explain to this ignorant green-haired monster. He turned around and smiled at Su Zining. As a sales employee, the salesgirl naturally understands the significance of a few thread ends. She said to the man with a dagger hidden in her smile, "Sir, if you continue to defame our brand, I have the right to ask you to leave." The man's eyes turned cold. How dare a small shop assistant talk to him like this? But on second thought, an evil idea emerged in my heart. I, Tang Yuan, am a VIP here shopping. You don't have the right to chase me away, right? It's normal for me to express my opinions in your store. You also have no right to shut me up. But if you agree to sell me that suit at 20% off, how about I just leave without looking back? The corners of Tang Yuan's mouth curved slightly. Otherwise, I would just stay here all the time and chatter to every person who comes in. I wonder who would buy clothes from your store. It's just a small store, so Tang Yuan isn't really afraid of them causing trouble. As for Prada looking for him? Tang Yuan had never thought about it. Because no one is too lazy to pay attention to him. This wave is probably what we call a villain's success, right? Sir, it is indeed 20% off during the promotion period. But we clearly stated that the limited edition custom suit was not included. Please respect yourself. The salesgirl refused coldly. His eyes were full of contempt for Tang Yuan. He had been staying here for more than an hour. He wanted to buy the limited edition custom-made suit at a 20% discount, otherwise he wouldn't leave, and kept making sarcastic remarks in the store, which was a headache. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This person is not only ignorant but also shameless. If the salesgirl could sell something, she would have done it long ago. Who doesn't want sales? But it is clearly written on the sign, limited editions not included. If the shopping guide sells it to you at a 20% discount, there are only two results. 1. Make up the difference yourself. Second, the boss broke the man's bones. This kind of rogue behavior is actually not uncommon in convenience stores. Jiang Chen just complained in his heart and didn't mean to care. It's Prada and Tang Yuan's business and has nothing to do with him. But as Jiang Chen watched, Su Zining's expression changed from frowning to surprise, and finally her eyes lit up. Limited edition custom model? While Jiang Chen was trying on clothes, Su Zining took a quick glance at the suits here. Not bad, but nothing particularly eye-catching. They are all called limited edition custom models. It shouldn't be bad, right? Yes, Mississippi. Our brand is launching a customized anniversary edition to give back to our consumers. I'll find a concept map for you to see. The salesgirl felt as if she was freed when she heard Su Zining's voice. Finally, there is a reason to get rid of the unreasonable Tang Yuan. When she came back, she was holding a blueprint in her hand. Take a look at the general pattern. When Su Zining saw the drawing, her eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled Jiang Chen's arm and sat on the sofa beside him. Jiang Chen, look, this style is really nice. There is a feeling of being mature but not old, steady but not heavy. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, but isn't this price a bit expensive? Jiang Chen glanced at the selling price stealthily. The price is nearly 600,000. It does look nice, but it's a bit expensive and not necessary for a piece of clothing. Su Zining turned her head and asked, "How long will this customization take?" The salesgirl quickly explained with a smile. "Miss, after you pay the deposit, our staff will come to your house tomorrow to help you measure your body measurements. Although it's a custom-made model, it's limited in quantity, so it only takes about a week to receive it." As a custom, it's pretty fast. Su Zining bit her lower lip lightly and looked at Jiang Chen playfully. "Do you like it?" Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to shake his head, Su Zining quickly changed the tone. "Okay, I got it." After he finished speaking, Su Zining turned his head away. Jiang Chen's expression clearly showed that he was a little reluctant because of the price. However, Su Zining clearly felt that Jiang Chen liked her. "Only 600,000? It can buy my boyfriend's love and happiness. What a value! My husband, Su Zining, deserves all the good things. He must have what others have, and he must also have what others don't have." Snort! Swipe the card. Su Zining casually pulled out a bank card from her bag. The salesgirl was stunned for a moment. "Miss, would you like to reconsider this? Once you pay the deposit, it cannot be refunded." Su Zining waved her hand and smiled slightly. "No, just swipe it. Pay the full amount, only 600,000. The salesgirl's face was filled with surprise, and she did not forget to glance at Tang Yuan before leaving. "Just look at them." Jiang Chen's mouth curled up fiercely. "Only 600,000. Jiang Chen, leave your address later and remember to measure your body tomorrow. Don't bother. I think this suit suits you very well," Su Zining said with a pout. She has never had any concept of money. She thinks it is just a string of numbers. Even when she was spending money on herself, she never had any mood swings. But today, she felt it for the first time. Spending money can make you feel so comfortable. Maybe it's because the money is used to buy things for Jiang Chen? Su Zining thought probably. "Ha!" This scene made Tang Yuan, who was standing next to him, dumbfounded. "Damn, you bought it already? That's the dress I liked. Full payment? This woman is so rich? I just spent a month messing around with my dad and only got 400,000. Turns out, this man is not only more handsome than me. This dress was snatched away by him?" The self-esteem in his heart was infinitely impacted, and his face became distorted. Said sarcastically, "Oh, so he's just a pretty boy." As soon as the words fell, the man felt a chill. He raised his head and found Su Zining looking at him with cold eyes. This man before. They said Su Zining picked the cheapest items for Jiang Chen and that her clothes looked tacky. Since he was talking about Su Zining herself, she didn't want to pay any attention to him. Su Zining's heart is immune to all poisons and can withstand the slander from others. But, when it comes to Jiang Chen, Su Zining can't bear it. She can be wronged, she can be criticized. But why should we talk about Jiang Chen? Why do you slander me, Su Zining's beloved boyfriend? Apologize. Chapter 27. Jiang Chen can read faces? Who is calling? Tang Yuan sneered and glanced at Su Zining. Apologize? There is no such word as apology in my dictionary. Just because you have money is so great? Do you really think I can't come up with these hundreds of thousands? You are so beautiful, your money may not be clean, right? Tang Yuan is actually not a fool, judging from Su Zining's conversation and temperament. It's easy to tell that she's from a wealthy family. But his self-esteem was dealt a heavy blow. That's why I said this sentence for some unknown reason. Su Zining frowned and was about to speak when she felt her arm being pulled. Then, Jiang Chen's gentle voice rang in her ears. Stand behind your husband. Su Zining was stunned, but Jiang Chen had already stood in front of her. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of security emerged in my heart. Ding, Tang Yuan is detected slandering his lover, triggering a hidden mission. Reward for your lover, 2,000 points of bond value. You know, this is Jiang Chen's first 2,000-point mission. But Jiang Chen's face was full of black lines, and there was no smile on his face. Jiang Chen, will you shut up? Jiang Chen, are you the one issuing the task at this time? System, sweat GIF. Host, don't be so fierce, I will just shut up. What the hell, you're running into the muzzle of a gun at this time? Jiang Chen cursed secretly. Venting Su Xining's anger was no longer a decision Jiang Chen had to make based on the 2,000 bond points. It's something he has to do. Has Su Xining ever suffered any injustice at work or at home? I'm out shopping with you now, and you, a green-haired monster, point your finger at my face? When beating a dog, do you still look at the owner? Don't you even look at whose wife this is? Tang Yuan, I've actually heard of you a long time ago. Tang Yuan was stunned when he saw Jiang Chen suddenly standing up. In the end, Jiang Chen just said this to him? I couldn't help laughing. So? Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I recently learned about it from a friend of mine who is in the hospital. He said there's a young master named Tang in Jinghai who's handsome and fashionable. But I just have some health problems, so I may not be able to continue the incense. Tang Yuan's expression changed drastically. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Chen waved his hand, smiling with a dagger hidden in his heart. Your reaction actually means you admit it, doesn't it? I didn't say it was you, why are you reacting so strongly? Let me tell you one more thing, which was also told to me by a doctor friend of mine. TSK, your girlfriend. Jiang Chen paused deliberately. Suddenly, the woman next to Tang Yuan was stunned and glared at Jiang Chen. What do you mean? At this time, Tang Yuan was already numb. What Jiang Chen said was indeed true, he was sick. And recently, he actually went to the hospital for a checkup. Moreover, his girlfriend has indeed been vomiting frequently these days. An idea is rising in my heart. Jiang Chen continued. After all, he's Tang Lon's biological son, so it's normal for him to be a little arrogant. Next Tuesday is your birthday, why don't you deal with this green hat? Tang Yuan swallowed hard. Jiang Chen knew that his father was Tang Long? And, you know that next Tuesday is his birthday? In such a short time, Jiang Chen was able to collect so many clues. He couldn't help but shudder. This man was definitely not an ordinary person. Thinking of this, he had complete faith in Jiang Chen. He turned around and locked his eyes on the woman beside him. Tang Yuan felt his blood pressure soar and he slapped the woman in the face. Bitch, how dare you cheat on me? The roar attracted the attention of other VIPs in the store. Tang Yuan felt ashamed for a moment and he grabbed the woman's hair and walked out. Jiang Chen let out a long breath and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Alas, this child is in a hurry and I haven't finished speaking yet. My friend told me that your girlfriend has had stomach problems recently, and she suffers from severe nausea and vomiting easily. I asked you to deal with the cuckold just because it doesn't look good, why do you hit people? Scumbag, bah. Ding, congratulations to the host for venting anger for his partner, and gaining a bond value of 2,000 points. Jiang Chen, sensible. System, as long as the host is happy, is this skill satisfactory? Jiang Chen, it's okay, but it's a bit useless to only be able to read one person's report a day. System, will be upgraded later. Please GIF. That's right, the system just interrupted and Jiang Chen yelled at me. The system was frightened enough, fearing that the host would be angry, so it gave the host a perfect physical examination skill. Using it on a person can help you understand his or her physical condition. Jiang Chen originally planned to scold Tang Yuan severely, but he felt that it was too brainless. Let us conduct a physical examination on Tang Yuan. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. This child is really seriously ill. So the scene just now happened. He rubbed his temple and patted Su Xining's shoulder gently. What was my wife thinking? That ignorant green-headed monster is gone. Su Xining's eyes were as bright as waves, and she hugged Jiang Chen coquettishly. Although she is usually cold and thinks she doesn't care about rumors. But after all, she is also a flesh and blood person, and she will be sad when being slandered. In the past, she always faced it alone. Either ignore it or don't care, she thinks, as long as she is busy. You can forget all the troubles and unhappiness. Today she wanted to vent her anger on Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen's behavior made her feel deeply loved once again. Sense of security, the strong sense of security that Jiang Chen gave her. The feeling of being protected and held carefully in someone's hands. This man really gave me the sense of security he talked about when he confessed his love. How did you know that Tang Yuan had that disease? Jiang Chen chuckled. He's already cuckolded. I can read your husband's face. Lingmu is certain. He must be seriously ill. Su Zining was shocked and asked. So you can tell his girlfriend is pregnant? Jiang Chen quickly shook his head, his face full of grievance. I just mentioned his girlfriend, I didn't say his girlfriend was pregnant. Su Zining thought about it carefully, it seemed, it was true? Then he burst out laughing. You are so mean. Although she was laughing on the surface, Su Zining had already memorized the names Tang Yuan and Tang Lon. Coincidentally, at this moment the salesgirl also came over with the registration form. This limited edition custom model is only available in my home. You are so lucky, sir. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and wrote down his contact information and address. My wife just loves me. The salesgirl looked at Su Zining with a smile. She felt shy when Su Zining saw her and kept muttering to herself. So shy. Jiang Chen is really just talking nonsense outside. Hey. After buying the limited edition, there is nothing left to shop at Prada. The two walked out of the counter arm in arm. My little boyfriend, keep buying you clothes. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It's great that my wife has this awareness. Okay, wife. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang. He frowned slightly. Who would call him on Friday afternoon? Xiaolang asked to play games? That shouldn't be the case. That guy should be accompanying Secretary Zhan, right? The moment Jiang Chen picked up the phone and saw the caller, his heart sank. This was the caller ID he least wanted to see. The destructive power was too great, and Jiang Chen had no way to resist. I can't not answer it. Swallowing hard, Jiang Chen made a hushed gesture towards Su Zining. Wife, be good and don't make any noise. Otherwise, your husband will die. Chapter 28. My mom called. Why did Ningning run away? Su Zining frowned slightly and couldn't help but feel a sense of magic. Yes, magical. In this world. Is there anyone who can make Jiang Chen so scared? I couldn't help but prick up my ears and stand on tiptoe. She wanted to hear who this person was. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hey, Mom, you called me out of the blue, what instructions do you have? Su Zining was stunned. Mom? So, is this a call from my future mother-in-law? As expected of a CEO, Su Zining suddenly had 100,000 questions in her mind. Since it was a call from my aunt, why did Jiang Chen look like he didn't want to answer it just now? Is Auntie's lethality strong? Doesn't that mean that my aunt is difficult to get along with? Will my aunt dislike me like this in the future? Su Zining successfully asked herself the question until she blushed and wanted to hum. But thinking that I couldn't make any sound, I quickly covered my mouth with my hands. A dignified female voice came from the other end of the phone. No instructions. I just woke up from my beauty sleep and suddenly remembered that I have a son. I'm waiting for my sisters to come play mahjong, so I thought of calling you. Jiang Chen took a long breath, with a slight smile on his face. Play mahjong, think about whether you have forgotten anything? He said this on purpose, as for the reason. This brings us to the time when Jiang Chen was in high school. When the winter vacation was approaching in the senior year of high school, the school was closed urgently and the vacation was delayed by 1 week. Because it is a boarding school, most of the students asked their parents to send living expenses. Jiang Chen was no exception and called Yang Li, his mother, to ask for money. Yang Li agreed and said she would send it to Jiang Chen the next day. As a result, until the 4th day, Jiang Chen had not received the living expenses. It was not until the holiday that I found out that Yang Li was about to give money to Jiang Chen the next day. As a result, I was called by my sisters to play mahjong in an instant. Yang Li simply forgot that her son had no money and started arguing with him. Jiang Chen now thinks about it and still remembers that he ate steamed buns and pickled mustard in the cafeteria for 3 consecutive days. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to talk about the past, Yang Li quickly changed the subject. Oh my dear, let's not talk about the past. I want to tell you something serious. Do you remember Uncle Wang downstairs from our house? His daughter came home yesterday. What a beautiful and graceful young lady she is. Help you matchmake? Jiang Chen frowned fiercely, he knew it. The call from my mother must be related to urging him to find a girlfriend. I refuse to arrange a blind date. Besides, it's not like I can't find a partner. Mom, are you so anxious to have a grandchild? Yang Li on the other end of the phone let out a long sigh and cursed. Son, guess why I gave birth to such a handsome boy for you? Zhang Chen curled his lips and let out a long breath. Because you want me to be proud of recruiting a young girl so that I can find a wife soon. Then you'll have grandchildren sooner. Right? Zhang Chen already knew the answer to this question by heart. Yang Li nodded with satisfaction and said cheerfully. Yeah, you remember why you haven't taken action yet? You're almost 25. If you can't bring back a daughter-in-law this year, I'll dig out all the hundreds of love letters you received in high school and find the girl's name and phone number. Ask them one by one and see who wants you. I'll send you to her home free of charge. Zhang Chen was about to vomit blood. He was only 24. I'm afraid there aren't too many people in the world who are as anxious as my mom to have a grandchild, right? Su Tianhe, ahem, count me in. Zhang Chen was so focused on the game with his mother that he didn't notice it at all. Su Zining beside her had a shy look on her face. My aunt is here to urge me to get married. Because she was standing on tiptoe to eavesdrop, Su Zining could vaguely hear Yang Li's voice. So, of course I heard it. Find the love letter, 1 in 100. A hint of cunning appeared on the corner of her mouth. It turned out that Zhang Chen had always been the type that little girls like since he was a child. Yeah, that's right, my boyfriend is so handsome. What's so strange about receiving a love letter? You miscalculated. I took all those love letters to Jinghai. The purpose is to prevent you from doing this. When it comes to nagging, Yang Li is definitely number one. However, when it comes to talent and intelligence, Zhang Chen is unmatched. When Zhang Chen packed up his things and moved to Jinghai, he thought that Yang Li would threaten him like this one day in the future. Let us go all out and take them all away. My son is so smart. Yang Li frowned slightly. My son's trick is really amazing. She suddenly didn't know how to threaten Zhang Chen. Su Zining's face was full of excitement. Zhang Chen brought all the love letters that the little girl wrote to him? This is great too. After all, Su Zining wanted to see those love letters. Through so many love letters, you can understand a lot about Zhang Chen's first half of life, right? Su Zining continued to eavesdrop while making playful calculations in her mind. Her eyes were wandering, and she couldn't think of any good way to get those love letters from Zhang Chen. Humph, she pouted and turned her head away coquettishly. But, just at the moment of turning my head, she saw two men walking towards her, laughing and talking. They were all dressed in formal attire and were in their 30s or 40s. Looking closely, Su Zining saw the face of the older man. Ah! Su Zining was so frightened that she screamed out. Daddy? Why would he go to New Century instead of staying in his own square when he has nothing to do? That's right, the people who came were Su Tianhe and Zhang Yi. Su Tianhe had already planned to visit the Prada store, and it just so happened. Zhang Chen and Su Zining are now standing right at the door of the store. It would be strange if this didn't happen. Su Zining's sudden cry made Zhang Chen paralyzed. Trying hard to wink at Su Zining. Wife, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stop talking? It would be better for you to speak than to yell like that. Now Zhang Chen seemed to see the smiling face of his mother on the other end of the phone. Su Zining and Zhang Chen looked at each other, their brains buzzing. Did I seem to make a sound just now? Ah, it's all Dada's fault. Isn't this meant to scare people? Zhang Chen, I really didn't mean to make that noise. Su Zining pouted and glanced at Su Tianhe out of the corner of her eye. It's getting closer and closer, only a few hundred meters away. Su Zining frowned. She would never sit still and wait for death. Are you dragging Zhang Chen away now? No, Zhang Chen is on the phone and can't run away. And what if she couldn't help making a sound again? Zhang Chen is even more miserable. Dad must not see this, otherwise he will definitely make things difficult for Zhang Chen. After thinking it over, Su Zining made a decision. Run by yourself. Su Zining gave Zhang Chen a look, turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Zhang Chen, who was still on the phone, was stunned. What is going on? Before he could think, Zhang Li's voice came from the other end of the phone again. My dear son, you are so awesome. From the sound of it, the girl must be pretty? I didn't expect that while I was driving here to find you a wife, my son drove on the highway by himself. Chapter 29, Encounter with the Gossipy Su Tianhe. Jiang Chen's forehead was covered with black lines. He can't admit it, otherwise. I guess Yang Li will come over tomorrow and start looking for the voice through Jiang Chen's circle of friends. After finding Su Zining, they took Su Zining and Jiang Chen to the Civil Affairs Bureau. My mom can definitely do this. Don't talk nonsense, I'm outside, a girl just fell down. Don't blame me for everything. Yang Li frowned. This was indeed a possibility. However, she just felt that the voice was the voice beside Jiang Chen. Could it be that the little girl fell on my son? You really don't have a girl with you? Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It seems that my ability to make up stories is quite good. Strike while the iron is hot. Of course not. Prices in Jinghai are notoriously high. I just started working, no girl would want to be with me. Yang Li thought so too, even though her son was handsome. But girls nowadays are more realistic. Well, then, please pay more attention to finding a partner. Don't keep waiting for me to urge you. Okay, your answer here, and I'm ready to shuffle the cards. Jiang Chen smiled from the bottom of his heart. Answer really my lifesavers. When you go home for the new year, everyone will get a big red envelope. Okay, you're welcome. Yang Li, who was far away in Shangjiang City, was shocked. Something was wrong. There's something fishy. My son's reaction was so strange. But all explanations make sense. But Yang Li is not so easy to fool. She saved the call record and planned to listen to it several more times when she got home after playing cards. Okay, baby, let's hang up now. Take care of yourself. When Jiang Chen heard this, he felt as if he had been released again. Fortunately. Hang up the phone quickly. Just then, a message about Su Zining popped up on Penguin. Su Xianyo, Jiang Chen, I just had a stomachache and went to the toilet, but I'm fine now. I'm in the car, come find me after you finish your call. I'm hungry and want to go eat something. Jiang Chen smiled with relief. He was still wondering why Su Zining suddenly ran away. It turned out to be a stomachache, probably caused by the cold from eating ice cream. Since you are hungry, let us take Su Xianyo out to eat. Jiang Chen rubbed his temple and took a step forward. A familiar voice came from behind. Brother Jiang? Oh, what a coincidence. Jiang Chen was puzzled, turned around and saw Su Tianhe. Smile slightly. It turned out to be Brother Su. Su Tianhe stepped forward quickly. This guy is his son-in-law's good brother. He shook hands with Jiang Chen politely and introduced Zhang Yi. This is Zhang Yi, the chairman of New Century Plaza. Jiang Chen politely extended his hand and greeted Zhang Yi. Hello, Brother Zhang. Zhang Yi didn't know Jiang Chen, but he felt that Su Tianhe was very nice to Jiang Chen. It was enough to make Zhang Yi greet him with a smile. Su Tianhe smiled heartily and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Brother Jiang, did you just go shopping at Prada? Oh. Su Tianhe noticed the Prada shopping bag in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen didn't shy away from it either. Yeah, I bought some clothes. My girlfriend came here with me. Su Tianhe subconsciously glanced inside the shopping bag. Because he was extremely sensitive to numbers, he saw a string of numbers at a glance. Payment card number 6302-0118. Can't help but feel a little familiar. Zhang Yi is also a good person. Just like Su Tianhe did at the beginning, he handed Jiang Chen a business card, expressing the desire to make friends. Brother Jiang, my business card is useful in the new century. Jiang Chen let out a long breath. That's awesome. Business tycoons like these just hand out their business cards directly. In the future, New Century will also be able to offer discounts. Great. Thank you, Brother Zhang. After a brief chat, Jiang Chen and Su Tianhe said goodbye. After all, Su Zining just said that her stomach felt uncomfortable. Jiang Chen is a little worried. Also, Jiang Chen is hungry too, damn. We didn't get to eat anything at the team building event at noon. Looking at Jiang Chen slowly leaving back, Zhang Yi and Su Tianhe looked at each other and nodded. Mature and steady, this young man has a bright future. Smiling, he walked into the product counter, took a look around, and nodded with satisfaction. When the salesgirl met Zhang Yi, her top boss, her attitude was also very correct. She also witnessed Su Tianhe, Zhang Yi, and Jiang Chen chatting at the door just now. Think again about the highlight moment when Jiang Chen persuaded Tang Yuan to leave the store with just a few words. I couldn't help but mutter. Sure enough, the big guys all know each other. She spoke softly, but Su Tianhe next to her still heard it. Oh? What do you mean? Su Tianhe asked. When Su Tianhe called her out, the salesgirl was obviously startled. Explain quickly. The man you and Mr. Zhang just talked to was outstanding. The salesgirl recounted what had just happened in the store. Su Tianhe and Zhang Yi both showed praise on their faces. The waves behind pushed the waves in front forward. Zhang Yi asked jokingly. What did Brother Jiang buy just now? Is there a minimum discount? The salesgirl smiled slightly. I bought a casual top and a suit. The tops are the lowest discount because they look really good on Mr. Jiang. As for the suits, they are limited editions. I can't give you a discount. Zhang Yi was stunned and asked in surprise. The one that's nearly 600,000? The salesgirl nodded. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Su Tianhe was stunned. 600,000. Brother Jiang is indeed financially strong. It's a gift from Mr. Zhang's girlfriend. Su Tianhe was stunned. Damn, my girlfriend can just pay 600,000. How rich does Brother Jiang have to be? Suddenly, Su Tianhe took a breath of cold air. There is no shortage of wealthy people in Jinghai, but very few are willing to come shopping in person. If Brother Jiang likes something, he can spend 600,000 yuan at once. That is definitely a young rich woman. Isn't her girlfriend very beautiful? Su Tianhe asked tentatively. The salesgirl smiled slightly and couldn't help feeling happy. It turns out that the boss is also so gossipy? It's great that Mr. Zhang is not arrogant, and neither are his friends. Very beautiful. After picking up this series of clues, Su Tianhe always felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. I always feel like I'm about to discover something, but I'm just a little bit away. Brother Su, what are you thinking about? This dress suits you very well. Pick one? I'll pay for it? Suddenly, Zhang Yi's voice brought Su Tianhe back to reality. Oh, it looks good. I'll try it. Su Tianhe replied. At this time, a Maserati president slowly drove out of New Century Plaza. In the car, Jiang Chen asked Su Zining. What would you like to eat? Su Zining wasn't hungry just now, but she didn't dare to enter New Century Plaza again. She was afraid of encountering fatherly love around the corner. But now, seeing Jiang Chen's profile, she felt hungry. Pout. Well, eat whatever you want. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that last time he said he would take Su Zining to eat beef noodles. It just so happened that he wanted to eat too. Let's go to my house and have beef noodles? Su Zining was stunned, her eyes full of stars. She didn't even hear what I was eating. She heard that they were going downstairs to Jiang Chen's house. Jiang Chen, home. Of course. Chapter 30. Su Xiaoxiu fled. Hee, what if Jiang Chen suddenly feels like taking me to his boudoir to have a look? Wow. Just thinking about it makes me blush. Su Zining turned her head and looked out the window, where a sunset glow hung in the sky. It was exceptionally beautiful, the same color as the blush on her face. Maybe, Grandpa Sky is in love today too? Huajianting community, Wei Ji beef noodles. See which one to eat? Jiang Chen handed the menu to Su Zining. Su Zining looked at the dazzling array of names and felt confused for a moment. Hand the menu back to Jiang Chen. I eat what you usually eat. Humph, what I choose may not taste good. But what Jiang Chen eats often must be delicious. Don't tell me that everyone has different tastes. Jiang Chen's taste is my taste. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and shouted. Boss, 2 bowls of traditional beef noodles. The boss is a middle-aged man. I was busy making noodles in the kitchen when I heard this familiar voice. He looked up and saw Jiang Chen's face and smiled kindly. It's Xiao Jiang. Oh, you brought your girlfriend here to eat noodles today? It's really beautiful. Su Zining widened her eyes and looked up to meet her boss gaze. She smiled shyly and lowered her head nervously. The boss said with emotion while cooking noodles. Xiao Jiang, your girlfriend is still a little shy. She looks like a good girl. You are so lucky. Jiang Chen couldn't help but joked. She still has the mentality of a child, and is indeed a little shy. No, Su Xiaoxiu. Su Zining pretended to be angry and glared at Jiang Chen. Said with a pout, "You have such a good relationship with the noodle shop owner?" Jiang Chen pointed at himself and chuckled. "Your husband is a social geek. But, wife, you give people a very strange feeling now. It's like a daughter-in-law who is shy when she returns to her mother-in-law's house and is questioned by relatives." Su Zining pouted and held up her cheeks with both hands. "Jiang Chen. Shut up. You know it and you still say it." Seeing Su Zining's frustrated expression, Jiang Chen became more interested in teasing her. "TSK, isn't it time for some people to hug me in front of so many employees? Are you shy now?" Su Zining curled her lips, clenched her little pink fists, and made a threatening gesture. "More. I don't know how to face the employees in the RD department in the future." Jiang Chen shrugged, giving Su Zining some reassurance. "Oh, it's okay. They all think you are my cousin." "Su Zining? Cousin? Why?" Just then the boss brought the noodles and Jiang Chen handed Su Zining the chopsticks. At the same time, he briefly explained to Su Zining the great achievements of the little wolf. Su Zining was amused and laughed. "Eat more meat." The portions in both of their bowls were huge, with lots of meat. Jiang Chen put a few pieces of meat into Su Zining's bowl and spoke gently. "You'll get fat." Su Zining spoke hesitantly. "It's okay if you're a little fatter, you'll feel more fleshy when I hold you." A hint of blush crossed Su Zining's face and she nodded obediently. Jiang Chen quickly finished a big bowl of noodles. "Burp, I'm still a little hungry." As for Su Zining, she couldn't eat anymore. "Jiang Chen, aren't you full? Here, eat this." Su Zining's bowl was empty because she was very thoughtful. "When I saw that big bowl of noodles, I knew I wouldn't be able to finish it. Leaving food behind is a very bad habit." So she especially found an empty bowl. She was just afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't have enough to eat. Besides, she didn't want Jiang Chen to eat what she left. Jiang Chen looked at the half bowl of noodles and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I even specially clipped it out. She's my own wife, how can I dislike her? Don't pick it out next time." "I don't dislike you," Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. "Which man could dislike a top beauty like Su Xiaoxiu?" Su Zining nodded shyly. When coming out of the noodle shop, the boss gave Su Zining a small gift. It's a small doll. Looking at the sky, which was already turning slightly dark, he looked at the gate of Huajianting community. Su Zining suddenly didn't want to go to Jiang Chen's house anymore. She is very worried. "If I enter Jiang Chen's house later, I can't help but just give Jiang Chen too." "Ah, no, that's too unreserved. There is a lot of time left, let us go when it's daytime. Shall I take you home?" Jiang Chen's voice rang in her ears, and Su Zining was stunned. Jiang Chen is right outside his house. She drove straight home. Did she still need Jiang Chen to take her home? "Can I drive back by myself?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Let me take you there. The main reason is that Jiang Chen ate too much. I urgently need to digest the food, so sending my wife home is a good choice." Su Zining really wanted to stay with Jiang Chen for a while longer. He nodded with great excitement. "Then I'll trouble my boyfriend." Yanluo Lake Villa area. The Maserati president slowly stopped. "That's it. I'm not going in. Otherwise, the security guards will catch me if I walk out on my own." The security guards in high-end villa areas are not vegetarians. Can recognize the faces and license plate numbers of household owners. For strangers, even when they go out, you have to check them, for fear that they might be thieves. Jiang Chen thought it was too troublesome. "Okay." Su Zining and Jiang Chen both got out of the car and came close to each other. They smiled at each other. Jiang Chen only felt a warm sensation coming. It was Su Zining hugging him. "Hey, it's our first date." "Thank you, my little boyfriend. I am very happy." Jiang Chen rubbed Su Zining's little head and said lovingly, "I was disturbed by my mother today. Next time, let's have a good stroll." Su Zining said him obediently. "Hug me for a while longer. Hold him for another 5 minutes, and let Jiang Chen go home quickly." Hey. 10 minutes later, Su Zining reluctantly let go of his hand. Fortunately, they parked in a remote location, otherwise. The car was parked here, and other owners or security guards had already called them. "So I'm going home?" Jiang Chen nodded. Good. Su Zining pouted and walked towards the car playfully. Jiang Chen turned around and started his digestion plan. However, there was another sound of brisk footsteps behind me. Su Zining suddenly stood in front of Jiang Chen and stood on tiptoe. Gently, he kissed Jiang Chen on the face. Hey, my little boyfriend. Go back quickly. After saying this, Su Zining got into the car like a fleeing rabbit. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. This girl is taking advantage of me again. Maserati rushed into the villa area like a puff of smoke. Su Zining was extremely excited and parked the car. Opened the door. It looks like mom and dad are watching TV in the living room. Her face is now flushed. What if Su Tianhe and Li Mei see this? How can that be? Su Zining must now be as usual. Be calm, be serious, and go straight to the bedroom. Wait until you get to the room and then smile foolishly, hee hee. With a light cough, Su Zining walked across the hall and headed for the second floor. She pretended to be very good, and her cold and serious temperament was no different from her usual self. But Su Zining overlooked one thing. Normally, she wears semi-permanent professional attire. At this time, I saw my baby daughter wearing a shirt and a small skirt. Su Tianhe and Li Mei, who were sitting on the sofa, were stunned. When we met, we saw two words in each other's eyes. Oh shit. Ningning is dressed so gently and cutely today? The score is on the Lily Yuan. Chapter 31, Transparent. Old Su finally got it. Ning. Although he knew roughly why Su Zining dressed like this, Su Tianhe still couldn't help but shout. What's wrong? Su Zining was stunned, turned around and asked. She hadn't noticed anything unusual about her clothes. Her temperament was completely natural. She is usually cold, so it's easy for her to switch to this kind of indifferent and cold temperament. But now, he was stopped by Su Tianhe. Su Zining couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Wouldn't Dad find out something? That shouldn't be the case. Old Su was obviously very confused on weekdays. Su Tianhe stood up from the sofa and walked to his precious daughter with a smile. Ningning, are you not in the company today? Su Zining was startled and looked at Su Tianhe back and forth. How did Dad know? Could it be that Uncle Tang told him? Seeing Su Zining's suspicious expression, Su Tianhe shrugged helplessly. Ningning probably thought that someone had reported me to the police? I thought you couldn't go to the company wearing clothes like this. You went out to play? Did you have fun? Su Tianhe revealed the secret in one sentence. Su Zining's face suddenly changed and she suddenly reacted. She is still wearing that JK uniform. In fact, what she was thinking about in the morning was that after her date with Jiang Chen was over, change it back before going home. But Jiang Chen was too attractive, and Su Zining had just secretly kissed Jiang Chen. Su Zining was so shy and happy that she completely forgot about changing clothes. Ah! Su Zining screamed in panic and turned around and ran upstairs without saying a word. Explain to Su Tianhe? My mind is full of Jiang Chen now. She doesn't know how to explain it. However, Su Zining didn't notice it when she jumped up in panic. A green card fell out of the side pocket of her skirt. Su Tianhe naturally noticed that something had fallen. He bent down to pick it up, smiled and sighed. It turns out my daughter is still in love. She was never so forgetful before. Take a closer look. Oh? Isn't this the card I used to give Ningning pocket money? Every month, Su Tianhe would transfer 1 million into this card. Although it was not much and his daughter would not need it, he still insisted on using it. After all, Su Zining was still young. Ningning used this card to pay today? Suddenly, Su Tianhe was shocked. He likes to brag, but there are two things he has never boasted about. 1. The angelic beauty of my precious daughter. Second, his sensitivity to numbers. 63020118, isn't this the card number that Brother Jiang used to pay today? At this moment, he had a feeling as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Honey, please read it yourself first. I'm going to the study. After briefly explaining everything to Li Mei, Su Tianhe went straight to the study. He took out his cell phone and called his secretary. The card I used to give Ningning pocket money, the one with the last digit 0118. Ask the finance department to help me check my spending records. 2 minutes later, the secretary called back. Mr. Su, the lady's spending records are intermittent. In the past 6 months, I only spent money today, and that was 2 payments. About 600,000 in total. Su Tianhe asked. What time? The secretary replied. This afternoon around 4. Su Tianhe. Huajianting Community. Zhang Chen turned on the computer and prepared to play with Xiaolang. I have a holiday tomorrow, so I won't get points today? But he was in no rush to get into the game. Instead, he opened the system mall and found the villa he had been dreaming of. Today I completed 2 hidden tasks and earned 4,000 bond points. With Zhang Chen's check-in, Su Zining gave him a kiss. Now, it is exactly 10,000 points. Enough to buy a villa. System, redeemed Juanfu Villa number 1. Ding, it is detected that the product the host wants to redeem has a low cost performance ratio. The host is given 1 minute to consider. Zhang Chen? Damn, you won't let me change? Damn it, I've been trying to save up bond points to buy a new apartment, but you say the cost effectiveness is low? In fact, Zhang Chen is still used to living in this kind of building, which is more warm and comfortable. The villa is luxurious, but it feels empty when one person lives in it. Unfortunately, there are no buildings in this system mall. System, yes. I suggest the host to look back at the mall content. Zhang Chen frowned slightly. Why is this system so active today? It seems I will have to scold more in the future. If you already have a building, you can't change it. I won't even live in Juanfu number 1 villa. If I sell it, how many houses can I buy with the money? Does the system think I'm a fool? Zhang Chen cursed, but still flipped through the exchange list. Fuck. The moment Zhang Chen saw the building, he was stunned. It is also the Huajianting community, but it is a new real estate project in the second phase. The point is, 1 boutique house in Huajianting community, exchange condition, 10,000 bond points. A building. Change this for me. Zhang Chen shouted directly. Sure enough, this time the system did not remind him that the price-performance ratio was low. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for 1 boutique house in Huajianting community. The next second, bundles of property certificates and piles of keys appeared next to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen could see the boutique apartment from the balcony. There are 26 floors in total, with 4 households on each floor. That is, 104 high-quality apartments? One set is worth about 3 to 4 million. This is more than 300 million? Fuck, this thing is really cost-effective. Zhang Chen swallowed hard, so? This building is mine now? After being stunned for a while, it was the ringing of the phone that woke Zhang Chen up. The little wolf shouted anxiously. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Why don't you come when you're invited? Zhang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What are you doing? Admire the exquisite house in front of you, it is the kingdom I exchanged for. Gone, score more points. Zhang Chen, who has transformed himself into the owner of a building, is full of vigor and vitality. The geese fell into the lake. Su Zining has already changed into her pink pajamas. She was about to tear the pockets of her skirt and the bag she was carrying today into pieces. I just can't find the card I used to pay at the Prada store today. She remembered that after paying, she put the money directly into the pocket of her skirt. Because her pockets are relatively shallow, Su Zining is quite careful when shopping and touches them every now and then. Why can't I find it? Fell on the car? Su Zining thought about it and decided to go to the car tomorrow morning to check if it was still there. Then I can only ask the bank to freeze it and wait until my dad has time to report it lost. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Ning Ning, can I come in? Su Tianhe's voice came. Su Zining thought about the time when she forgot that she was wearing a JK uniform and was caught by her parents. His face turned red in an instant. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. Can't. Su Tianhe chuckled. I have something important to tell you. Company matters. Su Zining was slightly stunned, but still opened the door for Su Tianhe. It can be said that Su Tianhe has pretended to be very serious. However, Su Zining could still detect a hint of sly smile between his father's brows. Dad, what's going on? Su Tianhe waved his hand. It's not really anything important. That's right. I heard from your Uncle Tang that our company has a genius. The R&D plan produced is flawless, Zhang Chen, right? Dad wants to talk to you about this guy. Chapter 32, Jiang Chen's piano. Can you just move it if you say so? Let us talk about Jiang Chen. Why? Did Dad discover something? Su Zining panicked for a moment and spoke hesitantly. He is indeed very talented. Uncle Tang is right. Although Su Zining was a little caught off guard by her father's sudden mention of Jiang Chen. However, she still expressed her praise without any reservation. Now let us just mindlessly praise Jiang Chen for his excellence with Dad. I will take Jiang Chen home then. Look, Lao Su, such an outstanding man is your son-in-law. It's fun to think about it. Su Zining couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. And this happened to be caught by Su Tianhe. My dear daughter, you should also be happy secretly. You're just short of writing the 4 words I like Jiang Chen on your face. Su Tianhe pretended to be excited and slapped his thigh. That's great. I like young people with brains like this the most. Ningning, bring him back when you have time so that I can meet him. Su Zining almost choked on her own saliva. Bring Jiang Chen home and get to know him? Now. No. Su Tianhe was stunned. Why not? His right hand had been clenched into a small fist where his father couldn't see. Su Zining pouted and turned her head away. I'm afraid he's too good and you'll steal my employees. Anyway, I won't take it. Su Tianhe sighed and pretended to look regretful. He stood up, his back looking extremely lonely. Then forget it. By the way, this is the bank card you just dropped downstairs. Don't lose things anymore. Having said that, Su Tianhe left Su Zining's bedroom. Su Zining in the room let out a long breath. He grabbed the bank card on the table, which was the one she used to pay. Phew. Luckily it wasn't lost. Su Zining had a cute expression and carefully stuffed the card into the cover page of the diary. This way it won't be lost. If the card is lost, the money inside is no big deal. The main thing is that this is the payment card I used to buy a gift for Jiang Chen for the first time, so I have to keep it well. Su Zining didn't know that Su Tianhe had left her room. Like a duck off its leash, he ran to the kitchen and opened a bottle of Feitian Mutai. Pour yourself a glass and drink it all in one gulp. Cool. I've never felt so good before. Su Tianhe finally understood that he had been deceived by Jiang Chen before. That graph necklace was bought by Jiang Chen himself. And the boyfriend of her precious daughter is brother Jiang Chen. Because Jiang Chen trapped him the first time, and after going around in circles for so long, Su Tianhe finally figured it out now. However, he had no intention of blaming Jiang Chen at all. Instead, he admired Jiang Chen even more in his heart. He is cautious and smart in doing things, and is truly a role model for contemporary youth. Oh no, a model of modern son-in-law. In short, dragon son-in-law. Huajianting community. At 11 o'clock, Jiang Chen and Xiaolang won 4 games in a row and logged off the account with satisfaction. Open the penguin and find Su Zining. Jiang Chen, wife, are you asleep? Su Zining replied immediately as usual. Su Xiaoxiu, I'm not asleep. I'm thinking about you. After interacting with Jiang Chen for the past few days, Su Zining finally opened her heart. Not as stiff and restrained as at the beginning. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and replied. Jiang Chen, but I don't miss you, and I'm still angry. Su Xiaoxiu, what's wrong? Jiang Chen, today you took advantage of me and ran away, leaving me no chance to kiss you back. If I'm not mistaken, Su Zining on the other end should be blushing, right? Jiang Chen couldn't help but think about it. After spending some sweet time with Su Zining, they said good night to each other. Saturday is a precious and anticipated day for most office workers. But for Jiang Chen, there is not much difference from usual days. The only difference is that one is watching TV shows and playing games in the office, while the other is watching TV shows and playing games at home. Jiang Chen originally wanted to find Su Zining to complete the hidden tasks. But unfortunately, there was something going on at the company, so Su Zining went to deal with the documents. At this time, Jiang Chen adhered to the principle of never going to the company during holidays. I was lying quietly on the sofa, thinking about the building I had moved to last night. Rent? Jiang Chen was not particularly reassured because in his previous life, a real estate agency had run away. He just couldn't remember which company it was, and Jiang Chen was afraid that he would be unlucky and get caught. He was still a little unwilling to just leave it like this. Just when he could not think of a good use for it, his cell phone rang. Answer the phone. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry to bother you so early. Jiang Chen was stunned. What the hell is this sound? Oh, I remember now, it was Zhang Jian, the owner of Tianqin Music House. Tell me what you want to say. Zhang Jian chuckled, he was a little embarrassed to speak. But looking at the girl who was acting so arrogantly in his store, he could only bite the bullet and say it. It's like this, the customer who paid the deposit came to the store. The highest bidder wins. I'm a businessman. Of course she didn't say anything. It's just that she asked to try the piano. Look. Jiang Chen shrugged. So that's what was happening. Bring her to my house. Give her 10 minutes so she can try 2 songs. Zhang Jian was completely shocked. Isn't Mr. Jiang too easy to talk to? Woohoo, you are my second parent. Okay, thank you Mr. Jiang for your help. Zhang Jian originally thought that it was not appropriate to go to Jiang Chen's house. I want to send someone to get the piano and then have Jiang Chen deliver it over. But Jiang Chen is so reasonable. Now, he can report to the task. Jiang Chen was too lazy to refuse such a thing. If he could cause trouble at Jiang Jian's music store, what if Jiang Chen gets targeted by that person after he refuses? Wouldn't that be more troublesome? It's better to be open and honest. Half an hour later. There was a knock on the door and Jiang Chen opened it. Zhang Jian bowed apologetically. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. Suddenly, a woman dressed in black rushed into Jiang Chen's home. He didn't even look at Jiang Chen. Zhang Jian explained repeatedly. Mr. Jiang, this is the distinguished guest, Miss Tang Xinyue. Please understand that I have a slightly bad temper. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. Tang Xinyue went straight to the piano in the living room and sat down. He was not shy and placed one hand directly on the keys. It took 9 minutes to play a Croatian rhapsody. Also, a song Flight of the Bumblebee. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this woman's attitude was not very good. Moreover, he is a bit unkind. But he plays the piano pretty well. The basic emotion and tone are correct, and the music is not out of tune. However, there is still a small flaw in the technique. 2 songs finished. Tang Xinyue stood up and walked straight to Jiang Chen. Gao Ao handed over a bank card. This is 600,000. Then she looked at Zhang Jian. Find someone to move the piano for me. I am most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. At this moment, Zhang Jian and Jiang Chen were puzzled by their acquaintance. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. This woman, I'm afraid there's something wrong with her, right? Jiang Chen frowned, his face full of dissatisfaction with Tang Xinyue. She also felt Jiang Chen's gaze and was slightly stunned. Then he took out a card from his bag. There is still 100,000 in this card. Are you satisfied now? Zhang Jian, find someone to move it out for me. Chapter 33, If Jiang Chen doesn't show his power, do you really think he is easy to bully? No, you have a bubble in your head, right? Although the woman is impolite, Jiang Chen is a good young man of the new era. Isn't this you polite enough? Tang Yuexin turned around and looked straight at Jiang Chen. The eyes are moving. I'll give you an extra 200,000, but you're still not satisfied? Tang Yuexin liked this piano very much, the moment she touched the keys. She was completely intoxicated. This was the type of piano she liked. Ouch. Jiang Chen thought, I have a very good temper. But, we never tolerate shabby, okay? Suddenly, Jiang Chen's face turned dark. It's not that I'm not satisfied, it's that I don't want to sell it. Why sell the things I bought? Please leave my house gracefully. In fact, Jiang Chen really planned to sell the piano. After all, he had already used it up, so why keep it? He has system skills and doesn't need to practice the piano. Why not keep it for yourself and enjoy it for yourself? It would be better to play a few games. But Tang Yuexin's attitude is so bad. Jiang Chen was very unhappy. 1 million, will you sell it? You've got to quit while you're ahead. The piano is covered in dust, which proves that you haven't touched it for 24 hours. You don't need such a good piano. You are actually a scalper, waiting to sell at a higher price, right? Tang Xinyue raised a sly smile and took out another bank card. 1 million, she just didn't believe that Jiang Chen would remain unmoved. As expected, Jiang Chen was stunned. Tang Yuexin was delighted. As expected, he did it for the money. Actually, she misunderstood. Jiang Chen was stunned. He was thinking how to kick her out. Money? What the hell are you talking about? Damn it, if you'd been nicer I'd have sold it to you for 50,000 yuan. If you have a bad attitude, you can't even recognize me as your father. Money, right? It's great to be rich, right? With a flash of inspiration, Jiang Chen finally figured out how to deal with Tang Xinyue, this rude woman. Comparing money, right? Turned around and walked into the bedroom, and then came out. Jiang Chen held a stack of property certificates and placed them on the coffee table. Tang Xinyue frowned. What does this man want to do? Jiang Jian's eyes widened. Are these all property certificates? Jiang Chen pointed at Tang Xinyue, picked up a stack of property certificates and threw them to the ground. I'm a scalper, can you open your eyes and see? A real estate deed costs 4 million. You want to negotiate money with me? There was a flash of surprise in Tang Xinyue's eyes. Jiang Chen still didn't let her go, but continued to output while smashing the property certificate. I haven't said anything about you yet, what's your attitude? Come to my house to try out the piano. Do you know that you are the one who was bothering me? What about you? You look like someone owes you 8 million. What's wrong? You've been a big girl at home for so long that you can't tell east from west? Tang Xinyue's pretty face was full of black lines and she clenched her fists. He growled in a low voice. Shut up. Jiang Chen was shocked, this girl is crazy. This is my fucking home, you want me to shut up? Are you still dreaming? Or is your head not pressing down on your brain? With your attitude, there will be people to discipline you in the future, idiot. I can throw tens of millions of dollars away casually, can you do it? Tang Xinyue was breathing heavily, obviously angry. She really doesn't have the ability of Jiang Chen. Being able to spend 1 million to buy a piano is already her limit. After all, she is still a student. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a smile. Actually, I'm not an unreasonable person. I can give you this piano. As long as you have more assets under your name than I do, I will give it to you without hesitation. How? Finally at this moment, the ground was filled with property certificates in Jiang Chen's words. This completely dealt a heavy blow to Miss Tang Xinyue's temper. Her nose felt sore and she turned and left Jiang Chen's house. Jiang Jian was still confused at this time and swallowed hard. Mr. Jiang, I will withdraw too. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Close the door for me. Jiang Jian closed the door carefully, his back broken into a cold sweat. Damn, Mr. Jiang is so capable. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes fiercely, bent down, and started picking up the property certificate. This thing feels so damn good to throw. However, after thinking about it carefully, Jiang Chen was still stunned. Just now, Tang Xinyue turned around and seemed like she was about to cry. Ouch, did I make you cry? Jiang Chen stroked his beard inside. If Tang Xinyue really cried, he only wanted to say one word. Should. Cry. With your EQ and attitude, if I don't make you cry, you will cry anyway in the future. What? You said I don't show sympathy to women. Fuck you, she is not my wife. Cry louder so that brother can hear you and laugh too. Jiang Chen crossed his legs and sat down on the sofa. Cool. Ledger Group. Xian Shanming paced back and forth at the door of Tang Zhang's office with a confused look on his face. I chatted with Wang Dahai for a while yesterday and learned about that outrageous thing. Jiang Chen is Mr. Su's cousin-in-law? Damn, does Mr. Su have a cousin? He didn't have the impression that there was one. However, thinking of Su Zining's various abnormal reactions, Xian Shanming was still skeptical. So, he plans to find Tang Zhang to collect evidence. Hey! Old Xian, what are you doing standing at the door? Tang Jiang had just finished chatting with Su Zining about work and was about to go back to the office to get some information to take home. Then I saw Xian Shanming with a hesitant look on his face. Hey, Mr. Tang, I want to ask you something. I just can't figure it out. Tang Jiang smiled brightly. We're just talking to each other, so let's just say it straight. Xian Shanming quickly repeated everything Wang Dahai had told him. Tang Jiang was stunned by what he heard. I want to know, is this true? Tang Jiang coughed lightly. His heart had just experienced many ups and downs in his life. After a full minute of silence, he said affirmatively. Well, I'm not sure. But President Su does have a cousin. This should be true. Qian Shanming sighed after receiving Tang Zhang's reply. If it really exists, then it is true. It seems that I should not provoke Jiang Chen in the future. Okay, Mr. Tang, I'm going to go have a drink to relieve myself. If it were any other time, Tang Jiang would definitely offer to go with Qian Shanming. But at this moment, Tang Jiang just wanted to go home quickly. He did not lie to Qian Shanming, Su Zining did have a cousin. And it was none other than Tang Jiang's daughter. That is right, because the relationship between the two families is so good. Ningning and her daughter have always been cousins. After drinking and chatting with Su Tianhe last time, Tang Jiang had the idea of introducing his daughter to Jiang Chen. But it seems, my daughter has already secretly discovered brother Jiang's treasure. Besides, it had already been taken down? The car speed today is faster than usual, and Tang Jiang pushed open the door. I saw my girl sitting on the sofa. Her pretty face was full of anger, and there were traces of tears on the side of her face. Have you cried? My little princess, who has offended you? Why are you still crying? When Tang Xinyue saw her father coming home, she thought of the incident in which Jiang Chen smashed the floor with the property certificate. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Dad, let's discuss something. Tang Jiang smiled slightly and came closer. You said, if Dad can do it, I can definitely do it for you. Tang Xinyue narrowed her eyes slightly. What is so great about having a stack of property certificates? Transfer your shares of the Ledger Group and Sangong Real Estate to me. Tang Jian almost choked himself to death on a mouthful of tea. Chapter 34, Real Gold Metal Sales, Transportation Vehicle. To put it in the internet slang I just learned. That is, my little princess, what kind of vicious words are you talking about? Do you really think that thing is a turntable that can spin just like that? You are my only daughter. When I am gone, everything will belong to you. The more Tang Xinyue thought about Jiang Chen's arrogant expression, the angrier she became. She was almost obsessed. Dad, when are you leaving? Tang Jiang? Then, Tang Xinyue added another sentence. Why don't you just leave in a moment? Ha? Tang Jiang's face was filled with black lines, and his heart suffered 9,999 explosive damage. After asking for a long time with nice words, Tang Xinyue still couldn't give a rough idea. Tang Jiang sighed deeply and said, forget it. The child has a bad temper, probably because of something. Let's hurry up and ask about the real business. Yeah, there is a talented employee at the Ledger Group. My name is Jiang Chen, do you know? Tang Xinyue denied it without even thinking about it. Have no idea. Tang Jiang stroked his beard. This girl, you still don't admit it? Dad, I know everything, why are you still pretending? Tang Jiang was naturally prepared since he dared to ask such a direct question. Take out your phone and click on a video. That was the video of Jiang Chen playing the piano during the RD Department S team building yesterday. Hey, yeah, take a look at how this guy plays. Tang Xinyue muttered to herself. She doesn't want to do anything or see anything now. She just wanted to tear Jiang Chen to pieces. No one plays it as well as I do. That's what she said, but when she heard the prelude to the wedding in her dream, the whole person couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Precise control and perfect rhythm. I secretly pricked up my ears and continued listening attentively. At the end of the first half, Tang Xinyue felt a little regretful. She wanted to see who this was? Her piano skills are even better than those of her graduate supervisor. How could such a person become a clerk in the Ledger Group? But she still held back, after all, she had just rejected her father Tang Jiang. If you say frankly that you don't want to look at it, but now you move closer, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Keep listening. Different from the dream wedding in her memory, the style of the music changed. Hope, glory, morning sun, sunrise. A dream wedding? No, this is a real wedding. This adaptation is absolutely amazing. Tang Xinyue couldn't help herself any longer and was amazed at the skill of the person playing the piano. She dared to say that this person's playing skills had reached the level of an international master. If you can make friends with this kind of person, giving Tang Xinyue a little guidance will be a huge improvement for her. Snort. Tang Xinyue quickly reached out and snatched the phone from her father's hand. Tang Jiang chuckled and said, see, I told you couldn't help it? Tang Xinyue picked up the phone with excitement on her face and took a closer look. She was totally dumbfounded. The person in the video, if it's not Jiang Chen, then who else could it be? How could it be this bastard? Tang Xinyue frowned, and her jade-like little hand tightly grasped Tang Zhong's cell phone. Throw it hard to the ground. I'm so mad, why is it him again? At this time, relying on her hatred for Jiang Chen, Tang Xinyue successfully avenged her own father Tang Zhang as well. This is secondary damage. As for how angry he is, just look at the broken phone on the ground. He then stood up and ran straight to his bedroom without looking back. Tang Jiang was completely paralyzed. His daughter's reaction caught him off guard. For a moment I couldn't figure out why. But who is he? Tang Jiang. The dual semi-powerful director of Ledger Group and Sangong Real Estate. The man standing at the top of the pyramid in Jinghai City. He took a deep breath and took a minute to quickly figure out what was going on. My daughter said, it's little brother Jiang Chen again. That proves that it was Jiang Chen who made her angry just now. Slapping his thigh excitedly, Tang Jiang came to the final conclusion. I see, the young couple had a fight. It's really normal. Huajianting Community, Boutique Building, Room 702. This is the most suitable apartment that Jiang Chen picked out from one of his properties. The lighting, area, and floor are all the best. Hearing the knock on the door, Jiang Chen opened it. Standing at the door was a man in a suit, about 30 years old. Holding a folder, her face was full of smiles. Mr. Jiang, I'm Zhang Chao, the top agent you found. How can I help you? Jiang Chen chuckled and looked at Zhang Chao. Gold medal agent, you are not modest at all. It's nothing serious, I just need you to help me find someone to renovate this house. Zhang Chao smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying respectfully. With great responsibility comes great power. May I ask what style Mr. Jiang would like to decorate in? Jiang Chen handed over a drawing and said lightly. This is the style I want, follow it. How much does it cost? Zhang Chao took out the calculator on his mobile phone and did a simple calculation to make sure it was accurate. Replied. According to your standards, it's about 400,000. This is also the price estimated by Jiang Chen. After all, the house is more than 200 square meters. The cost of renovation will certainly not be too low. Okay, how many days will it take to finish? Zhang Chao was stunned for a moment. A few days? A few months is about right? But thinking that Jiang Chen is the owner of this superb house, Zhang Chao could only tentatively extend 5 fingers. Mr. Jiang, about 50 days. Jiang Chen grinned fiercely. 50 days? So slow? Should I hire a donkey from the production team to grind the wall for me? He wants to move in as soon as possible. The fastest? Zhang Chao nodded affirmatively. Yes, this is the fastest speed. Jiang Chen didn't even raise his eyebrows. More money. $20,000 tip for you. Zhang Chao took a breath of cold air. A financial sponsor? Then I will come over to supervise the work myself and try to complete it within 35 days. Jiang Chen yawned and waved his hand. Don't do 35 days, just 1 month. Aren't you a gold medal salesperson? Can you show some gold medal confidence? Zhang Chao's face turned dark and he said, don't even mention the gold medal. I am an Olympic medal. It is not something I can just do to renovate such a big house. He looked embarrassed and saw Jiang Chen holding up 3 fingers. 30,000. Zhang Chao took a breath of cold air. I slapped myself hard in my heart. Yes, there is nothing wrong with what Mr. Jiang said. How can I, a top-notch agent, be so unconfident? Standing at attention and bowing deeply, Zhang Chao's face was full of smiles. Make sure the mission is accomplished. Jiang Chen nodded approvingly. I just like the way you look like a money grubber. Good. I also want to install a set of fully intelligent furniture, the Internet Plus model. Can you help me buy everything I need? Is that okay? Zhang Chao felt relieved and chuckled. Of course. Transfer the money and give the house key to Zhang Chao. Jiang Chen returned to the old house, where Prada employees had been waiting for him at the door for a long time. Come in and sit down. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and led them into the house. Xiaoli, who was dressed neatly and cleanly, measured Jiang Chen's various sizes. Not only smiled but also sighed. Mr. Zhang's body is big enough for hitting the board. Yesterday's shopping guide also came, looking at Jiang Chen with a crazy look on her face. Now that the data has been measured, the two turned around and left. Just when Jiang Chen was about to sit down on the sofa to rest, a reminder sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the hidden task and buying the limited edition custom model for women. Mission reward, 1,000 bond points, 1 transportation vehicle. Chapter 35. Do you believe in God's will? Prepare for a surprise inspection. A mobility scooter? Jiang Chen really needed a mobility scooter. Besides, 1,000 bond points would be a waste if you don't make money from it. Jiang Chen used the 1,000 bond points he earned from daily check-ins with Su Zining in the morning to exchange for a discount card. Shouted. Wait a minute, both of you. The Prada staff were about to reach the door and were startled when they heard Jiang Chen calling them. Especially Xiaoli, who was measuring Jiang Chen's body size, almost sat down on the ground when he heard this domineering voice. Well, he feels domineering. Mr. Jiang, do you have any instructions? Jiang Chen couldn't help laughing when looking at the man's expression. He quickly waved his hand and smiled. It's just a small matter, don't be nervous. Turn around and look at the shopping guide. The qualification to purchase this limited edition custom-made women's model is also in your store, right? The salesgirl was stunned. Limited edition custom-made women's model? Is there? Mr. Jiang, the limited edition custom-made set you purchased does not have a matching women's version. Did you remember it wrongly? Xiaoli scratched his head. Even though he was not a shopping guide, he remembered it very clearly. That is a single men's model, there is no matching women's model. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. This shouldn't be the case. How could the system be wrong? System, that's right, let her think. How can what I detected be wrong? Rolling eyes gif. Jiang Chen said lightly. You can ask the boss. I remember there was one. Miss Shopping Guide. Miss Shopping Guide. Of course she had to remember clearly what styles there were. She said yes, but it's possible that they were sold out due to good sales. But if she said no, then there must be no. If this was an ordinary customer, the salesgirl would have definitely rolled her eyes and ignored him. But is Mr. Jiang an ordinary guest? He is a distinguished guest, a most honored guest, otherwise he wouldn't come to your house to measure your body measurements, right? Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Seeing Jiang Chen's confident look, the salesgirl couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that I really remembered it wrong? The boss answered the phone. Xiao, what's wrong? Boss, a customer wants the limited edition women's set in our store. Do we have it? The boss on the other end of the phone was shocked. That set doesn't have a matching women's version. Who asked that? He was now wondering if he was here on purpose to cause trouble. Are you looking for excitement by buying styles that don't even exist? It's Mr. Jiang who bought the limited edition custom model. The boss breathed a sigh of relief and said, oh, that's okay. But now he is in the same mood as the salesgirl. Would a big shot like Mr. Jiang tell lies for no reason? Impossible. Xiao, please hold on. Let me see if there is a new style that I forgot to check. He quickly opened the laptop at hand and opened his email. If there are new styles, the person in charge of the Asia-Pacific region will send them to the owners of branches like theirs via email. When I opened my mailbox, I found that there was actually a new email. With shock and excitement in his heart, he opened the email. Dear Agent Boss, Prada has launched a matching women's version of the limited edition custom suit that was released last time. Your store has obtained a sales qualification. At this second, the boss's head was buzzing. This email arrived just 1 minute ago, and Mr. Jiang knew about it in advance? There is only one explanation, that is, Mr. Jiang has a relationship with Prada's senior management and knew the inside information in advance. Damn, this is definitely a great thigh. 2 minutes later. The salesgirl hung up the phone. He looked at Jiang Chen with an apologetic look on his face. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. I just asked the boss, and he said they do have women's models. Would you mind taking a moment to look at the sample pictures? Jiang Chen waved his hand and took out his bank card from his pocket without saying a word. No, just swipe the card. The salesgirl swallowed hard. What a rich guy. Carefully took the card from Jiang Chen's hand. Okay, the boss specifically asked me to give you a 40% discount. This is a discount we've never had before. Do you know your girlfriend's size? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know Su Xining's size. Looks like a 34C though. After all, Su Xiaonu is still young and can still grow. I'll write the size on a piece of paper and send it to you. Pick up your bank card while you're at it. After everything was explained, the two Prada employees left the Huajianting community. Xiaoli, I wish I could be as good as Mr. Jiang. Xiao, it would be great if Xiaoli could be 1/5 as good as Mr. Jiang. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards are being distributed. Transportation vehicle, Tesla Model 3 high-performance permanent endurance version has been placed in the host's garage. When the bond value arrived, Jiang Chen felt his pocket sink. I reached out and touched it, and found a car key, which was Tesla's car key. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, thinking. Permanent battery life version, does it mean it doesn't need to be charged? Fuck, perpetual motion machine? If this damn Meyer knew about this, wouldn't he open the coffin lid? Doesn't this thing violate the law of conservation of energy proposed by that guy? After reading the introduction carefully, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Permanent battery life means that the system helps to charge and replace the battery. I told you, how could what is taught in the high school textbooks be wrong? Hong Kong City. Yang Li was lying leisurely on the sofa watching a movie and glanced at Zhang Dafa, who was racking his brains beside her. Have you figured it out? Zhang Dafa clicked on the phone recording and listened to it again. He spread his hands and shook his head. No, I think our son's explanation is completely correct. His ears are about to get calluses. After talking to Jiang Chen on the phone yesterday, Yang Li felt something was wrong. The girl's tone didn't sound like she was in a panic after falling. However, I couldn't figure out what was wrong. Forget it, let's go watch a movie. Movie in progress. Yang Li couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. Look how much of a scumbag this male protagonist is. He found a girlfriend and kept it a secret from his family. I was shopping with a girl at the mall, and my mom called and told her to shut up. What if his mother knew he was in a relationship and could eat him? Zhang Dafa shook his head and expressed his point of view. He's just like you, he hates getting married. Yang Li glanced at Zhang Dafa and was too lazy to argue with him. Next, the heroine in the movie suddenly sees her mother at the corner of the mall. A panicked cry was heard. This scene made Yang Li burst into laughter. What an interesting arrangement. It makes sense that this movie has a high rating. Wife, don't you feel that tone just now is very familiar? Just end. Zhang Dafa pointed to the call records in his hand. It would have been fine if she hadn't given any reminder. After hearing this, Yang Li felt greatly encouraged. That tone, that intonation, that feeling, it's more than just a little bit similar. I quickly rewound the movie and listened to it a few more times. Old Jiang, do you believe in God's will? Zhang Dafa nodded in panic. Of course I believe it, my wife. It is destiny that I met you. Yang Li rolled her eyes fiercely. I didn't believe in God's will before. But now I believe it. This movie is warning me that our son is definitely cheating. The girl who made the noise is definitely our son's girlfriend. Zhang Dafa curled his lips and stood up. He slapped his thigh hard and scolded Yang Li. Wife, our son explained it so clearly. You still don't believe it? Did you go crazy watching the movie? Besides, my son is in Jinghai, and you can't verify it. Yang Li had a flash of inspiration. Yes, why don't I just verify it? He turned around and picked up his phone. At this moment, Zhang Dafa felt that his wife was stupid. Don't you understand your son? If he could admit that he called you yesterday, he would have admitted it to you. Yang Li glared at Zhang Dafa fiercely. You know nothing. I called my sisters and said we won't play mahjong tomorrow. Zhang Dafa was stunned. What for? Yang Li raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Go to Jinghai and conduct a surprise inspection. Chapter 36. Close your eyes and kiss. 6:30 in the evening, Ledger Group, President's Office. Su Xining rubbed his temples and held an impromptu meeting in the afternoon. As a result, the documents that should have been processed are still piling up. The reason why it was such a thick stack was because she also brought the documents she would be processing tomorrow. Come on. After spending a long time with Jiang Chen, Su Xining also became more lively when she was alone. Clench your little pink fists and cheer yourself up. Take care of these, and you'll have nothing to do tomorrow. In that case, I can go find Jiang Chen. Break into his house during the day, and take a look at his little love letter. Just do it. But now I miss Jiang Chen so much. Su Zining took a long breath, suppressed her longing, and continued to work hard. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Su Zining was stunned and raised her head. She found Jiang Chen walking straight towards her. At hand, there was also a bowl of porridge and steamed dumplings. Although I'm wearing the same professional attire as usual, it still doesn't affect my high wife. Jiang Chen chuckled. Su Zining's eyes moved and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Does Jiang Chen have any magical powers? As soon as I said I missed him, he appeared. Hug. Su Zining said tenderly, and then hugged Jiang Chen's waist. This hug lasted another 10 minutes and exhausted Jiang Chen. After seeing Su Zining let go, he started to deal with the documents. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows fiercely and slapped the table. Eat first. Su Zining curled her lips. I'm not hungry. I have a small appetite to begin with, and I often skip dinner when I'm busy at work. I'm used to it. Jiang Chen sighed, and quickly snatched the document that Su Zining was working on. Eat, or I'll tear up this document of yours. Su Zining snorted softly and stretched out her fair little hand. I'm really not hungry. Give it to me quickly. When I'm done, we can go for a walk. Seeing that Su Zining said this, what else could Jiang Chen say? He put the porridge and dumplings on the table and handed the documents back to Su Zining. He sat down on the chair opposite Su Zining and sighed to himself. Let's fix it. Oh, it's difficult. Su Zining was stunned and glanced at Jiang Chen cunningly. I couldn't help but ask. What's difficult? Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed at Su Zining. Wife, it's hard for you to get into my house. Let me tell you, my mother is very controlling. In her opinion, one of the 3 meals a day is essential. Especially for young people, skipping a meal implies that they will be unhealthy in the future. Which mother-in-law wants an unhealthy daughter-in-law? As he spoke, Jiang Chen's hand reached for the cup of milk and oatmeal porridge. It seems like since you don't eat it, I'll eat it. And Su Zining widened her eyes after hearing what Jiang Chen said. Auntie actually cares about this? Did Jiang Chen grow up in this kind of environment since he was a child? No wonder my boyfriend has such good habits. It turns out there is such a gentle, caring and considerate mother? Hey, this is my dinner. Su Zining was quick to take the porridge and dumplings. Without saying a word, he started eating. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Don't eat? Su Xianyo, can't I cure you? Under Jiang Chen's gaze, Su Zining ate both things for the first time ever. Belch. Seeing Su Zining burping softly, Jiang Chen nodded secretly. It seems that he is full, which is good. Su Zining blushed instantly. I actually burped in front of Jiang Chen? Ah, isn't this too embarrassing? After looking at each other, I found that Jiang Chen was still smiling. Huh, what are you laughing at? I was thinking, it turns out fairies can hiccup, too. When it comes to sweet talk, Jiang Chen is still professional. Su Zining felt as if she had eaten honey at this moment, and gave Jiang Chen a charming look. She hid her blushing face and started processing documents. 8:30. Su Zining finally finished. Her efficiency is simply too low, with Jiang Chen around. I can't concentrate on work at all. I'm fine. Jiang Chen nodded lightly. Well, wait for me a moment, finish defeating this boss. His eyes were on the phone, his head buried, operating it with both hands. This is the final moment of fighting the boss. Su Zining couldn't help but feel a little curious, and quietly moved behind Jiang Chen. I read it for a long time but still didn't understand it. Defeat the boss and get rewards. Jiang Chen logged off and put away his phone. The fight is finally over, honey, let's retreat. Su Zining nodded obediently. Well, we'll just have to walk home today. My dad sent me to the company today. I didn't drive. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled, shaking the car keys in his hand. I did. Come on, let me show you my husband's new car. Su Zining was stunned. Jiang Chen actually picked up the car? Sitting in the passenger seat of Tesla, Su Zining felt that this car was really comfortable. Apparently, it's even more comfortable than her Martha. My boyfriend has really good taste. Hey, am I the first woman to sit in your passenger seat? Jiang Chen shook his head. No. Su Zining curled her lips in anger and said lightly. I am not, bad Jiang Chen. You're the first person to sit in my passenger seat. Snort. That's more like it. Because it was very late, Jiang Chen sent Su Zining directly back to Yanluo Lake. It's still the same parking spot as yesterday, and the same two people are there. But at this time, Su Zining obviously had no intention of getting off the car. What's the name of the game you played today? Su Zining wanted to understand everything that Jiang Chen liked and make herself like it. Heavenly Thunder Hammer? The name of the online game is a mess. This once again involved Su Zining's blind spot. What is an online game? Jiang Chen took a breath and explained. It can be simply understood that charging money is the father's game. Like the boss I just beat, if I put 10,000 yuan into it, the time it takes to beat him can be shortened several times. The equipment that explodes will also be much better. Su Zining smiled gently. So that's how it is. She picked up Jiang Chen's phone and took a look at the version he was playing. I also took the opportunity to write down Jiang Chen's game account. Well, it's done. I'll study it when I get home. Then I'm leaving? Su Zining tentatively said that she actually still wanted to do something bad. Well, let's go. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Su Zining pouted stubbornly, very unhappy. My boyfriend doesn't even give me a chance? Suddenly, Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. Honey, close your eyes. There's a naked man running over there. Su Zining closed her eyes suddenly. Streaking. Nothing to wear. Ah, it's the 21st century and there are still people like this? Aren't you shy? She closed her eyes tightly, afraid of seeing something she shouldn't see. At this time, Jiang Chen gently unbuckled his seatbelt. He turned sideways and leaned close to Su Zining's ear. You took advantage of me last night, and now you want to leave like this tonight? Honey, do you really think I'm a vegetarian? The gentle yet seductive tone echoed in Su Zining's ears. The next second, she tasted Jiang Chen's lips. Chapter 37. Let's move. Gaming idiot Su Zining. The geese fell into the lake. When Su Zining got home, she ran straight to the second floor with a shy look on her face and returned to her room. She threw away her bag, changed into her pajamas, blushed, and buried her head deeply in the quilt. Jiang Chen's gentle voice seemed to still echo in her ears. Isn't Jiang Chen too bad? Deliberately lied to me, made me close my eyes, and then do something bad to me? That was my first kiss that I treasured for 20 years. Aha! Although she thought so in her heart, Su Zining still licked her lips unconsciously. It seems, there is also a sweet taste? Recalling the feeling just now, I feel numb and tingling. Snort. Su Zining let out a soft snort and became more and more shy the more she thought about it. He buried his head deeper and kicked his two little feet desperately on the bed. It took her half an hour to sit up. She tiptoed out of bed and took the little pink notebook on the table. Write 3 lines in beautiful handwriting. Mr. Zhang's kiss is unforgettable. I am flattered and can still savor it for the rest of my life. Remember the night of September 17th. After closing the diary, a hint of cunning flashed in Su Zining's eyes and her red lips slightly opened. Muttered. Humph, Jiang Chen, just wait, I'll kiss you back tomorrow. Su Zining snorted softly. A real man should take responsibility for his actions. If Jiang Chen dares to kiss me secretly, he will be punished by being kissed back by me twice. Otherwise, I won't accept it. Huajianting community. Zhang Chao stood at the door of Jiang Chen's house, waiting and hoping. I have to wait till I become Meng Jiangnu. Finally, Jiang Chen slowly approached. Mr. Jiang, you are finally back. Glancing at Zhang Chao's excited face, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile. Didn't I tell you? You can come over tonight or tomorrow morning. It's so late, aren't your wife and children worried? As a gold medal salesman, Zhang Chao is more than proficient in the art of speaking language. Of course I'm not in a hurry, it's just that it's so late. I'm worried that Mr. Jiang is not safe outside by himself. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. I just like people who tell the truth. He patted Zhang Chao on the shoulder and nodded approvingly. You have a really nice mouth. Come in, just you? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. He just realized that Zhang Chao was the only one at the door. Zhang Chao was called over today because he wanted to figure out something. That exquisite house cannot just be left empty like this. What a waste. Jiang Chen still couldn't remember which agency ran away. However, you can't not go to the beach to pick up shells just because you're afraid of drowning, right? So, today he asked Zhang Chaozhui to help post the rental information. He also specifically reminded that there might be too much stuff and asked Zhang Chao to bring someone to help. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. It's just a bunch of keys and a property certificate. I'm totally fine with it. Jiang Chen. Who told you there's only one set? Zhang Chao raised his eyebrows fiercely and swallowed hard. Thinking of Jiang Chen's generosity in giving out a tip of 30,000 yuan with just a wave of his hand. I've overlooked this. It's normal for someone like Mr. Jiang to own several properties. Mr. Jiang, don't worry. If one person can't take it, I'll give you the head. Zhang Chao was thinking in his heart, Jiang Chen had more houses. 10 sets, that's the maximum, right? 10 property certificates and 10 keys, although it's a bit tedious. But it's not a big problem. Then, Jiang Chen led Zhang Chao into his bedroom. Start your show. Show me how you move. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Chao with amusement. I'm most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Zhang Chao was completely dumbfounded, he felt like he was dizzy. The mountain of property certificates in front of him completely blinded his eyes. My articulation is a little unclear. Mr. Jiang, how many houses do you have? Jiang Chen pointed to the boutique room opposite the window. That one is all mine. At this moment, Zhang Chao felt dizzy and was struck by lightning. He was just about to sit down on the ground. Who rents out a house? It's not just one, Mr. Jiang. Rent one directly. It took Zhang Chao a long time to come back to his senses and he touched the tip of his nose. Mr. Jiang, I really may not be able to move this. Jiang Chen pointed in the direction of the kitchen and said with a smile. There's a kitchen knife over there, just cut off your head yourself. I won't make it difficult for you. Leave your head here and you can go. Zhang Chao. Of course I'm kidding. In the end, Jiang Chen found an old milk box to pack it in. The moment he walked out of Jiang Chen's house, Zhang Chao felt that the world was a little crazy. After more than 10 years in the industry, this is the first time he has a box full of property certificates. In the evening, I still do my sweet daily routine of checking in and accumulating points with Su Xianyo. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock rang and Jiang Chen reached for his cell phone. First, he sent a good morning to Su Zining. After a simple wash, Jiang Chen directly landed on Thunder Hammer. This is just 2 words for a fucking online game. Krypton and liver. You disturbed my sweet dream by attacking the city at 6:30 in the morning. That's right, Jiang Chen got up early for only one purpose. Siege. The geese fell into the lake. Su Zining opened her sleepy eyes hazily. She was woken up by the vibration of her cell phone. Obviously a little unhappy. But when she opened her phone, she saw 2 messages from Jiang Chen. Good morning, my wife. Message me when you wake up. I'm going to play some online games. His face suddenly changed, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky became clear. Suddenly, Su Zining thought that she was just savoring the kiss last night. I actually forgot to learn about this game. Su Zining still didn't plan to disturb Jiang Chen from playing games. After all, her boyfriend should have just started playing. After deleting the edited message, she lay on the bed like a lazy cat. Bite. Thunder Hammer, download completed. Su Zining's face was full of excitement and he quickly opened the game. Hee, I want to learn how to play this game and then play it with Jiang Chen. But half an hour later, Su Zining was completely stunned. What is this? How do you get the ring that's added to your character's hammer? What does copy mean? This game has boss fights? Even Baidu can't solve Su Zining's problem. Because this is the basic gameplay, not a guide. 7 o'clock. Su Zining completely gave up the idea of playing this game. But she did not gain nothing. She learned that there was an event today. That is recharge, the highest level is 100,000 yuan. You can get the rarest rings and many other treasures. It's only 100,000 yuan. It's not a lot of money. I feel so ashamed that I can't play games with my little boyfriend. Isn't it too much to compensate him with a small reward? Su Zining raised the corner of her mouth slightly and prepared to recharge. Another half hour passed. Su Zining went completely crazy. How do I recharge this? She was completely confused. For the first time in this game, she felt, I'm a bit stupid. After taking a long breath, Su Zining walked out of the room and went downstairs. Seeing Li Mei preparing breakfast in the kitchen, he began to ask, Mom, where's my dad? I went out drinking with my friends last night. When I got home, I didn't even change my clothes and went straight to bed. I haven't woken up yet. Su Zining frowned. Dad is drinking again? And it's almost 8 o'clock, are you still sleeping? Frowning slightly, Su Zining turned around and went straight to the master bedroom on the first floor. He pushed open the door and glared at Su Tianhe, who was sleeping sprawled out in bed. He slammed the table angrily. Are you still not getting up? Chapter 38, A Kryptonian Player? A Girlfriend with Fast Hands. Su Tianhe was still dreaming. In his dream, he was holding his 2 grandchildren. Go shopping in the mall and buy all kinds of things. The 2 grandchildren call him Grandpa sweetly. As a result, he was woken up by his precious daughter's cold laugh. I was completely confused. Ningning, what's wrong? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Su Tianhe really couldn't understand the situation in front of him. If it was Li Mei, he would be relieved, but Ningning called him to get up? Although he is a father, Su Tianhe has never received such treatment in his life. Su Zining glanced at her father with explosive hair and said with disdain, I transferred 100,000 yuan to you. Su Tianhe was even more confused. Why are you transferring money? Oh my god, what happened to my daughter? His rapidly thinking brain completely broke through the side effects of alcohol, and he was now extremely sober. Ningning, tell me what happened. You make me panic and make me look stupid. Su Zining rolled her eyes and said with a frown, Don't worry, I'm going to explain it to you. Please help me deposit 100,000 yuan into this account. Thunder Hammer? Su Tianhe swallowed hard. He is so familiar with this name. I was drinking with some buddies last night, and 2 of them were worth hundreds of billions. While eating, he was using his phone to kill monsters, and kept shouting Small Hammer 80, Big Hammer 120. Su Tianhe didn't he understand, Ningning also played that game? So, what's so fun about this game? Let me take a look. Su Tianhe took the phone and looked at the middle school style painting. He couldn't understand why Ningning liked this kind of game. But when he saw the account number, he saw everything at a glance. JC199811021. What is JC? It's Jiang Chen. The next thing is naturally Jiang Chen's birthday. Su Tianhe suddenly realized that this was the case. Ningning, Dad will do it for you right away. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Zining left the room contentedly. Quickly opened Penguin and replied to Jiang Chen's message. Good morning, my little boyfriend. I've prepared a little surprise for you. After putting away her phone, Su Zining returned to her bedroom with a smile on her face. In the master bedroom, Su Tianhe was on the phone. Did you see the account I sent you? The game is called Thunderhammer. Charge some money in it. The secretary on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. Is Mr. Su also fascinated by the Thunderhammer? Mr. Su, how much do you need? Su Tianhe stroked his beard. 100,000? Isn't that too little? Suddenly, Su Tianhe had an idea. He is a businessman. He is the one who cuts the leaks of others. When has he ever been cut the leaks of other capitalists? Wait a minute, first check what company's game that is. How much does it cost to acquire that company? The secretary started checking quickly and returned to Su Tianhe in frustration 2 minutes later. Director Su, I can't find it. That company seems very mysterious. Su Tianhe sighed. It must be a game from some big company. Waved his hand. Then charge me 1 million first, and try to finish it in half an hour. The secretary swallowed hard. I'll try my best. Huajianting community. Jiang Chen was still wondering after finishing the siege. Su Xianyo sent me a message saying that she has prepared a little surprise for me? Jiang Chen planned to log off and chat with Su Zining after distributing the siege rewards. But he glanced at it lightly. A word thought burst out of his mouth. My account was hacked? Jiang Chen watched helplessly as the gold ingots on his account increased exponentially. Congratulations on your successful recharge of 6,480 yuan bao. New email, recharge rewards. Congratulations on your cumulative recharge of 100,000 yuan. Jiang Chen was completely stunned. However, the increase in ingots has not stopped. This went on for a full 20 minutes. Finally, the amount of gold in the account has accumulated to over 1,000 W. Jiang Chen, system, can you explain it? System, host, rest assured, the recharge is detected to be normal. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. If it wasn't someone else's fault, then. He narrowed his eyes and opened the chat box with Su Zining. Did you top up the 10 million gold ingots on my Thor's hammer? Su Zining on the other end of the phone smiled slyly, and Jiang Chen finally saw it. Replied. Yeah, a little surprise. Now, can you become a powerful thief? Su Zining had no idea about the recharge ratio. She thought she could buy 1 million yuan of gold with 100,000 yuan. Little did they know that it was actually Su Tianhe who recharged 1 million for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, it's more than just amazing. I'll be number one in the server soon, okay? From childhood to adulthood, Jiang Chen has been an absolute academic master. I have read a lot of history and also seen many military strategies. But at this moment, he admitted that he was still drunk. He was excited, he was happy, he was about to take off. Why? Of course it wasn't he, because Su Zining recharged him with 10 million ingots. But Jiang Chen thought about the speed at which the amount of gold in his account had just soared. I can't help but sigh, Su Xianyo's hand speed is really fast. Oh, there must be someone who doesn't know the benefits of having a girlfriend with fast hands, right? However, Jiang Chen didn't know that Su Tianhe's secretary had called another group of people. A group of people put down their work early in the morning and charged up their accounts to get the speed. Su Xiaoxiu, have fun in the morning, I'll come to see you in the afternoon. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and replied. Come to my house? Su Zining's face was full of cunning. Yes. Smirk GIF. When a beautiful wife comes to your house, only a fool would refuse, right? Jiang Chen sent an OK emoticon. Then the process of integrating account equipment began. I can only say that it is great to have money, and it is great to play games. At 12 o'clock, the Maserati president slowly stopped at the Huajianting community. Su Zining also learned the house number of Jiang Chen's house. When Jiang Chen opened the door and saw Su Zining, he couldn't help but be stunned. Oh, my wife is so beautiful today. A normal black short-sleeved shirt paired with jeans is worn by Su Zining, the cold female CEO. Paired with this perfect high ponytail, it actually gives off a fresh campus vibe. There is also a light body fragrance. Hey hey. Su Zining smiled playfully and squeezed directly into Jiang Chen's home. My eyes lit up involuntarily, it's so clean. Is this really a boy's home? For a moment, Su Zining turned into a curious baby. I am full of doubts about everything in Jiang Chen's house. Look left and right, touch this and look there. Jiang Chen, this flower is blooming so brightly, do you water it every day? Hey! There are so many figures here. Aren't they too cute? My dear boyfriend, your room is too clean, isn't it? From point to surface, layer by layer, Su Zining successfully found Jiang Chen's bedroom. Chapter 39 Love Letter. What a sudden checkup. She took a few shallow breaths, pouting, then frowned slightly and turned to look at Jiang Chen. Why is there a strange smell? Weird taste? As God knows, Jiang Chen takes a shower every day and opens the windows for ventilation regularly. But I still took a breath of cold air out of concern. There was no strange smell? What does it smell like? Su Zining licked her lips playfully, her face full of cunning. There is a faint scent from you. Jiang Chen's brows relaxed and he sat down on the bed. Sure enough, dogs have good noses. Su Zining was stunned for a moment. The dog's nose must be very useful. Otherwise, why are there so many police dogs? Then she thought about it and realized it. She clenched her little pink fists and looked at Jiang Chen angrily. Jiang Chen. Who are you calling a dog? I'm angry. Su Zining's blushing face made Jiang Kaisen very happy, so he quickly went over to comfort her. Seeing that the time was almost right, Jiang Chen pointed to the side of his face. Want a kiss? Su Zining snorted and did not reply. But his lips touched hers honestly. Then he turned his head away proudly and muttered. Beauty trap, I'm not as angry as I was just now. But still angry. Jiang Chen handed over a can of yogurt and asked with a smile. Then how can I not be angry at all? Su Zining had a smile on her face, she was just waiting for the sentence. Hey, finally you got to the point. Snort. Actually, it's simple. I want to see those little love letters of yours. At this moment, Su Zining's true colors were completely revealed. Jiang Chen waved his hand and motioned Su Zining to sit on the bed. He dug out a large cardboard box from under the table and lifted the cloth covering it. He kicked Su Zining's foot. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. Here, look, it's all here. Su Zining frowned. So many? This cardboard box can hold a person, right? After swallowing hard, Su Zining bent down slightly and pulled out 2 cards. I couldn't help but get even more confused. Is this still intact? Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. Well, I haven't read any of them. The ones that are available are all opened by my mother. Just open whichever one you want to see. Su Zining bit her lip lightly and grabbed Jiang Chen's hand. Said cunningly. Hey, my little boyfriend, let's open it together. Jinghai City Expressway intersection. A black Passat slowly left the station and headed straight towards the city of Jinghai. Honey, please use the navigation. I'm a little lost. They were almost at the intersection, but Jiang Dafa didn't know how to turn. Seeing his anxious look, Yang Li rolled her eyes fiercely. Turn right ahead. Navigation is bullshit, can that crappy map be used? I wrote it all down. Jiang Dafa chuckled and couldn't help but praise. My wife is still the best, but we came here suddenly. Are you really not going to say hello to your precious son? Yang Li glanced at him and cursed in a low voice. Tell him? Give him a chance to hide people? Let's just raid and we'll definitely have a lot to gain. I have a hunch, and I believe in God's will. Jiang Dafa couldn't help but feel sad for his beloved son. I have such a strong mother. What the hell are you thinking about, watching the car? Yang Li's roar almost pierced Jiang Dafa's eardrum. Jiang Dafa sighed and glanced at Yang Li. Never mind, I still feel sorry for myself. I have such a gentle and kind wife. Hurry up, I can't wait. I brought my household registration book and heirlooms. I don't have any requests. My son just wants a woman. I'll take him to get the certificate right away. I'll have my grandson in 10 months. Huajianting community. Su Zining and Jiang Chen were both dumbfounded. My dear boyfriend, what kind of girl did you mess with? Why are each letter more outrageous than the last? Jiang Chen's face was filled with black lines as they had just opened a letter. It starts off normal, but after the first paragraph, it starts to go off the rails. She told Jiang Chen that there was often no one at home because her parents were working away from home. Attached is a photo of her wearing stockings and her home address. Ahem, look down. Jiang Chen could only hide his embarrassment with a smile. But I also felt relieved for a while. It was a good thing that my mother didn't see it, right? Otherwise, it would be because of Yang Li's hatred for him getting married. I guess, they just took Jiang Chen away with them. Su Zining smiled slightly. Is there any sign that the letter has been opened? This is the letter my high school teacher wrote to me after graduation. It encouraged me to study hard in college. Jiang Chen explained that he was very excited when he first saw the letter. But with the development of science and technology and the powerful network communication technology, he can contact his high school teacher at any time. The letter was placed in this pile. Great, I want to see this. Su Zining's eyes lit up. This was exactly her purpose. She wanted to read these little love letters in order to understand Jiang Chen's past. It's not some blushing love story. The relaxed letter paper has a sense of age. Classmate Jiang Chen, oh no, now I should call him brother Jiang Chen. First of all, congratulations on being admitted to Jinghai University with the highest score in the school. I still remember that you are the smartest one in the whole class. Even though there is always a bad student's aura between his eyebrows. Su Zining read quietly, every sentence was the advice that Jiang Chen's high school teacher had given him. She could feel it between the lines. This teacher really likes Jiang Chen as a student. Su Zining also learned about Jiang Chen's past. After night study, I secretly went out to play basketball. I climbed over the wall and went to the internet cafe with my classmates to play games. Even a blank paper on English? I didn't expect that you have such a rich past, my little boyfriend. This teacher shouldn't be very old, right? Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Well, he's teaching our graduating class right after he finishes graduate school. It's just that she has a good temper. If I had a different teacher, I wouldn't have felt so comfortable in my senior year of high school. Su Zining looked at Jiang Chen's profile. The profile of a young man writing a question at a table under the setting sun comes to mind. Hee hee, the more you watch, the more you like it, right? I want a hug. Su Zining's eyes were as bright as waves and she stretched out her hand. At the same time, she closed her eyes consciously. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth and asked gently, "Do you want a kiss?" Su Zining gently stroked the palm of her hand with her fingers and raised her pretty eyebrows slightly. Said playfully, "Not particularly, but if you want to. I don't refuse." Jiang Chen laughed. Su Xiaoxiu was so hypocritical. Kiss, you must kiss. Damn, why wouldn't you kiss such a beautiful wife and keep her as your wife? But Jiang Chen was just about to get closer to Su Zining. Suddenly there was a knock on the door? Jiang Chen was stunned. The property management fee had already been paid. The water and electricity bills have just been paid. Isn't this the elegance of a bad boy? He opened the door with a frown on his face. The moment I looked up and saw the two people standing at the door. Jiang Chen wore a mask of pain and his eyelids twitched violently. Fuck. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Chapter 40, Battle of Wits and Courage. No hidden woman. How come you talk to your mother like that, kid? Hurry up and say something nice. Jiang Dafa was worried about his beloved son. She tried her best to wink at Jiang Chen. Xiaochen, how can you say fuck in front of your mother? If she gets angry later, even I, your father, won't be able to stop her. Blood is thicker than water and minds are connected. Jiang Chen immediately understood what his father meant. He scratched his head and smiled at Yang Li. Mom, you look so good. Turned to look at Jiang Dafa. Dad, it's almost there. Yang Li raised the corner of her mouth and nodded with satisfaction. Good boy, that's really nice to hear. After saying that, Yang Li was about to enter the house. Would Jiang Chen let her go? Su Xianyu was still in his bedroom. If we get caught, the consequences will be disastrous. Mom, you came back to see me, right? Now that we're done, shall we go? Jiang Chen deliberately raised his voice very loudly in order to alert Su Zining in the room. My wife, you better hide well. This is my real mother. Yang Li curled her lips and pulled Jiang Chen's arm away with one hand. Sharp eyes. Tell me, what bad things have you done at home? If you confess, you will be treated leniently. If you resist, you will be treated severely. Are you in such a hurry to let us go? Something guilty? How can I, a man of 7 feet tall, do anything wrong? Just hiding a beautiful wife. Jiang Chen let out a long breath and put on an apologetic smile. He patted Yang Li's back and said in a flattering manner. Mom, what I mean is that you and Dad must be tired after all the way here. Shall I invite you out for dinner? It would be great if we could go to a restaurant and chat while we eat. A gentle smile appeared on Yang Li's face again. Xiaochen has grown up and knows to invite his parents out for dinner. This kind of thought is rare. I'm telling you, don't always go out to eat at restaurants. I will cook for you my favorite food tonight. Yang Li pushed Jiang Chen away with her elbow, and Jiang Dafa followed closely behind. He sighed with reluctance and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Xiaochen, please take care of yourself. I don't have much say in front of your mother. Jiang Chen's face was filled with black lines, seeing that he really couldn't avoid it. He turned around in a hurry and went straight to the sofa to hide Su Zining's bag. Then, while Yang Li was not paying attention, he closed the bedroom door again. Now his task is clear and difficult. That is, find a reason to give money to Yang Li and Jiang Dafa. Let Su Zining take the opportunity to run away. But, how can things go as planned? When Yang Li was changing her shoes, she looked up and saw the car keys on the shoe cabinet. Well, is it still the key to Su Zining's Maserati? He picked it up excitedly, his eyes widened, and his tone was surprised. Son, did you buy a Maserati? How many millions did you borrow? I was thinking this when I passed by downstairs just now. How pretty is Martha? Jiang Chen coughed lightly and waved his hand to explain. It's from a friend. It's Saturday and Sunday, so I borrowed it to play with. He really didn't dare to say that he was the one who proposed it. My mother Yang Li is not a person with futile ideas. Since he was young, I tried to buy him the best. But what if Jiang Chen said that it was Martha who he proposed? Yang Lineng took him to see Zi's shop without saying anything to sell the car. When I took a look, the car owneress information was Su Zining. She was still a little girl and it was exposed right away. To say it is a friend is perfect and impeccable. Seeing that Yang Li and Zhang Dafa were skeptical, Jiang Chen quickly changed the subject. Yes, Dad and Mom. How did you find this place? I didn't tell you the house number, did I? This is what Jiang Chen is particularly confused about. Yang Li and Zhang Dafa came here once before. But because I came to Jinghai for business, I was anxious to go home. So, I just had a quick meeting with Jiang Chen. I'm downstairs in the community, not even home yet. There were no cameras installed on him, so how did the two elders find out about his lair? Zhang Dafa nodded his fingers excitedly. I know this question. Your mother was downstairs just now. I just asked a security guard. Do you know a very handsome owner? When the security guard heard this, he asked, Mr. Yijian, right? Without saying anything, just tell us your house number. Zhang Dafa explained. He also did not forget to give Yang Li a thumbs up. Fuck the kid, that's awesome. At this moment, 1,000 horses were running wildly through Jiang Chen's heart. Security brother, I haven't treated you badly, have I? Being handsome is such a hassle. Jiang Chen was still complaining in his heart when Yang Li just stood up. With quick hands and eyes, Jiang Chen quickly grabbed Yang Li. Mom, what are you doing? Yang Li glared at him and scolded. That's your bedroom, right? Why is the door closed? I took a quick glance and saw that the door was clearly open. You kid is definitely up to something. Thanks for the invitation. I am at home. Answering the question, what is it like to have a clairvoyant mother? Jiang Chen was about to cry and stood in front of Yang Li. Mom, listen to me, I haven't washed my socks for months. My socks are standing up, and the whole floor is full of stinky socks. Aren't you asking for trouble by opening the door? Damn, it's no wonder I can even make up this. Jiang Chen silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Yang Li rolled her eyes helplessly and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder gently. Oh, my dear son, it turns out you still care about me. That's really sweet, but have you ever heard a word? Your mother will always be the one who understands you best. Suddenly, Yang Li changed the subject. Stinky socks. Impossible. You've been a germaphobe since you were a kid. Is there a woman hiding in the house? Before she finished her words, Yang Li pushed Jiang Chen away with her elbow. Turn the handle and open the bedroom door. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. It's over, barbecue is gone. Su Xianyo and I are going to be skewered by our mom. Mom, calm down. Jiang Chen, who followed closely behind, shouted and glanced into the bedroom. It's empty, with only Yang Li here? Yang Li looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled look. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows fiercely, his brain spinning rapidly. See, there's nothing there, right? I'm asking you to calm down and listen to me. I want to eat the boiled pork slices and spicy chicken you made. I'm so hungry now, please stay at home for a while. I'm going downstairs to buy some food. Having said that, Jiang Chen was about to turn around and go downstairs. But he took very slow steps, counting silently in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Okay, stop pretending to be diligent. Let your dad and I go, the things you picked are all tattered and broken. Sure enough, Yang Li called him. Before Yang Li and Zhang Dafa left, Zhang Dafa gave Jiang Chen a look. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Dad, don't worry, I understand. Try to hold Mom back as much as possible, I will take care of what needs to be done. I can't help but sigh, it's still my dad, he really cares about me, his own son. Seeing the door closed, Jiang Chen's heart finally settled down. Open the bedroom door and pull open the closet. His room has no balcony and no one can hide under the bed. So, Su Xianyo must be here. Open the closet quickly. Honey, are you okay? Su Zining's face flushed red and she glanced at Jiang Chen with resentment. What do you think? Chapter 41, Layers of Traps. Su Xianyo meets her parents-in-law. Jiang Chen was stunned. Do you really want me to tell you? I guess you're not very nice. Su Zining snorted and walked out of the closet. She rubbed her calves, which were numb from standing in the closet, and tried her best to hide the blush on her face. She had just heard the negotiations between Jiang Chen and Yang Li in the closet and her face had already turned red. All the plans in my mind have reached the top of Mount Fuji. It's okay, but now I have a bold idea. Jiang Chen was stunned and spoke quickly. What do you think? Honey, please leave now. My mom is very fast at picking things up. She'll be back in no time. Su Zining is of course afraid of Yang Li. If she were to face Yang Li now, she would definitely be so shy that she would dig a hole for herself. But this did not affect her from teasing Jiang Chen. After all, it's only been a short time since my aunt left. 1 minute? Less than that? Hey, there is still time. No, I don't want to leave yet. Unless you agree to one request of mine. Jiang Chen nodded without even thinking. Okay. Su Zining raised a sly smile and stretched out her fair arm to hold Jiang Chen's hand. Then close your eyes. Humph, she wants to avenge Jiang Chen's stolen kiss now. The time, place, and people are all right now, we must kiss her back. It has to be twice. Jiang Chen felt like vomiting blood. He had guessed what Su Zining was going to do. Damn, isn't Su Xianyo taking advantage of someone else's misfortune? Seeing that my mother might come back at any time, I want to take advantage of my brother's beauty. Alas, I can only bear it and let you kiss me. Hey hey. Su Zining snorted softly and moved shyly in front of Jiang Chen. Just wanted to launch my own counterattack. Suddenly, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. With a swish, Su Zining's face turned red. Why did you open your eyes? Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. You closed your eyes because you were shy, but I'm not shy, so why should I close my eyes? With her hands on her hips and a pout on her pretty face, Su Zining sat directly on Jiang Chen's bed. She muttered quietly while fiddling with her little fingernails. Then I won't leave. Helpless, Jiang Chen had to close his eyes obediently, allowing Su Zining to take advantage of him twice. A touch of sweetness on the lips. Su Zining showed a satisfied smile on her face and looked at the time. Only 2 minutes have passed, the uncle and aunt should have just arrived downstairs, right? My little boyfriend, stay with your uncle and aunt. Su Zining took her bag and spoke gently while changing her shoes. Wave goodbye to Jiang Chen. I have done what I should do, and I have kissed you twice as much. Retreat quickly, slither slither. Today is such a happy day. Jiang Chen sat down on the sofa, even though Su Xiaoxiu took advantage of him. But at least this difficult hurdle has been passed. However, after Su Zining opened the door, she did not leave for a long time, and even had a somewhat dull expression on her face. Honey, let's go. Why are you still standing here? If you don't want to give up, I can give you another kiss. What greeted Jiang Chen was not Su Zining's response. Instead, there was a gentle and kind, yet familiar and terrifying laugh coming from outside the door. Hey, this pretty girl, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Hurry, put on your slippers and have a good chat with your aunt. Damn it, Jiang Chen now understood why Su Zining was standing there in a daze. It turns out that it's not that I don't want to leave, it's that I can't leave. At this moment, a light bulb went off in his head, and he finally understood the look that Jiang Dafa had just given him. Son, be careful, there is a trap. It's really barbecue. Jiang Chen murmured. Su Zining's face was full of shyness. Yang Li held her arm and helped her put on slippers again. I'm most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Son, I brought the person back to you. Kiss me now, kiss me in front of me, let me, your mom, see. The smile on Yang Li's face was about to overflow, and she stared at Jiang Chen with a cunning look. The ancients said it well. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Ouch, my stomach hurts, I'm going to the bathroom. Jiang Chen covered his stomach and ran straight to the toilet without looking back. He gave Su Zining a look. Wife, my mother is here for you, she want to make things difficult for you. But I'm different, I can only be scolded here. Come on, hold on, I'm going to withdraw first. Su Zining was furious and wanted to stand up and pull Jiang Chen back, but Yang Li beside her was looking at her with a smile. TSK, this girl is really born with a sign. At the bathroom door. The father and son met by chance, and Jiang Dafa grabbed Jiang Chen. Son, you are confused. Didn't I give you a hint with my eyes? Dad, I beg you, stop talking. I had a cerebral hemorrhage today. Jiang Chen wanted to say something but stopped himself. He was about to cry, and all he wanted to say became one sentence. It's hard to explain, Dad. Jiang Dafa sighed and hugged Jiang Chen's shoulders. Your mother came here for this. It's normal that you can't think of it after so many traps. Did you hide the little girl's bag over there on the sofa? She saw it when she entered the house, and looked around but didn't find anyone. So he rode his donkey down the hill and waited directly at the door. She knows that you will lead the little girl into her trap with your own hands. Look, your mother has closed the net. Jiang Chen was shocked when he heard this conspiracy. Don't even mention him, even if you let Jesus stand up, he'd get hit. The bag was hidden so well, how did my mom see it again? Really, my clairvoyant mom? In the living room, the more Yang Li looked at Su Zining, the more satisfied she became. After a brief chat, she found that this girl was born for her son. It's better to be 3 years older than Xiaochen. A woman who is 3 years older than you will bring you gold bricks. By the way, how many days have you been together? Yang Li patted Su Zining's hand. That was really like a household registration check. In less than a week. Su Zining said hesitantly. She was very nervous now, and she answered whatever Yang Li asked. But at this second, Yang Li was stunned. She was abducted home by her son in less than a week? Well, what if we've known each other for a year? Wouldn't it be okay to hold a child? Seeing the appearance of her future mother-in-law, Su Zining regretted it. It's over, it's over. I hope this won't cause Aunt to misunderstand me. Less than a week after being together, she came to Jiang Chen's house. Doesn't this make me seem too unreserved? Will Auntie? Ah, I said the wrong thing. Please explain it quickly. Auntie, Jiang Chen and I. Alright Ningning, no need to say more. Yang Li interrupted Su Zining and held her hand excitedly. Auntie understands. I have a few specialties. Can I cook them for you to try? Shall we eat and talk later? Ha? No one told me? At this moment, in Su Zining's eyes, Yang Li was gentle and kind. Well, thank you, Auntie. Seeing Su Zining nod, Yang Li became even happier. He laughed chuckle. Good boy. Su Zining pouted, she felt like she was being pampered. Do you want to eat food cooked by your future mother-in-law? Auntie is so easy to get along with? Hee hee, it seems you like me quite a lot? She's so gentle, how can she be as scary as Jiang Chen said? The next second, Yang Li turned around in horror and glanced at Jiang Dafa, who was sitting on the sofa looking at his mobile phone. Lao Jiang, didn't you hear Ning Ning wanted to eat at home? Why don't you go downstairs and buy some groceries? What are you waiting for? If I don't tell you, you really have no life in your eyes. Jiang Dafa was startled and quickly stood up to go downstairs to buy groceries. As for Yang Li, she switched to a gentle state in a second. Oh, by the way, Ning Ning, Auntie forgot to ask. What do you do for a living? Chapter 42. Jiang Chen went crazy. I'm not his biological child, right? In fact, what Yang Li was thinking about was a cute and gentle girl like Ning Ning. If you don't want to go out to work, it's also a good idea to stay at home and take care of your husband and children. What if such a beautiful daughter-in-law gets tired and falls down? After all, my son works in a Fortune 500 company and earns a good salary. If young people can help out a little at home, they can live a good life. Okay, I'm going to reveal my cards now. The Maserati downstairs belongs to Ning Ning. Ning Ning is my immediate superior. Mom, what were you talking about? Look at the child's face, it's all red from being scared. Jiang Chen walked over with a smile. He had just been meditating in the bedroom for 5 minutes. He was completely relieved. Since it had happened, he could only face it calmly. My immediate boss? How many tops? Yang Li was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. Even Jiang Dafa, who was about to open the door, paused and pricked up his ears to listen. Jiang Chen nodded and pinched Su Zining's delicate face. I work for the Ledger Group, one of the world's top 500 companies. Focusing on designing luxury goods and women's cosmetics. Ning Ning is the chairman of the Ledger Group. If Jiang Dafa hadn't seen a little bit of the world, his legs would have gone weak and he would have sat down on the ground. Yang Li was naturally not in a much better condition, with shock written all over her face. Ning Ning, really? Jiang Chen curled his lips and sighed. Mom, if you don't understand something, Bai Du will tell you the answer. Yes, whiteness. Jiang Chen's words awakened his mother from her dream, and Yang Li's eyes lit up. The chairman of Fortune 500 companies can definitely be found on Baidu. He quickly took out his cell phone and searched for Leg Group. The 3 entries that caught her attention. In 3 years, the market value has soared tenfold. What is so special about Lay's president Su Zining? Congratulations! Leg Group has been selected as the International Fashion Week's selected partner. The top 3 on the Forbes list of richest women. How rich is Lay's president, Su Zining? Yang Li's eyelids twitched violently and she swallowed hard. A woman 3 years older than a man gets rich? My son has brought back an empire. It's still a mobile beauty kingdom. The scene was awkward for a while, but it was Zhang Dafa who spoke first. Ning. Director Su, how about we go out for dinner? I'm afraid you won't be used to the food at home. This scared Su Zining. She stood up suddenly and waved her hands shyly and cutely. Uncle, no need. I still want to eat the food made by my aunt. Seeing his father's incredulous expression, Jiang Chen could only raise his eyebrows at him. Dad, go quickly. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. She eats whatever I eat. Hearing this, a hint of shyness flashed across Su Zining's face. But he still nodded obediently. Before leaving, Zhang Dafa gave his beloved son another look. This time, Jiang Chen understood. Son, you are awesome. Yang Li took a breath of cold air. Ningning is worth tens of billions, and she was taken away by my son? Although this is a bit outrageous, it is not unacceptable. I originally thought that the fact that the boy handed in a blank English paper in high school and still ranked first in his grade was already his peak. I didn't expect it to happen now. For a moment, Yang Li felt relieved. It's a good thing that Ningning has a promising future, but if she is chosen by my son, she will be my daughter-in-law. Nothing wrong with it. Ningning, come here quickly. Tell Auntie, are you tired from work? Do you remember to eat on time? The next 20 minutes were a time when Yang Li showed meticulous care to Su Zining. Aunt? As they were chatting, Su Zining noticed that Yang Li was stunned. My heart couldn't help but tighten, wondering if I had said something wrong. He turned to look at Jiang Chen in confusion, only to see him shrug helplessly. Jiang Chen couldn't grasp Yang Li's thoughts. Moreover, Su Xianyou's answer is completely okay. Shouldn't my mother have reacted like this? That's weird. What's wrong, Auntie? Ningning, how did you fall in love with Jiang Chen? Yang Li asked with a puzzled look on her face. When I heard Su Zining say, it doesn't matter if I'm a little tired, after all, there are still thousands of employees who need to eat. Yang Li knew that this was a responsible girl. Su Zining said, we strive for the best in product solutions and our product quality control must be first class. Her image in Yang Li's heart is already shining. As a result, Yang Li instantly thought that the brat is not worthy of Su Zining. Jiang Chen's face was full of black lines. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. He is not suitable to be here. At 5 o'clock, Zhang Dafa bought fresh vegetables and meat. Yang Li began to prepare to cook, while Su Zining frowned slightly. She felt that she couldn't just sit on the sofa. She bit her lower lip lightly and walked into the kitchen. Auntie, let me help you. Yang Li nodded. Indeed, there are too many dishes I want to cook and I'm a bit overwhelmed. Ningning, just help me cut the potatoes. Good. Su Zining rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white arms. It's just cutting potatoes, should be fine, right? Su Zining tiptoed into the kitchen and picked up the kitchen knife. Well, this was her first time in the kitchen. Su Zining sharpened the knife and started to cut the potatoes carefully. Yang Li, who was nimble, smiled kindly when she saw her like this. He frowned and shouted directly. Zhang Dafa, come in and help me. What the hell are you thinking about? Let Ningning come in and help me? There's really no life in your eyes. Zhang Dafa, who was bragging to Jiang Chen with great joy, became furious when he heard the roar. I just felt a chill on my back and my hair stood on end. Here it comes. At 6 o'clock, the 4 of them gathered at the dining table. The table is full of delicious food, which is colorful, fragrant and tasty, and will stimulate your taste buds. Although she is usually a bit fierce, Yang Li's cooking skills are indeed unique. Jiang Chen would have been starving if he didn't have a beautiful wife to kiss and hug. He might faint from hunger. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of spicy chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. Sure enough, this taste can only be made by my mother. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up. But what he got in return was Yang Li's contempt. Did I let you eat it, little brat? Besides, don't you know to give Ningning a piece of meat first? You're just like your father, you have no emotional intelligence at all. Jiang Chen sighed and didn't want to care about it. Su Zining burst out laughing. Hee, isn't Jiang Chen so cute? This image of a bullied baby is also intoxicating, right? My little boyfriend, Jiang Shaochen? In the moment she was panicking, the bowls in front of her were already full. Jiang Dafa, Ningning, eat a few pieces of this meat, it's delicious, don't be polite. Yang Li, always remember what my aunt said, being able to eat is a blessing. In Su Zining's view, the crazy output of the two people's combined efforts was an affirmation of approval and blessing. But Jiang Chen was not so comfortable, and his head was full of black lines at this moment. At this moment, he was doubting whether he was his biological son. Shit, where's my meat? Gone? Did you guys give them all to Su Xiaonu? Please, I am your biological son. Suddenly, Su Zining beside him took out most of the meat from the bowl and stuffed it into Jiang Chen's bowl. He gave Jiang Chen a gentle look. Here, I'll give you half. Humph, the food auntie cooks is so delicious. I could have eaten it all. But, we've been through thick and thin together, so how could you bear to let your boyfriend be jealous of you? Chapter 43 Mom, why are you worrying about this? The table was full of delicious food, the four of them were toasting each other, and the atmosphere was warm. After dinner, clean up the dishes. Yang Li sat on the sofa with a smile on her face, staring at her beloved daughter-in-law. Ningning, what time are you going to bed? Uncle, we are here, it won't affect you too, right? Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air. Oh, this tricky question from my mother is enough to make Su Xiaoxiu suffer. Turning around, he saw that Su Zining's face had indeed blushed, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Mom, Ningning has to go home and live. Don't worry about it. Yang Li's heart tightened, and her face was full of disappointment. Ouch, why did my blood pressure suddenly get high? We've known each other for almost a week, but we haven't slept together yet? Son, are you? Shut your mouth. Ningning, listen to your aunt. It's so late, just sleep at home. It's too dangerous for you to go home alone. I'm worried. Su Zining was stunned for a moment. Auntie's gentle tone and kind expression. Too hard to refuse, isn't it? It was this moment of surprise that made Yang Li smell a hint of surprise. There's hope. Today, even if I have to risk half my life, I must stay with Ningning. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Mom, what's unsafe about driving? Besides, I'll take Ningning home later, why are you worrying about me? Yang Li. Jiang Dafa, who was sitting with his legs crossed and watching short videos, glanced at his wife who had a gloomy face. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh, wife, you still have this day. Good son, well done, although you were really confused this time. But, seeing your mother being humiliated, I feel good. Yanluo Lake Villa area. Be good and wait for me at home tomorrow morning. Su Zining looked at Jiang Chen with a playful look. Honey, tomorrow is Monday. You're not going to the company? Jiang Chen is just a clerk in the RD department, and he can take leave whenever he is asked. But Su Zining doesn't he go to the company? My goodness, how many files would that pile up? No, isn't Auntie leaving tomorrow at noon? I have to stay with my aunt for a while longer. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth and hooked Su Zining's nose. Are you not shy now? Who is shy? Humph, I have never been shy, right? I just had a little social anxiety when we first met. TSK, I'm not shy. Kiss. After saying that, Su Zining closed her eyes obediently. Hey, Jiang Chen was wondering, why did Su Xiaoxiu like goodbye kissing so much? Want to take advantage of others every day? But, who can blame her for being his wife? Pamper. Boo. As soon as Jiang Chen returned home and opened the door, he caught a glimpse of his mother sitting on the sofa with a serious face. Brat, come here. Yang Li's roar really confused Jiang Chen. What's wrong, Mom? Yang Li was breathing heavily, having just taken a break for a long time. I thought, it's not easy for my dear son to find a girlfriend, he should be praised. Even if you don't praise, you can't punish, right? But she couldn't help it. Are you stupid? Jiang Chen was so upset. What the hell did I do? Mom, let me die knowing full well. Ah. When Yang Li saw her son in this state, she had no longer any concern for his life or death. I'm going to let Ning Ning stay at home to sleep soon. Even if she sleeps in your room and you sleep on the sofa. This is also an improvement, which will facilitate your future operations. This silly son. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Finally, Yang Li sighed and waved her hands. It's all right. Please remember this, I want Ning Ning to be my daughter-in-law. I don't recognize the rest. System, not only you, I also don't recognize you. Jiang Chen's head is full of black lines. After chatting with the two elders for a while about family matters, we went to bed. Jiang Chen got up at 7 o'clock the next morning. He even goes to work on a normal Monday. I want to get up at 7 o'clock, but it's 7:30. It's so tiring to slack off, so the longer you sleep, the better. But today, Mother Yang Li was at home, and Jiang Chen didn't want to try her advanced lion roar skills. After washing up, he first sent a message to Wang Dahai. Minister Wang, I'm asking for leave today. Wang Dahai's message was replied to immediately. Okay, go ahead and don't worry. I can hold up the sky even if it falls. Suddenly, Zhang Chao called. What's wrong? Zhang Chao's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Jiang, someone wants to rent your house. I would like to discuss the price with you this morning. Jiang Chen was completely numb. Damn, is he really a gold medal salesperson? One day, rent out a house? Is it a company? After thinking about it, this is the only possibility. Some larger companies have employee dormitories. Many of them are rented out, and it is easier to negotiate prices when the rental volume is large. Yes, it is a company that is temporarily using it as a dormitory for its employees for a year. We're mainly going to discuss the price and stuff. When are you free? I'll have someone over there come over. He glanced at Yang Li, who was making breakfast, and thought of Su Xiaoxiu, who would be here soon. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. See you at the sales office in about an hour. Although the price of renting it to such an enterprise as employee dormitory would be lower, Jiang Chen would prefer it. At least, they won't run away, right? It's safe. After all, the house is free, so he will make money no matter how much he rents it out. After hanging up the phone, Yang Li came out of the kitchen with a smile on her face. Morning, Mom. Not sure if she didn't hear it or what, but Yang Li ignored Jiang Chen. Instead, he turned around and looked downstairs from the balcony, muttering to himself. Hey, why is Ning Ning's car still not there? I haven't seen my wife here all night. I miss her very much. I sighed and suddenly remembered that my son seemed to be talking just now. What? Xiaochen, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Ah, you just called and said you had to go out for something, right? Okay, as long as Ning Ning stays with your dad and me, you can go now. Jiang Chen was confused, completely confused. Shit, I was struck by lightning in the early morning. I felt like the son my mom sent me to pay for my phone bill. At 8 o'clock, Yang Li finally saw Su Zining. Good morning, Auntie. Su Zining changed into a light blue dress and put on light makeup. With her hair down, she looks like a fairy who has just descended to earth. Ning Ning. What are you doing? You kid, why are you taking things from your boyfriend's house? That's right, Su Zining was carrying 3 bags. In fact, she left home at 7 o'clock. She thought about it all night last night. Her aunt will be leaving tomorrow. Wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing if I don't buy some gifts? So she arrived at Tianhao Plaza early. As a result, the door opens at 7:30. She waited until the door opened and carefully selected a gift for Yang Li. A graceful smile with faint sweet dimples. Oh, uncle and aunt, a small gift. It's just a token of my appreciation. Even if it's Jiang Chen, we both honor you and uncle together. An exquisite packaging box, inside which lies a DW watch. This was carefully prepared by Su Zining for Yang Li. Mall price, 288888. Chapter 44, Mutai in the 1980s. What is the strength of Su's father? 2 bottles of white wine were prepared for Zhang Dafa. These are the 2 bottles of Mutai that Su Zining carefully selected from her father's wine cabinet after spending half a day selecting them. Wife, listen to me, they don't want it. Just give it to me. I want it. Zhang Chen came up with shining eyes and took the 2 bottles of wine from Su Xining's hands. The table is not important, but this wine is obviously good wine. Zhang Chen can be considered a half-alcoholic. Otherwise, you can't drink so much that you misread the remarks. After taking a quick glance, Zhang Chen blurted out fuck. Zhang Dafa was so shocked when he saw his son glance at the wine box. I felt itchy and moved closer with a smile. Xiaochen, don't you recognize this wine? Let Dad take a look and give you some basic knowledge. Taking the wine box from Zhang Chen's hand, Zhang Dafa looked at it carefully. I took a deep breath, stunned and shocked. The same mellow fuck. Zhang Chen was relieved when he saw Zhang Dafa's excited face. My dad has seen the world, and he can only say that this wine is indeed a bit outrageous. Mutai from the 1980s. Any single bottle can be auctioned directly. Judging from the current market price, selling it for 1 or 2 million is not a problem. That's 2 bottles. 3 or 4 million were just given away by this spendthrift wife? Wife, did you get this wine from home? Su Zining was chatting with Yang Li. When she heard Zhang Chen's questions, she answered them quickly. Yes, I got it from my dad. What's going on? What's wrong with this wine? Lao Su, it shouldn't be possible that he bought fake wine, right? Zhang Chen smiled awkwardly, scratched his head and moved closer to Su Zining. Wife, I suggest you take a bottle back for your uncle. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. Su Zining could accept the price of the wine. Su Xining's father would definitely be able to accept it, so Zhang Chen was not worried. Mainly because these 2 bottles of wine are hard to find. It can be said that it would be fine if Su Xining's father could just give her RMB. But if he wants these 2 bottles, wouldn't that mean Chun Chun wants his life? Su Zining blushed and said pouty words. Could it be that Zhang Chen meant that these 2 bottles of wine are very expensive? Well, that's simply. That's great, right? I was afraid that my uncle would not like the gift I gave him. A sly look flashed across her face. I replied playfully, imitating Zhang Chen's tone from last night. Hey, I gave it to uncle, so you don't have to worry about it. Seeing my beautiful wife's confident expression and tone, Zhang Chen felt that it was really necessary to take a closer look at Su Xining's mysterious father. How fucking rich does it take? Coincidentally, Zhang Chao sent a text message indicating that the other party had arrived. I'm going out to do something. Seeing that Zhang Chen was in trouble, Su Zining stood up suddenly. Do you want me to go with you? Damn it! Zhang Chen almost jumped up with excitement. He turned around and pushed Su Zining back onto the sofa. My dear wife, stay home and chat with my mother. I'll be back in a minute. Zhang Chen went crazy and said, Wife, you really can't go. First, he was going to rent the entire building. This can't be told to Su Xiaonu, otherwise there's no way to explain it. Second, if he were to be taken away by Su Zining now, I'm afraid Yang Li could nag him for 3 to 5 years. Real estate agency sales office. In the small private room, Zhang Chao excitedly poured tea for the middle-aged man sitting on the leather sofa. Mr. Su, the tea is a little inferior. Please just drink it. The owner will be here soon. Su Tianhe took a sip and nodded in agreement with Zhang Chao. It's a bit bad indeed. However, he now likes Zhang Chao very much. Su Tianhe was naturally generous to some outstanding employees of Tianhe Plaza. Therefore, preparations for staff dormitories began long ago. In theory, it can be completed soon. But upon sudden inspection, it was discovered that there were fundamental quality problems. This made Su Tianhe very worried. Money was just a small matter. The main thing is that if such a group of excellent employees and talents are lost due to dormitory problems, he suffered even greater losses. So he asked his secretary to find out if there were any residential communities with entire buildings for rent. I didn't hold much hope, but it turns out to be true. Moreover, it is very close to Tianhe Plaza. This made Comrade Lao Su grin with joy. Xiaoxiang, let me briefly tell you about the price. 20,000 yuan for a unit, this is my bottom line. If it's any higher, I can't accept it. You should talk to the owner in advance. Su Tianhe said lightly. Hearing this, Zhang Chao frowned slightly. 20,000 per set is a bit low, but it is also a reasonable price. After all, we rented the entire building directly. But, Mr. Jiang, it's hard to say. Never mind. What I say doesn't count. Let us stabilize Director Su first. Okay, Mr. Su, I guess the owner will be here soon. I'll go out and answer it. In the sales hall, Zhang Chao saw Jiang Chen walking slowly towards him. Mr. Jiang, I just roughly felt out the other party's attitude. 20,000 is probably the bottom line. It depends on how you negotiate. Jiang Chen let out a long breath, feeling a little angry. Although the quality of Huajianting community is a bit poor, it is close to the city at least, right? 20,000? At least 22,500, right? Damn, this is the face of a total capitalist. Let me talk later. Jiang Chen let out a long breath, feeling a little angry. Jiang Chen pushed the door open angrily and wanted to show his displeasure. This is my house, you can rent it if you want. But when I looked closely, damn. Brother Su? Su Tianhe was horrified. Landlords nowadays are so shameless in order to raise the rent, aren't they? As soon as he came up, he called me brother. This is a great trick. But when he saw that the person coming was Jiang Chen, Su Tianhe was stunned. Ahem, brother Jiang? Is that boutique house yours? Jiang Chen nodded generously and smiled slightly. Yes, it turns out that it was brother Su who wanted to rent a house. Isn't this a coincidence? Zhang Chao was stunned. Good fellow. These two guys were more stinky than the other just now. Everyone sets a price. As a result, they actually knew each other? Mr. Jiang, Mr. Su, since you know each other. Then I'll leave first. The two waved their hands and Zhang Chao left the room. Jiang Chen and Su Tianhe sat opposite each other and smiled at each other. I have to say, even though I only met Su Tianhe a few times. However, Jiang Chen can always find a familiar feeling in him. It's a shame we didn't meet earlier. It's very tasty. So, if Su Tianhe rented it, this price is not negotiable. But 20,000 is definitely not enough. Brother Su, I have something else to do at home, so I'll make it short. This house is a boutique house. First of all, the experience is definitely good. Besides, it's more convenient for the employees of Tianhe Plaza to live here than anywhere else. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. Huajianting is really the community closest to Tianhe Plaza. But we are friends after all. I can also lower the price a little. 22,005, what do you think? This house was given by the system, even if it is rented for 1,000. Jiang Chen made money. If one set is discounted by 2,500 yuan, 100 sets will be discounted by 250,000 yuan. But Jiang Chen thinks it's worth it to receive a favor from Su Tianhe. But Su Tianhe refused. No. Chapter 45. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Who rents the house? Jiang Chen's mouth curled up fiercely. Damn, it doesn't work? Brother Su, are you still awake in the middle of the night? This price is about the same as the price of decorating a bear house outside. This is Jinghai, the first line. Is this still high? Thinking of what Zhang Chao had just heard, Su Tianhe bit his tongue and said 20,000. Jiang Chen is in trouble. Could it be that there is something wrong with the company's capital chain and there is no cash flow? It shouldn't be possible because it's the physical giant Tianhe Plaza. After thinking for a while and failing to come up with an answer, Jiang Chen raised his eyes and asked, Brother Su, please tell me what's wrong. We are discussing it, after all. Su Tianhe narrowed his eyes slightly, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. I finally got the chance. I think about you day and night, miss you every day, and am waiting for you. Today I really couldn't find it after searching everywhere. Brother Jiang, there is nothing wrong with your analysis. I said no, it's because of the price. It's too low, really too low. You're at a loss. After saying this, Su Tianhe felt refreshed. Damn, this is Jinghai, and he rented an apartment for 22,500? Then Brother Jiang will have to pay a huge price, right? This guy is my future son-in-law. After recharging Jiang Chen's thunder hammer last time, Su Tianhe had been thinking day and night about what to give him next. Because he rushed less. Later I asked my old friends, and they all started by charging tens of millions. Su Tianhe almost couldn't sleep these past 2 days because of this matter. The price is lower? Oh my god. What the hell, what kind of vicious words is Brother Su saying? Is he raising his own rent? Then how much money do you think is appropriate, Brother Su? Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't take it seriously, thinking that Su Tianhe was just saying it casually to ease the atmosphere. But Su Tianhe's next offer made Jiang Chen almost spit out his tea onto the ceiling. About 30,000. Jiang Chen? 30,000? This is already the normal rental price for a boutique house. Rent the whole building without any bargaining? Before he could react, Su Tianhe spoke again. By the way, Brother Jiang, I heard what Xiao Zhang said just now. This is your new house. No one has lived in it yet. Then, 30,000 is a bit low. Let's add 5,000 yuan to cover the wear and tear of the new house. So, it's 35,000? Jiang Chen wondered, could it be that Brother Su wasn't here to rent a house? But it's for poverty alleviation? Brother Su, stop joking. This price is a bit outrageous. Hearing Jiang Chen's reminder, Su Tianhe took a breath. It's indeed a bit outrageous. He slapped his thigh angrily and laughed heartily. Brother Jiang, you also feel that 5,000 is not a good amount, right? Let's put it this way. I'm not a stingy person, bro. I won't bargain with you today. It's a flat price. 40,000 will do. Come on, someone come. Press down Jiang Chen's frown that was about to fly away. He was completely numb. This is called no bargaining? I quoted a price of 22,500, and you bargained the rent to double it? At this moment, Jiang Chen even doubted. Who rents the house? This is the first time I see a tenant raising the rent himself. Brother Su, I'm a little confused. Su Tianhe waved his hand and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. You still think it's not enough? Forehead. Jiang Chen quickly shook his head. Damn, Su Tianhe is going to do another super double in a while. Even his heart, which was in its 20s, couldn't take it anymore. Not a small amount, even a little too much. Su Tianhe chuckled. What's there to be afraid of? Even if I lose everything, I won't let you lose, right? Xiao Zhang. Come in and sign the contract. With a powerful roar, Zhang Chao walked in. He was very puzzled. Aren't negotiations between big guys usually long? Why so fast? When he came to the two of them, he was very keen to notice. Mr. Su was very happy, but Mr. Jiang was very upset. Damn, it looks like Mr. Su convinced Mr. Jiang. 20,000? Oh, that's too low. But it is acceptable, and Mr. Jiang should not suffer too much loss. Xiao Zhang, Brother Jiang, and I are also familiar with each other. The contract is just a formality. It's just the price. You have to mark it clearly. Su Tianhe said seriously. Zhang Chao also understood that Mr. Su had worked hard to bargain down the rent to 20,000 yuan. It is also worth paying special attention to the price on the contract. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Su Tianhe nodded with satisfaction. The annual rent for a house is written as 40,000. By the way, you can calculate how much it is including the agency fee. I'll pay you directly later. Zhang Chao bowed, smiled, and nodded. Okay, Mr. Su. But, he couldn't straighten up his bent back. Huh? What the hell, 40,000 for a house? He swallowed hard, and managed to stand up, his face full of shock. Director Su, 40,000? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. Hey! Are you dumbfounded? I was so dumbfounded too. Even if this happened to Jesus, he would be confused, right? Su Tianhe frowned and asked. Yeah, is there a problem? 40,000. I just discussed it with Brother Jiang. Oh my god, 40,000. Zhang Chao was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He really wanted to kneel down to Jiang Chen. No, Mr. Jiang. How did you negotiate this? Could you fool Mr. Su into this? What Zhang Chao admired most was that Su Tianhe looked so happy. That expression was just like his grandmother who was smiling radiantly after buying the healthcare equipment for the elderly. Mr. Su isn't that old and confused, is he? Signing the contract, transferring money, the whole process went very quickly. Jiang Chen and Su Tianhe walked out of the agency sales office side by side. Brother Su, I have something else to do at home, so I'll leave first. I must buy you a drink when I am free. You can tell whether a person is friendly by looking at his eyes. Su Tianhe offered such a price that Jiang Chen was really afraid that it was a trap. However, the money has been received and the contract takes effect immediately. The look in Su Tianhe's eyes when he looked at him was full of praise and admiration. I guess it's just stupid people with lots of money. Okay, brother Jiang, you have to keep your word. Let me tell you, I have 2 bottles of the best mitai hidden at home. As long as you say drink, we'll open it. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Okay. After a simple goodbye, Jiang Chen turned around and went home. Su Tianhe sighed, he is worthy of being my future son-in-law. In Jinghai, I was able to buy a fine house in one go, and I was still working as a clerk in Liege, living in this kind of civilian community. Low-key, luxurious, and meaningful. Staring at Jiang Chen's figure getting farther and farther away, Su Tianhe found him more and more pleasing to the eye. But when he looked back he was stunned. That Maserati Quattroporte. Isn't it condensed? In an instant, Su Tianhe's hair stood on end. Today is Monday and Longshu didn't go to the company. Ningning's car is here, proving that Ningning didn't go to the company either. Ningning went out at 7 in the morning. Just now, Longsu was also very anxious to go home. Hiss, it's terrifying when you think about it. Ningning and Longshu, why must it be done today? So anxious. A light bulb suddenly lit up in his head, and a cunning smile appeared on Su Tianhe's lips. Could it be that you are planning to give me a grandson? No, I have to stay here. If Ningning and Longshu come downstairs hand in hand in a while, they will just happen to see me. TSK, that scene must be extremely exciting. Chapter 46, Your uncle and aunt are here, and you still kiss me? Su Tianhe smacked his lips, making a baby is a huge project. It seems that brother Jiang is in good health. I guess. I'm going to wait here for hours. After all, it's 2 hours per time, and we're young, we can't just do it once, right? Luckily, I'm strong enough to wait. But what surprised Su Tianhe was. Just 3 minutes later, Jiang Chen came out again. So fast? Damn, no way? Su Tianhe secretly cried out that something was wrong and quickly hid his body, observing Jiang Chen's every move through the gap. Jiang Chen got into the Maserati President, started the car, and drove away. Forehead. 3 minutes in total, including the time to go up and down the stairs. It's terrifying when you think about it. Su Tianhe couldn't help but wonder, could it be that I guessed wrong? Ningning is not here at all, and just gave the car to brother Jiang Chen to drive? His eyes suddenly shrank. Follow. He opened the car door and got in quickly. Hurry, Lao Jia, follow the young lady's car. Lao Jia is Su Tianhe's exclusive driver. He also saw that a man got into the lady's car just now. But he understands the principle of don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Okay, Mr. Su. The route seemed familiar, and before I knew it, I arrived at the entrance of the Ledger Group. When Lao Jia saw Maserati enter the company, he paused. Director Su, should we follow? Su Tianhe sighed, maybe he was really wrong? Yes, although Ningning accepted brother Jiang, but with her personality. I can't go home with brother Jiang so soon. I am just being impatient for quick results, alas. No need, let's go back to the square. In the RD department, Jiang Chen went straight to Wang Hai's office. Minister Wang, are the things ready? When Wang Dahai saw that it was Jiang Chen who came, he stopped drinking tea and reading the documents. Even my heart started beating wildly, and I greeted him with a smile. Everything is ready for you. 3 complete cosmetic gift boxes. As soon as Jiang Chen reached the door of his house, he thought that he still had to prepare something for his mother. This is a product developed by Ledger himself, and it contains some of Jiang Chen's ideas and creations. Knowing the products well, Jiang Chen is confident about them. So, I asked Wang Hai to help prepare it and drive over to get it. Okay, thank you for your help. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and left without further delay. But it was this polite remark that gave Wang Hai a new life. Oh shit, are we in trouble? Young Master Jiang is so polite to me? He forgave me. I'm going to be successful. Huajianting community. Son, what are you doing? You went out just to buy this? When Yang Li saw Jiang Chen coming back with 3 sets of exquisite cosmetics, her eyes lit up. He laughed and scolded Jiang Chen for spending money indiscriminately, then snatched the money away. Makeup? Here you go. With a smile on her face, Yang Li looked at Su Zining. Ningning, auntie can't use this cosmetic. I don't need it when I'm old. You are at the prime of your life, you can use it. That's right, Yang Li gave the gift she had just snatched from her son to her daughter-in-law. Jiang Dafa frowned, pointed at Yang Li, and curled his lips at Jiang Chen. Look at your mother's face, wow. I usually buy a lot of everything, but now I buy more to keep my daughter-in-law. I'm afraid I'll just have to risk it all. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, frowning frivolously. Mom, just take it. I didn't buy it. I got it from Ning Ning Company. She sent me a message saying that she would go back to the company to get 2 sets of cosmetics for you. We have our own brand, so we can use it with confidence. Su Zining was slightly stunned, and then suddenly understood what Jiang Chen meant. Hee, my dear boyfriend, this is giving me a chance to show off. Then I have to catch it. Yes, Auntie, you are still very young now, I guess we should go out together. Everyone thinks they are sisters. Just use it with confidence. Jiang Chen participated in the research and development of most of these. Yang Li sighed with relief and nodded slightly. They gave me wine, watches and cosmetics as gifts. I feel satisfied to have such a daughter-in-law. Okay Ning Ning, then Auntie won't refuse you. However, we were chatting just now, and I didn't see you sending a message to Xiaochen. How does he know what you mean? Karma. Su Zining's face turned red in an instant. Yang Li's tricky question really stumped her. Make up a reason? That would be deceiving Auntie. Explain? That would be a revelation. Just when Su Zining was in a dilemma, Jiang Chen came over. He rubbed her little head and explained to Yang Li. Mom, Dad knows what to do just by looking at you. Isn't that telepathy? It's the same with Ning Ning and me. She glanced at me when I was about to leave. I understand what she means. Anyway, you can keep these cosmetics without worry. Su Zining widened her eyes and glanced sideways at Jiang Chen. Wow, my little boyfriend, you are so awesome, aren't you? Is this even possible? Oh my god, what a thoughtful and gentleman he is. The next second, Su Zining felt a warm sensation on the side of her face. What are you doing? Su Zining panicked. Did Jiang Chen kiss her just now? In front of your uncle and aunt? Be good, stay with Mom for a while, I'm going to talk to Dad about something. Clean and neat, kiss and run. Dad, come here for a moment, I have something to ask you. In an instant, Su Zining and Yang Li were the only ones left in the living room. Su Zining raised her eyes playfully, trying to observe Yang Li's expression. Coincidentally, their eyes met. Su Zining blushed. Auntie, just now. Yang Li raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and without saying a word, she hugged Su Zining. Bedroom. Jiang Dafa sat down on the bed and glared at Jiang Chen. You little brat, you've really grown up. Now you know how to feed your parents dog food. Then he changed the subject. You have the same demeanor as your father did back then. Neither Jiang Dafa nor Yang Li have futile ideas. Especially as a father, he always believes in one sentence. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. He believed that his good son Jiang Chen could fly high and far. Dad, here's what you have. Please keep my salary card and don't sneak into the special card to buy cigarettes and alcohol. Jiang Dafa was stunned when he saw the salary card that Jiang Chen handed over. He didn't reach out to take it, but asked back. Son, how do you know I drive a private car to make some private money? Your mother told you? She knew? Jiang Chen shook his head. My friend at home saw you driving a special car to pick up customers. Just tell me, Mom doesn't know. Yes, although my son has gone to Jinghai, he must have friends there. No wonder. Jiang Dafa curled his lips and glared at Jiang Chen. Go away, you young man, and you found a girlfriend as beautiful and sensible as Ning Ning. You have to know that you can't treat people unfairly in any way. It would be best if you can give as much as you can. When did your father ever need you to give money? Stop embarrassing yourself and put it away. Chapter 47 Shock. Su Tianhe belongs to the atmosphere. Seeing that my father refused with an impatient look on his face. Jiang Chen sighed, his thoughts drifting to a snowy day and a cold winter in his previous life. My father has loved smoking and drinking all his life, but my mother is worried about his health and controls the money he has. Later, after his father was hospitalized, Jiang Chen hurried back from Jinghai. Only then did I realize that it was due to long-term fatigue and the long hours of sitting while driving a private car. Jiang Dafa's waist was seriously ill. In his previous life, Jiang Chen did not mature fast enough and did not have the ability. In this life, if he has the ability, why shouldn't he do it? Okay, Dad, it's for your own good that Mom controls your pocket money. But for us men, it's not good to be without some money. Anyway, if anyone reports you driving a special car again, I'll tell Mom about you secretly buying cigarettes and alcohol. In fact, I just rented out a house and received more than 4 million yuan in rent. He originally wanted to give it all to Zhang Dafa and Yang Li, but then he changed his mind. Giving more money is not necessarily a good thing. It's hard to explain, for one thing. For parents, what they want to see most is that their children are doing well. What is suitable and reasonable is the best. Therefore, Jiang Chen gave up the idea of giving the rent card directly and took out the salary card instead. As an employee of the Ledger Group, Jiang Chen earns about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month, including subsidies. Zhang Dafa smiled slightly, feeling a little touched. He was a man of strong character and was about to cry. He cursed with a smile. You little brat, you're still feeling sorry for your dad. No, how can you keep eating, drinking, and using Ningning without any salary? Jiang Chen was so upset that he took the card back. Shit, do I really look like a gigolo? Dad doesn't believe me? Even if we are living off someone, we should just live off them, okay? Well, I have a good talent for research and development, and I can earn several thousand yuan for giving a lecture. Since you don't want the money, I'll give it to Mom. Jiang Chen's face was full of helplessness as he shook his head and sighed. The next second, Zhang Dafa grabbed his arm. How much does a lesson cost, brat? Could he be doing pyramid selling? Seeing Jiang Chen's dark face, Zhang Dafa chuckled and indicated that he was joking. Give it to me. You can't give this money to your mother. Otherwise, there won't be enough space for her bags at home. Dad will save it for you. When we propose to Ningning, we will do it in a grand manner. Yes, mainly I can't give it to my wife. Come to think of it, driving a private car is indeed tiring. There are too many rules, and my back and waist ache after taking 2 orders. Still a great lunch. After dinner, Zhang Dafa and Yang Li prepared to leave. After loading all the large and small bags into Zhang Dafa's black Magotan, Jiang Chen was called over by his mother Yang Li. Xiaochen, can you guess what I want to say? Jiang Chen nodded, like an emotionless robot. Be nice to Ningning and give her some consideration. Spoil her, love her, and you only recognize this daughter-in-law as your own. If I bully her, you will come over immediately and teach me a lesson. Yang Li nodded with satisfaction and gave a thumbs up. As expected of my son, you are obedient. Old Jiang, let's retreat. Yang Li had already told Su Zining what she had said 800 times. Seeing the car slowly drive away, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Zining patted Jiang Chen on the back playfully. My dear boyfriend, shall we go to the company this afternoon? Secretary Zhang just told me that there are a lot of documents to be processed. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and picked up Su Zining with one hand. Just carry it and go upstairs. Go to work? My wife is the president of the company, why should I go to work? Documents? What are the other senior executives doing? Let them handle it. Su Zining clenched her little pink fists. Humph, I knew that Jiang Chen has no intention of going to work. How can you be so unmotivated? Hey, actually I don't want to go either. I am my husband's precious daughter. Su Zining quietly leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and deliberately blew a sweet breath into it. Shall we go to the movies this afternoon? The geese fell into the lake. Su Tianhe looked at the photos on his phone with an intoxicated look on his face. There are 4 people in the photo. Little brother Jiang Chen and his precious daughter. There is also a middle-aged couple whose bodies and faces are hidden by the green shade. I was almost fooled again. Hey, you're as smart as me. Presumably those 2 people are my in-laws, right? After seeing Jiang Chen driving into the Ledger Group in the morning, Su Tianhe really went straight back to Tianhe Plaza. But when I thought about it in the office, I still felt that something was wrong. Maybe because he was scared by Jiang Chen once, Su Tianhe had a shadow in his heart. So he was extra careful and asked Lao Jia to drive himself to the entrance of the Ledger Group to stake out. Sure enough, not long after, Jiang Chen drove back home again. Let Lao Jia continue to squat downstairs in the community. So, I waited for the scene in the photo. The only regret is that I just had something I had to deal with temporarily. Otherwise, if we meet with the in-laws, we can probably settle Ningning and her marriage on the spot. But it's not a big problem. Su Tianhe murmured. Ningning had already met brother Jiang's parents. Besides, it looks and feels pretty good. Then he has to hurry up and grab this dragon's son-in-law. Open the bottle of wine. Drink some. Su Tianhe walked towards the wine cabinet with a smile and took a closer look. He was totally dumbfounded. Oh my god, where's my wine? What about those 2 bottles of Mutai from the 1980s? Damn, it disappeared without a trace? Did I drink it? I have no impression. My wife and Ningning drank it? Impossible. Where did it go? Did it grow legs and run away? What are you looking for? You're in such a hurry. At this time, Li Mei glanced at Su Tianhe in confusion. She just went downstairs to prepare dinner when she saw her husband looking like he had lost 8 million playing cards. Hey, wife, have you seen my 2 bottles of wine? The 2 bottles in the leftmost cabinet. Li Mei breathed a sigh of relief, wondering what it was. But after a closer look, her eyes became even more confused. Don't look for it, I know where it is. Ningning took it this morning. She said it was a gift to a friend. Maybe his little boyfriend likes to drink? It's normal for this boy to drink a little. But Lao Su, you have so much wine, and you are usually careless. You noticed so quickly that 2 bottles of wine were missing? Something's wrong with you. Su Tianhe took a breath of cold air. Those are 2 bottles of the best wine. Just give it to me when you say so? This prodigal girl really thinks that all my wines are the same. That's divided into levels, right? Hey! Wait, give it to your boyfriend? Su Tianhe was shocked and quickly took out his cell phone and opened the photo again. It can be vaguely seen that Zhang Chen's father is holding 2 bottles of wine. Zoom in, zoom in. Aren't these the 2 bottles I have? Lao Su, what's the matter? Is it that serious? It's just 2 bottles of wine. Li Mei was still confused and asked quickly. Su Tianhe frowned slightly, and in an instant, a smile broke out on his face. Damn, my girl is so smart. If I give this wine to my future father-in-law, wouldn't that directly win the heart of a middle-aged man? Holy shit, 4 million? A priceless 1980s Moutai? Not to mention these 2 bottles, even this wine cabinet. I can only accept my daughter's cold personality. I don't want it anymore. I'll give it all to my in-laws. This money is so damn worth it. Chapter 48. After kissing and hugging, move to the bathroom? Jinghai City, Changhua Avenue. Zhang Dafa stopped the car on the side of the road and sighed in frustration. I think the tire is flat. Call Xiaochen and ask him to bring an air rifle over. Yang Li frowned slightly. The road just now was indeed steep. Although she often scolds Zhang Dafa, she is also reasonable. Nod slightly. That's all we can do. Just when I was about to call Zhang Chen, I saw a middle-aged man walking towards me. What happened? Do you need a hand? Zhang Dafa's eyes lit up and he took out 2 cigarettes from his pocket and handed them over. The tire is flat. Do you have an air gun in your car? The middle-aged man smiled heartily, took the cigarette and was slightly stunned. He glanced back at his daughter in the car and nodded. Only then can I light it with confidence. Air gun? Yes, I always have this thing ready. Please wait a moment. Turned around and shouted. Yeah, bring the air gun from the car. Tang Xinyue in the car glanced at her father and was reluctant to move. But he still got out of the car and took the air gun and handed it over. Yes. Tang Jiang handed it to Zhang Dafa with a smile. Zhang Dafa thanked him repeatedly, turned around and inflated the car and squeezed it. It should be fine. I'll go to the 4S shop when I get home and change the tire. It's troublesome. Tang Jiang smiled and waved his hand. He had just driven behind Zhang Dafa's car. Faintly, he saw several sets of Ledger cosmetics in the Magotan's car. And it is the highest-end customized gift box packaging. Therefore, the middle-aged couple in front of me should have children working in Ledger. Seeing the difficulties, Tang Jiang stopped the car immediately, which led to the scene just now. It's not a big deal. You may run into trouble along the way. We should pay more attention to inspection in normal times. Tang Jiang and Zhang Dafa chatted casually, while Yang Li's eyes glanced at Tang Xinyue. This little girl is quite pretty, like a lady from a wealthy family. However, it is still much worse than Ningning. With the halo of being a daughter-in-law, Su Zining is now the best in Yang Li's eyes. Zhang Dafa and Yang Li started again. When Tang Xinyue got back into the car, she curled her lips at Tang Jiang. My dad is really kind-hearted and takes care of everything. Dad, I plan to go to the movies with my bestie this afternoon. I've been at home for the past 2 days, so I want to relax. When Tang Jiang heard this, he exclaimed, "Oh, great." On the surface, I reported to my dad that I was with my best friend, but in fact, he was thinking in his mind. I can already imagine the scene of Jiang Chen and his daughter going shopping and watching a movie hand in hand. His old face couldn't help but turn red. Okay, I'll reimburse you for all your expenses. It's expensive to watch a movie. Is 100,000 enough for you? Tang Xinyue was stunned. Dad, what are you saying? Going to the movies, 100,000? Her monthly living expenses are usually only about 100,000 yuan. What happened to her father today? Won 8 million playing cards? Dad, are you upset? Tang Jiang curled his lips and said with a sly smile. Bah, what can your father do to me? More than 100,000? You're just going to watch a movie? Can't you go shopping? Go buy some clothes. If it's too late, you don't have to go home. If you pay attention to the limits, Dad will not refuse. Tang Xinyue took a breath of cold air. He turned his head and looked out the window, too lazy to pay attention to Tang Jiang. What is the point of being careful? What does this have to do with anything? He was talking nonsense all day long. Huajianting community. Honey, I'm going to the toilet for a while. My stomach hurts. Jiang Chen said with a frown on his face, his expression looked like he was constipated. Go, go. Su Zining smiled gracefully and waved her hand quickly. Jiang Chen went into the bathroom without saying a word. He really isn't constipated, you know, he just kissed and hugged his girlfriend and suddenly he's constipated? Do you open the coffin and ask Jesus if he believes it? There must be another reason for coming to the bathroom. He's going to do 4 shots. System, let me draw a lottery. 4,000 bond points, give me 4 shots. That's right, Jiang Chen came to the bathroom to draw the lottery. A lot of things happened in the past 2 days, but Jiang Chen did not fall behind in his daily bond value. Because of the sudden attack by Yang Li and Zhang Dafa, the relationship between Jiang Chen and Su Zining improved rapidly. The bond points were also increased to 70 points. A new level of system rewards has been unlocked, and the daily check-in bond value has been increased to 1,500. Even the lottery pool has been upgraded, and all original rewards have been doubled. No way, someone is thinking wrongly, right? Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the lucky gold, 66,666 renminbi. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the title, the European Emperor. Ding, I'm the lucky draw, congratulations to the host for winning, Chentong Technology Company, Limited X1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining, Xingye Entertainment's shares, 51%. Oh my god. Shares of Xingye Entertainment Group? Still absolute controlling stake. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, the system's product, absolutely a masterpiece. Jiang Chen knew Xingye Entertainment too well. The most popular entertainment company in China, it has created countless first-line actors and popular stars. For young actresses, veteran actors, Xingye Entertainment is the only one that dominates. But in comparison, this Chentong Technology Company, Limited is a bit weak. Jiang Chen had never even heard of it. However, can the system deliver bad things? Of course not, I'll just ask Baidu. Baidu Encyclopedia was updated just a few minutes ago? But when I look closely, oh wow, the representative game, Quake? Good job. Jiang Chen, you can even get this, awesome. System, this is the exclusive reward I prepared for you. Jiang Chen was stunned. Is this prepared for me? Chen Tong. Jiang Chen and the system? Jiang Chen, what the hell? Explain it to me. System, this is the company I prepared. The game Thunderbolt is a game I programmed casually. System, the purpose is to prepare a 70-level prize pool for you. Jiang Chen, fuck you. He understood that the game he had been playing for a few days was caused by this Dogecoin system. So he still fights bosses every day? And gets up at 5 in the morning to do sect missions? Still charging money? No wonder, the system was able to confirm that the recharge channels were legitimate. For a moment, Jiang Chen didn't know what to say to express his helplessness. At this moment in the living room, Su Zining frowned slightly and held her cheek with her hand. She was wondering why Jiang Chen took so long to go to the bathroom. It's almost 20 minutes. Well, Jiang Chen said that if you don't understand something, ask Baidu. Su Zining took out her cell phone and typed a line of words on the search bar. What's going on when my boyfriend spends 20 minutes in the bathroom after kissing and hugging? Wow, I didn't know until I searched, and I was shocked when I did. Answer 1, it looks like going to the toilet, but it's actually practicing a skill. Answer 2, link, how much do kissing and hugging stimulate male hormones? Answer 3, what should I do if there is a reaction during kissing or hugging? Please go to the bathroom. As the saying goes, the car is going very fast, fasten your seatbelts. But how could the naive Su Zining understand all this? She didn't understand at all, okay? Frowning slightly, Su Zining clicked on the page for answer 3. Chapter 49 Private Room? No, let's buy tickets. What should I do if I have a reaction after kissing or hugging? Please go to the bathroom. This question seems to be very relevant to Jiang Chen's performance. It made sense, so Su Zining clicked on the reply. Concentrate and read it attentively. Thank you for the invitation. I have real experience with the question you asked. When hugging and kissing, the hormones of both lovers surge and they are attracted to each other. This is a very normal phenomenon for a man in his 20s who is full of vigor and vitality. As long as the girlfriend is not particularly ugly, there will be some reaction to this. This is a very normal thing. After just reading these few sentences, Su Zining's face turned red. This, what are these? She was indeed so pure that she didn't even think about it that way. But at least he is someone who has received higher education. How could Su Zining not have learned high school biology? After she finished reading it with all her might, her face turned red. Until I read the last sentence. If your boyfriend has a similar situation, please don't worry. Be more considerate of him. He is a hot-blooded man. Note, don't disturb him. If you scare him, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Su Zining quickly exited the webpage and deleted the background of her phone. He took a few deep breaths. Howoohoo, isn't this too embarrassing? So Jiang Chen also had that kind of reaction? She wanted to shout, but Su Zining thought, we must not disturb him. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen walked out of the bathroom. Honey, the movie starts at 4, and it's only 2:30 now. How about we take a break first? Jiang Chen glanced at Su Zining, who was sitting on the sofa with his hands on his knees. There was obvious shyness on her face and her eyes were wandering. This made him feel a little confused, as they had been kissing and hugging for almost half an hour. Still blushing? Ah, Jiang Chen, are you done? Su Zining was stunned, and turned to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. Well, my boyfriend looks very happy, right? Jiang Chen disagreed. He thought Su Zining was asking about her stomachache. He waved his hand and smiled. It was really uncomfortable at that time, but it's much better now. I feel refreshed and relaxed. Raise your hand to draw a lottery, there are 2 companies. Anyone would be happy, right? But Su Zining avoided his gaze and buried her face in the pillow. This made Jiang Chen confused. What happened? Wife. Su Zining trembled when she heard this gentle and considerate voice. He quickly waved his hands, signaling Jiang Chen not to come over. The answer on Baidu came to my mind again. Rest? That means lying in bed. Humph, if he can't help himself, how can I reject such a gentle and handsome boyfriend? No, it's too early, too early. Run. Let's go to the cinema, there's a movie at 4 o'clock. It would be terrible if we couldn't catch up. After stammering, Su Zining ran away like a frightened little rabbit. Jiang Chen scratched his head. I just pretended to have a stomachache and went to the bathroom to draw a prize. What's wrong with Su Xianyou? Tianhao Plaza, a 4-story entertainment center. Su Zining held Jiang Chen's arm and snuggled up to him. This is her first time watching a movie with other people. Before, not to mention men, even women had never experienced this. What would it taste like? Presumably, since Jiang Chen is here, it must be fun and sweet, right? My dear boyfriend, Manager Wang from Genie Cinema just sent me a message. Our private room is ready. Hey, don't do bad things. Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air. Just watching a movie, a private room? His brain was spinning rapidly, and Jiang Chen only thought of one possibility. Wife, don't tell me you booked the whole place. Su Zining's big eyes were filled with a little doubt, her eyes were like waves, and she nodded obediently. Yeah, aren't there private rooms for watching movies? When I came here by myself before, I watched it alone in the theater on the second floor. What's wrong? Damn, Jiang Chen was completely numb. He originally wanted to book a ticket today, but Su Zining said it had already been done. As a result, they booked a private room? My naive rich girlfriend. I haven't even watched a normal movie. Ahem, honey, I'll go buy 2 tickets. Tell Manager Wang that we don't want a private room anymore. Su Zining asked after a pause. Why? Wouldn't that be quieter and better? Jiang Chen pondered. Anyway, you can't go wrong by listening to me. Yes, it's always right to listen to Jiang Chen. Su Zining also agreed with this statement, he. My little boyfriend always brings surprises in romance. Okay, then I'll talk to Manager Wang. Looking through the door of the cinema's ticket hall at the crowded crowd inside, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He had to hurry up, otherwise he might not be able to get a ticket. Wife, wait for me here. I'll go grab the tickets. Leaping into the crowd, he had to admit that Jiang Chen had good luck. The movie he and Su Zining chose was a comedy about maternal love. As for the screening hall, he chose the couple's hall and happened to buy the last pair of tickets. I saw Su Zining was on the phone, and after listening I found out it was probably about work. Jiang Chen signaled her to wait here with his eyes, then turned and went to a milk tea shop not far away. The drinks sold in the cinema were expensive and tasted bad, and Jiang Chen didn't want to spend money to suffer. 2 cups of taro ball bobo milk tea. I want 7 points of sugar each, thank you. After ordering the food, Jiang Chen got the receipt and prepared to find a seat and wait for a while. When I turned around, I met the eyes of Tang Xinyue, who was dressed up carefully. Damn, isn't this the rich girl from Puxin? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and ignored her. But Tang Xinyue was almost furious, with a face full of black lines. In fact, when Jiang Chen first entered the milk tea shop, his best friend noticed him. She kept pulling her arm and excitedly shouting, "What a handsome guy!" Tang Xinyue looked up and saw Jiang Chen's face. The anger in my heart suddenly rose up and my blood pressure soared. Now, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes to provoke her? This bastard. The best friend beside her was stunned for a moment and asked gently. Yeah, do you know him? Tang Xinyue narrowed her eyes, and her tone showed that she wanted to chew Jiang Chen into pieces. It's more than just knowing each other. We are sworn enemies. Suddenly, she noticed that Jiang Chen was holding 2 movie tickets in his hand. Also from Genie Cinema? Bad luck. Jiao, let's go to the Star Trek cinema in New Century to watch it. I don't want to watch it here anymore. After saying that, Tang Xinyue got up and left. She got angry when she thought of the arrogant scene of Jiang Chen waving a stack of property certificates around. She doesn't want to have anything to do with that bastard Jiang Chen. Although Emo Jiao was confused, she still took the milk tea and quickly followed Tang Xinyue. This scene made Jiang Chen want to laugh. How smart. You even know how to run. This kind of ordinary woman really deserves to be scolded. No, you are being honest now? Just now, Jiang Chen clearly read anger in Tang Xinyue's eyes. In fact, he was ready. If Tang Xinyue is looking for trouble, well, he doesn't mind scolding me again? Oh no, that is not called scolding, that is called helping the female boxers to mend their ways. Chapter 50. Jiang Chen, you must touch my legs. Excuse me, sir, did you order 2 cups of taro ball bobo milk tea? 2 cups with 7% sugar. Suddenly, a young lady from the milk tea shop stood in front of Jiang Chen. Yes, what's the matter? Jiang Chen keenly noticed the nameplate on her clothes. Store manager. A gentle smile bloomed on the young lady's face. That's right, sir. We have too many guests today. When the waiter was preparing the meal just now, he made you 1 cup with 50% sugar and 1 cup with 70% sugar. It's being redone for you. You may have to wait a little longer. Jiang Chen waved his hands, thinking it was some big deal. Oh yeah, nothing big happens in a milk tea shop. It's okay, let's just leave it like that. The young lady bowed and apologized. Thank you for your understanding. I'm really sorry. At this time, a strange phenomenon occurred at the entrance of Genie Cinema. All the guests passing by, especially the men, would slow down their pace. His eyes unconsciously glanced to the side. Su Zining, wearing a light blue dress, stood there, looking around unconsciously. She looked like a fairy as she waited obediently for Jiang Chen, and she attracted countless people's attention. Passerby 1, oh my god, a fairy has come down to earth. Who wants a fairy to wait for him personally? Passerby 2, she is such a jerk. If I had a girlfriend like her, I would rather die than let her wait for me. Passerby 3, my goodness, this is the youth of so many men. Passersby were all amazed, and some were even more amazed. They stopped not far away and wanted to take a look. What kind of man is worthy of such a beautiful fairy? At this time, Jiang Chen, carrying 2 cups of milk tea, walked to Su Zining. Here, wife, milk tea. Here's a drink for you. The one Jiang Chen handed to Su Zining was 70% sugar. The memory of his previous life told him that Su Xianyou liked milk tea with 70% sugar. Thanks, little boyfriend. Su Zining smiled sweetly and caught a glimpse of the label of the milk tea in Jiang Chen's hand from the corner of her eye. 5 points of sugar. That's not right. While chatting with Zhang Li these 2 days, Su Zining learned that Jiang Chen had stomach problems. Also, I like the sweet taste. Why don't you buy 2 cups of 7-cent sugar? Jiang Chen recounted what had just happened in the milk tea shop. I saw the movie was about to start, so I didn't change it. 5 cents of sugar is fine. Su Zining pouted, My boyfriend obviously likes the one with 70% sugar. She stretched out her white arms and said playfully. Give me that drink, 7 points of sugar is too sweet. You'll gain weight. 5% sugar is just right. Jiang Chen curled his lips. Su Xianyou's ability to lie has become better and better recently. Now he doesn't even blush when telling lies, and gently pinched Su Zining's pretty face. I know you like the one with 70% sugar. Su Zining clenched her little pink fists, and looked so adorable with her teeth and claws bared. I know you like sweet drinks. No, how can I let my boyfriend feel wronged? Give me. Jiang Chen leaned close to Su Zining's ear and spoke softly and gently. Ningning, it looks like my cup has 50% sugar. It's actually very sweet, high in sugar. Su Zining was puzzled. Why? Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The milk tea only has 5% sugar, but it goes well with your sweet smile. It's as good as 100% sugar, silly girl. Snort. Su Zining said coquettishly, Isn't Jiang Chen too good at saying nice things? Is my smile so sweet? She turned her head cunningly and put her arms around Jiang Chen's neck. Hey. Then I'll make you sweeter. Warmth coexists between lips and teeth. Passerby 1, damn, guys, this is a classic case of being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Passerby 2, the goddess is worthy of being a goddess. She can make me move even when she kisses others. Passerby 3, you two are dreaming. I'm not as handsome as that guy. I'm leaving now. The screening room was bustling with young couples waiting for the movie to start. Hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, with light in their eyes. Perhaps this is why young people like to watch movies with their loved ones? In the movies, lovers will eventually marry. Jiang Chen and Su Zining also leaned against each other shoulder to shoulder. Although it is a movie about family, comedy connects the whole show. As soon as the first scene was shot, there was laughter in the screening room. Su Zining couldn't help laughing. She clenched Jiang Chen's hand and waved it excitedly. Said softly, Hey, my little boyfriend, this is a very interesting beginning. Let's take a good look together, and don't do anything bad. Maybe humans are strange creatures? Originally, Jiang Chen didn't intend to do anything, but was reminded by Su Zining. Hiss. My heart tightened, and I felt that it would be a shame to come to the cinema if I didn't do something. Look, the boy next door has his hands getting naughty. Jiang Chen coughed lightly. As the saying goes, it's true. You bastard, you don't take advantage of an opportunity. He put his arm around Su Zining's waist and squeezed it gently. Is this a bad thing? Su Zining blushed and nodded continuously. Of course. But I can still accept it. That's fine. Jiang Chen couldn't help but pinch it again. Su Zining was caught off guard and was suddenly attacked. I almost screamed out loud. She glanced at Jiang Chen pretending to be angry and pouted to express her protest. And just like that, she saw a picture. The boy next door actually put his hand on his girlfriend's leg? What is this operation? Su Zining secretly glanced at Jiang Chen's profile with the corner of her eye, and a hint of cunning appeared on the corner of her mouth. Whispered. Jiang Chen. My little boyfriend. Seeing Jiang Chen turning his gaze away, Su Zining smiled quietly. Kiss me and I'll give you a surprise. Jiang Chen? I have never heard such an unreasonable request in my life. Boo. Su Zining was as happy as if she had eaten candy, and stretched out her hand timidly, pointing to her long, straight comic legs. Want to touch it? Jiang Chen was horrified. Su Xiaonu took the initiative to touch his legs? This is so fucking outrageous, it must be a scam. In no mood. Su Zining widened her eyes. Don't want to? Ahem, as I said above, humans are a rather strange kind of animals. Don't want to be touched? Why do other people's boyfriends touch them? Humph, you must touch my little boyfriend. No. Su Zining pouted, grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, and leaned directly on her legs. In an instant, both of them felt numb. Su Zining felt as if an electric current was passing through her body, subtle and awkward. As for Jiang Chen, there is only one word: awesome. It must be said that Su Zining's legs are really top-notch. Slurp. Let's watch a movie. My little boyfriend, you can't move around so easily. Su Zining pointed a warning finger and pouted. However, he couldn't help but kiss Jiang Chen on the cheek. Hey. Jiang Chen raised his lips slightly, and gently pinched Su Zining's legs with his fingers. I couldn't help but sigh, this feels amazing. It turns out that women are made of water. These beautiful legs are so soft and tender. Just pinching it doesn't count as a bad thing, right? Chapter 51 Your son-in-law or my son-in-law? Of course Su Zining felt Jiang Chen pinching her. But she didn't say anything. Just go with your boyfriend. Some of the posters on Baidu even helped their boyfriends solve that problem. What's wrong with me touching his legs? As the movie was playing, Su Zining gradually discovered the joy of watching a movie together. How to say it? It was a funny clip and everyone laughed out loud together. It was a sad scene, and everyone's eyes were filled with tears. Everyone doesn't know each other and is just A, B, C, and D in Jinghai City. Or they may be those who live paycheck to paycheck. Or a confused person with nothing to do. Or college students who secretly skip classes to try their hand at dating. Sit together and cry with the sadness and laugh with the joy of the movie. This was a feeling that Su Zining could not experience when she watched a movie alone in a private room. There is also the warmth from Jiang Chen's palm. I seem to have fallen in love with this feeling. Su Zining murmured softly. As for Jiang Chen, his face was full of black lines. Life is not a movie, life is full of surprises. Jiang Chen was so convinced. How could he? Do you really have a stomachache? It might be because of the milk tea, but Jiang Chen's stomach is now churning. No, I can't help it. Wife, I can't stand it anymore. My stomach hurts so much, I need to go to the toilet. After briefly explaining to Su Zining, Jiang Chen stood up and left the screening room. Forehead. Su Zining had a bold idea in her mind. Kissing and hugging will make boys have. Then, wouldn't touching legs be more? Su Zining suddenly had a stomachache again and she was seriously suspicious. Could it be that Jiang Chen is feeling uncomfortable again? There were waves in his eyes, and Su Zining couldn't help but raise his eyebrows twice. My heart feels as sweet as if a sugar jar was smashed. It seems that my legs are clearly able to attract boyfriends. And he just said don't touch it. But now he is feeling uncomfortable. How about I go and help him? Su Zining quickly shook her head to deny her ridiculous idea. No. This is not at home, how can I help? No, I can't help at home. Pout and clench your little pink fists. Although I can't help much, but can I still give you some moral support? Come on, my little boyfriend, you are the best. Hey. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen sat back in his seat. Let it be and put your hand on Su Zining's leg. 1 hour later. The curtain falls, the lights come on, and the audience leaves. My dear, my makeup is all ruined by crying. Jiang Chen took out a tissue and wiped the tears from Su Zining's eyes. I couldn't help but sigh that this movie was really touching. A filmmaker commented that how happily you laugh in the beginning, but how miserably you cry in the end. Ding, congratulations to the host and his lover for checking into the theater to watch a movie together. Reward, 2,000 points of bond value. Ding, the host is extremely lucky and gets a chance to double his money. If you send it to your friends, the reward will be doubled. Jiang Chen grinned fiercely. Why does this routine seem so familiar? Didn't you learn it from a certain penguin table card game? Watch ads and get double the happy beans? System, as expected of the host, you are extremely smart. Jiang Chen, oh my god, you really keep up with the trend. Sharing on the circle of friends was just a casual thing, and Yang Li had also met Su Zining. Naturally, Jiang Chen had no one to hide from. But, to take care of my colleagues in a certain stupid department, Jiang Chen only took a photo of him and Su Zining holding hands. Jiang Chen, it would be so embarrassing if Auntie saw this. Look at your corny copy, delete it now. Su Zining glanced at Jiang Chen's phone and said something inconsistent. The body is resisting, but the heart is sweet. Jiang Chen shrugged and chuckled. She would love to see it. Come on, husband will take you to dinner. New Century Plaza. Emo Jiajiu held the crying Tang Xinyue's arm. Yeah, alright, I said I won't take you to see this movie. You just won't listen. Be good and don't cry. Tang Xinyue wiped away her tears, completely disregarding her image, and forced herself to hold back the sadness in her heart. Jiajiu, let's go shopping. I want to relax. Emo Jiajiu nodded and smiled gently. Okay, whatever you say. Ledger Group, Office of the Vice President. Tang Jiang dealt with the documents at hand, then leisurely crossed his legs and looked at his phone. As a result, he found the circle of friends sent by Tang Xinyue. Copywriter, I want my mother's love, too. The accompanying picture is a photo of the ending of the movie. Tang Jiang couldn't help but sigh, his heart filled with sadness. This is where he feels most sorry for Tang Xinyue. As a major shareholder of Sangong Real Estate and Ledger Group, Tang Jiang is able to maintain a humble attitude. In fact, there is an important reason. He started from scratch and succeeded after countless failures. A car accident caused Tang Jiang's wife to pass away. Tang Jiang and Tang Xinyue, who was only 3 years old at the time, were left behind. From then on, he played the role of both father and mother, and spoiled his baby daughter Tang Xinyue into a little princess. Ah, this child. After all, I still owe her. Just when he was about to call his daughter to express his condolences, Tang Jiang saw the following circle of friends. Was it sent by brother Jiang Chen? Copywriter, don't cry, I'm here with you. The accompanying picture is still a photo of the ending of the movie. Tang Jiang took a deep breath and slapped his thigh angrily. Damn, I almost forgot. Yeah is going to the movies with brother Jiang. Hey, these 2 posts on WeChat moments should be considered an official announcement, right? Suddenly, the sadness in my heart disappeared, leaving only a feeling of relief. While rubbing the rosary beads in his hands, Tang Jiang suddenly had an idea. Now that I'm the son-in-law, I should buy something for brother Jiang. He probably doesn't know that I'm Yeye's father yet. It's just right, give some gifts to bring people closer together. By then, when Yeye brings him back, we'll do it in one go. However, Tang Jiang was a little troubled because he didn't know what young people like. By the way, isn't Ningning in love with Jiang Chen's brother? Look at my confused head. Tang Jiang quickly picked up the phone and dialed Su Tianhe. Hey, Lao Su, what are you busy with? Su Tianhe's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. I've put off all the things I've been doing these past 2 days. I'll just be happy for a few days. Let me tell you, I have made a major discovery about Ningning's boyfriend. It turns out I was wrong all along. At this time, Su Tianhe had a sly smile on his face. He was just about to tell Tang Jiang that the person Ningning was dating was not some crappy friend of Jiang Chen. It was Jiang Chen himself. They were all fooled by Jiang Chen. Old Tang, the little brother you praised to the sky. My daughter got him. Aren't you angry? But, can Tang Jiang listen to Su Tianhe's words now? He interrupted Su Tianhe directly. Lao Su, my business is more important, please talk to me later. Brother Jiang Chen is in love with my Xinyue. Isn't Ningning's boyfriend a brother of Jiang Chen? Hurry up and ask your son-in-law what Jiangchen likes. Su Tianha? What the hell did you say? Chapter 52. What's there to be afraid of? My wife is not incompetent. At this moment, Su Tianha just wanted Tang Jiang to come over immediately. Then tell him loudly. Jiangchen is my son-in-law. But his subconscious told him that this matter was not that simple. Therefore, his answer was rather vague. Old Tang, this is not easy to handle. You know Ningning's temper. My words may not work, though. We are brothers after all. Don't worry. I'll try my best to help you. Tang Jiang took a breath and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lao Su, you are such a good buddy of mine. Then I'll wait for your news. By the way, what were you going to say just now? Su Tianha's palms were covered with cold sweat and he smiled awkwardly. Nothing, I just wanted to ask if you've eaten. After hanging up the phone, Su Tianha leaned back in his chair and took a long breath. He had quit smoking for many years, but now he had the urge to light a cigarette. He rubbed his temples and finally resisted the urge to smoke, instead taking a sip of tea. The current situation may seem hazy, but it is actually quite clear. Graph's limited edition necklace, the game account JC, and the photo taken by Lao Jia himself. Although Su Tianha has always relied on speculation, various signs are sufficient to serve as evidence. However, there was no need for Tang Jiang to lie to him, which was strange. After thinking deeply for a long time, Su Tianha suddenly had an idea. In short, if we find a way to get brother Jiangchen to come home, then everything will be clear, right? 8 o'clock, Jinghai People's Square. Su Zining held a string of marshmallows in her hand and happily held Jiangchen's arm. My dear boyfriend, we have to go to work tomorrow. Secretary Zhang called and said there are a lot of documents waiting for my review. Jiangchen nodded. Clear. At this moment, the woman walking towards him widened her eyes. Xiaochen? When Jiangchen saw the person coming, he waved politely. What a coincidence, cousin. Why did you come to Jinghai? This woman is called Yang Jia, she is Jiangchen's cousin, and her mother Yang Li is her aunt. Su Zining was stunned. This is Jiangchen's cousin? In an instant, Su Zining hid the marshmallow in her hand behind her back. He looks like a good and obedient baby. When Yang Jia noticed this scene, she couldn't help but smile gently and glanced at Jiangchen with a reproachful look. Xiaochen, you are such a fool. You didn't even tell your family that you were in love? Let us be prepared. Jiangchen scratched his head and waved his hands, saying jokingly. Isn't this little girl shy? So I didn't tell anyone, only my parents took a look. Yang Li widened her eyes. Auntie knows? Given my aunt's personality, how could cousin Jiangchen not hide and let her know? It seems to be true love. He fumbled in his small bag and pulled out a wad of money. Xiaochen, take this. It was too sudden. My cousin didn't have any preparation and only brought this little money with her. You just started working, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Jiangchen quickly waved his hands, if it was in the previous life. When he saw it, he was like, wow, how much is this? He must have accepted it reluctantly. But now, he has plenty of ways to make money and has no interest in money. It's enough to spend, so he doesn't plan to ask for it. Forget it, cousin. I'm already at work, so you can use it to buy some lipstick, bags, and cosmetics. Jiangchen was not surprised at all that Yang Jia could casually take out several $1,000s. Well, my second uncle's family is relatively wealthy. However, he probably wasn't as rich as Jiangchen is now. After 3 rejections, Jiangchen still did not refuse Yang Jia. In her words, as long as you're not married, you're still a child. He forced the money into Jiangchen's hand, chatted briefly with Su Zining, and then left. Su Zining smiled gently and poked Jiangchen's waist. Cousin Yang Jia is very nice. You still care about my boyfriend's coffers and hold on tight. I want to talk to her more. Jiangchen's face was full of black lines and his eyelids twitched violently. It's nice indeed, but are you sure you want to talk to her more? Su Zining nodded. Of course, such a caring cousin. Jiangchen coughed twice. He felt that it was necessary to give Su Zining some scientific knowledge. Gently leaned close to Su Zining's ear. Wife, you know, my cousin has a nickname. Su Zining was stunned. What's that nickname? Jiangchen raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. The family megaphone. Basically, what she knows will take less than a month. My relatives know about it. You think, the more you talk to her, the more she knows. Does this count as meeting my relatives in advance? With a swish, Su Xining's pretty face turned red. This. She pouted, her lips were rosy, and her tone was somewhat resentful. Then why didn't you tell me just now? Jiang Chen waved his hands helplessly. She came too fast. Indeed, in the situation just now, Yang Jia was standing in front of him. Jiang Chen didn't even have the chance to remind Su Xining. Besides, I can't give you any expression hints. After all, she's my cousin. I can't cry when I meet her, right? Su Xining was going crazy. Then. This means that within a month, her existence will be known to all of Jiang Chen's relatives. Name first without meeting face? And the childish look she had just shown as a little woman chewing marshmallows. And the shy and well-behaved expression on her face when she saw Yang Jie. Isn't this too embarrassing for Jiang Chen? That's too embarrassing. Besides, you will be interrogated again when you meet relatives during festivals. Jiang Chen curled his lips, pinched Su Xining's cheek, and said lightly, "Why is this so embarrassing? I was just worried that my cousin might say something nonsense and cause trouble. I was going to say you were my colleague. But on second thought, damn, you are clearly my wife. Hey, Su Xining, the fairy president of the Ledger Group, marry me." I still don't dare to admit it? Am I crazy? At this time, Jiang Chen clenched Su Xining's pink little hand. He leaned forward, leaning slightly, and kissed her on the lips. Well, Jiang Chen, there are so many people in the square. Su Xining said this coquettishly, but she was still secretly savoring the sweetness lingering on her lips. Her eyes are as bright as waves, and her heart is full of sweetness. At this moment, the two were holding hands and a gentle breeze was blowing. There are a few bright stars hanging in the night sky, and the bright moonlight shines on the earth. Su Xining gently scratched the palm of Jiang Chen's hand with her fingernails. Jiang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. With so many people here, it won't stop me from kissing my wife, right? I'll kiss you. I knew my cousin would say it, but I didn't stop her. Just tell me. Damn it, it's not like I can't show off my lovely, gentle, and beautiful wife. He raised his eyebrows slightly and their eyes met. Wife, are you right? Su Xining smiled tenderly, gently stood on tiptoes, and helped Jiang Chen tidy up his messy hair. A hint of cunning flashed across his lips. In that case, I'd like to kiss you again. Chapter 53, A Good Hand, Played Badly. The geese fell into the lake. Su Xining tiptoed and opened the door. Little did he know that his father Su Tianhe had been waiting in the living room for a long time. Ningning is back. Wow, this long dress is so beautiful. Su Tianhe approached his precious daughter with a smile. Well, it looks like she is shy after meeting her parents-in-law. I quickly praised her a few more words. After all, I would have the ultimate battle with Ningning soon. Su Tianhe has made up his mind, no matter what the cost tonight. We must also ask Ningning to bring Jiang Chen back tomorrow. Su Xining smiled quietly and said with a curled lip, Dad, why are you so talkative today? She smelled a scent keenly. The smell of treachery. Moreover, Su Xining still felt a little guilty about Su Tianhe. The reason I ask is because of those 2 bottles of wine. Although neither Jiang Chen nor his uncle said how much the 2 bottles of wine cost. But based on their performance, it is estimated to be 7 figures. Of course Su Xining was willing to give it to Zhang Dafa. However, I always feel a little sorry for my father. Oh, let me be frank with you. I gave those 2 bottles of wine to my friend's father. Dad, you shouldn't be angry with your little cotton jacket, right? Su Xining licked her lips and said cunningly. TCH, instead of waiting for Dad to ask about it, you might as well just confess. They say daughters are their father's little cotton padded jackets, and I took the initiative to admit my mistake. Dad, won't he say anything, right? It's just 2 bottles of wine, why would I care about that? But next time you give a gift, don't be so stingy. 2 bottles are too few. Bring a few more next time. Su Tianhe waved his hand and said cheerfully. He turned around and pointed to the study on the 2nd floor, indicating that he had something to say. Su Xining was stunned. The incident with the wine was already over. She couldn't figure out what Su Tianhe wanted to talk about, but she followed him obediently anyway. In the study, they sat facing each other at the table. Su Tianhe hesitated for a long time and talked about family matters. This confused Su Zining. Could it be that my dad asked me to come over to chat? This is not his style. Dad, if you have anything to ask, just ask. I won't hide it from you. Su Zining has always spoken freely to her father. She would definitely tell Su Tianhe everything she wanted to say. Well, she didn't want to say it, so Su Tianhe didn't even get the chance to ask her. Although she is silly when she is with Jiang Chen, Su Zining will be silly once she leaves Jiang Chen. Her IQ immediately went up, and on weekdays, she could almost see through her father's thoughts. Feeling that something was not right, he simply closed the door and did not give Su Tianhe the chance to ask questions. Su Tianhe smiled awkwardly, but he was roaring in his heart. Ningning, do you really think I don't want to say it? Damn, it's your dad and I really don't know how to ask. This topic is too sensitive. I'm afraid you'll just slam the door and leave. After about a minute of silence, Su Tianhe spoke awkwardly. Ningning, do you know that there is a Graph chain store in Tianhe Plaza? The one on your neck was actually the first one I saw. Su Zining widened her eyes. This was the first person her father took a fancy to? For me? Or for my mom? No, none of this matters. The important thing is, why did it end up in Jiang Chen's hands? Then what? Su Tianhe was slightly stunned, and his daughter's gaze made his scalp tingle. But now that it's come to this, I am not Jiang Chen's younger brother, so I won't set a trap for others. Just say it straight. As a result, the necklace was reserved by a little brother. I talked to him about offering a purchase price 100,000 yuan higher than the selling price, but he refused. The reason he refused was because it was a gift for his girlfriend. Then you wear it back at night. You understand me? Su Zining's face was filled with shock, and her heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. So, Dad has long suspected that I was in love? When I think about it carefully, it's true. No wonder my dad didn't urge me these days. So that's how it is. If it were before, Su Zining would definitely refuse and make up a reason to resolve the matter. But now she didn't want to explain or make up stories. Jiang Chen's words echoed in her mind, damn it, it's not like my girlfriend is not presentable. Moreover, she has met Jiang Chen's parents, so it's time to admit it to Su Tianhe. She met Su Tianhe's gaze and clenched her teeth. Nod. Well, this is a gift from my boyfriend. Su Tianhe was shocked at this moment. He felt like the world was turning upside down and he was floating in the air. In fact, he had already planned it out in his mind. This was going to be a fierce battle with his precious daughter. He didn't think that Su Zining would admit it directly. But reality slapped him in the face. Does your face hurt? Yes. But at this moment, Su Tianhe just wanted to roar in his heart. Well done. Ningning, can you introduce yourself? Seeing that her father looked good, Su Zining couldn't help but smile gently. Then she can introduce Jiang Chen, otherwise it would be difficult to bring it up. He is an employee of my company. Su Tianhe nodded and motioned for his daughter to continue. At this point, he knew it must be brother Jiang Chen. However, who wouldn't want to have more words? My family is well off, but not super wealthy. Is that okay? He said hesitantly. This was what Su Zining had always been worried about. My parents are not feudal, but Su Zining is quite worried. What if my dad wants to find a powerful son-in-law? I'm afraid he likes young masters. Anyway, I like Jiang Chen. Sure enough, these words changed their meaning in Su Tianhe's ears. His eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. Not very rich? He was totally shocked. Ningning said that brother Jiang Chen is not very rich and powerful? Owning 100 houses, I rent them out easily. A necklace worth 3 million is worth buying. Isn't this called being rich and powerful? Dad, what do you mean? The Su Tianhe in her eyes was full of black lines on his face, seemingly full of confusion about what she said. That's right, she misunderstood. She thought Su Tianhe was blaming her for finding a boyfriend who was not very rich. In an instant, Su Zining's expression became extremely cold. She thought her father would understand and agree. She mustered up the courage that Jiang Chen had helped her to muster and confessed to Su Tianhe. What did we get in return? Doubt. At this moment, Su Zining felt that Su Tianhe was unreasonable. I'm tired. I'm going to bed first. Dad, you should go to bed early too. Turning around and leaving the study, Su Zining returned to her room. Su Tianhe was frowning. Damn, what did I just say? Why did Ningning change her expression? No way, could it be that Ningning misunderstood what I meant? Thinking about my shocked expression just now, it's really possible. He slapped his thigh angrily and knocked on Su Zining's door. Ningning, Dad doesn't mean to object. Open the door and let me explain. Su Tianhe did not wait for his daughter's reply, not even a cold word. What greeted him was the sound of Su Zining heavily locking the door. At this moment, Su Tianhe had a feeling of 4 twos leading 2 kings. Commonly known as, a good hand of cards, played badly. Chapter 54, Su Tianhe invites you to go home for dinner? On Tuesday, there was a drizzle in the sky. The road was muddy, moisture was floating in the air, and an aunt who was taking her child to school was riding a tram wearing a raincoat. A light rain in late summer brought a hint of early autumn coolness. Thank you, brother, for taking me to school. You're going to get the dollar you would have used to take the bus. The sweet little girl in primary school uniform thanked Jiang Chen politely. He put 1 yuan on the passenger seat, got out of the car and ran towards the school. Jiang Chen waved his hand, started the car and drove towards the company. He went out a little earlier than usual today because of an unwritten rule in Jinghai City. Whenever it rains, no matter how heavy, there will be traffic jams. But he was lucky and had a smooth journey. On the way, I picked up this little girl who was waiting at the bus stop without an umbrella. The 4th experimental primary school is very close to the ledger group. After clocking in at the company, Jiang Chen went to Su Zining's office as usual. After being kissed, hugged and molested, he frowned slightly. I always feel that Su Xianu is acting weird today. Wife, are you worried? He smiled and moved closer to Su Zining. Today, Su Zining changed into a professional suit and was the cold and arrogant beautiful CEO again. However, facing Jiang Chen's questioning, she immediately turned into a sweet girl. No way, I can hide something from you. My little boyfriend, don't let your imagination run wild. It's just that there are too many work documents. Jiang Chen thought so too, he was lazy yesterday. He hooked Su Zining's nose and waved his hand. Okay then, I'll go back to my workstation. If you miss me, send me a message anytime. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned and left. Looking at this handsome and tall figure, Su Zining couldn't help but have many associations. She thought about Su Tianhe's attitude all night. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I didn't even sit at the table with my dad when I had dinner at home this morning. You know, how did Jiang Chen's parents treat her? Tenderness, care, and consideration make her feel the full love of family. She clearly felt that they liked her, regardless of her identity. And what about my father? I don't want to listen to her introduce Jiang Chen in detail. Just because of the family background, she was opposed with her eyes wide open. Su Zining felt that her father was unreasonable. At this time, Comrade Lao Su has fainted in the toilet from crying. Su Zining slapped the desk with his palm and muttered with a cold face. In short, I will not compromise with evil forces. Anyway. This pop sound happened to be heard by Secretary Zhang, who was about to knock on the door to report on his work. Her expression changed drastically. Why was President Su so angry? In the morning, Jiang Chen was the only one who came. Quickly edit a message and send it to Little Wolf. Research and Development Department. Jiang Chen had just sat down at his workstation and but wasn't tea even warm yet. The little wolf came over with an anxious look on his face and asked repeatedly. Brother Chen, are you okay? Jiang Chen glanced at him, confused, and asked back. Are you fucking okay? It's early in the morning. Haven't seen you for 3 days. You just give me this sentence right away? Xiaolang was so anxious that he danced with joy. He quickly took out the message sent by Secretary Zhang and handed it to Jiang Chen. Brother Chen, look. Content of SMS. President Su got furious as soon as Jiang Chen left. Maybe you should comfort him. Forehead. Is Su Xianyo angry? Jiang Chen was stunned. Indeed, he felt that the president's wife was a little strange the whole morning. Could it really be because of work? He waved his hand as if nothing had happened. It should have nothing to do with me, don't worry. Hurry up and do your work. I'll wait for you to come online. After sending the little wolf away, Jiang Chen turned on the computer and prepared a TV series. He sent another message to Su Zining. Jiang Chen, an angry woman is not beautiful. Replying immediately is Su Zining's constant attitude towards Jiang Chen. There are 3 messages in total. Photos of 2 documents and a line of text. Su Zining, look at the unreasonable demands made by our partners. How can I not be angry? Humph. Jiang Chen smiled with relief. It really was a work matter. Replied with 2 hug gif. Until 10 o'clock, the TV series was boring. Xiaolang hasn't finished today's work yet, so Jiang Chen plans to log in and play 2 games himself. As soon as I opened the game, I saw someone calling me, and it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who are you? The next second, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, brother Jiang, it's me, Su Tianhe. Good guy, brother Su? Jiang Chen had a very good impression of this cheerful and generous brother. I was flattered to receive a call from my brother early in the morning. Well, I just wanted to call my brother and catch up with him when I have nothing to do. Shit, we just met yesterday, and we're catching up today? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows twice. Su Tianhe also seemed to realize that there was something wrong with his words, so he changed the subject and went straight to the point. Brother, we agreed yesterday to have a drink when we're free. I've prepared 2 bottles of the best Wulianye. Would you like to come to my house and drink some tonight? I want you to cook 2 dishes? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little amused. Go to Su Tianhe's house? He thought that the most he could do to drink was to find a hotel. It seems that brother Su really treats me as his own. But it's not possible at night. I have to be sweet with my girlfriend. Brother, you know it will be very late by the time we send her home. Su Tianhe on the other end of the phone almost laughed out loud. Oops. What's wrong with that? After you're done with the sweet moments, can't you just go home with Ningning? It's okay, bro. I'll wait for you. Let's have a good drink together, brothers. Jiang Chen was thinking, Su Tianhe has already said so much. Wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable for him to refuse again? Okay, I'll bother brother Su tonight. See you tonight. Hang up the phone. Jiang Chen took a long breath and went straight into the game mode. Lunch break. Seeing Jiang Chen holding an umbrella and preparing to go downstairs, Xiaolang grabbed him. Brother Chen, let's eat something in the company cafeteria. The outer door was blocked like the toilet in a shabby rental house. Jiang Chen shook his head and glared at the little wolf. Do you want me to eat the company's cold rice and die in pain? That's right, the food in the company cafeteria is cold. This is because different departments have different lunch break times, with the earliest one starting at 11 o'clock. The canteen will of course prepare meals in advance. By the time the RD department gets off work, the company is already finished. But this basically won't affect most people, so it doesn't matter if it's a little cool. But Jiang Chen's stomach was like a little princess and couldn't bear it at all. This is also the reason why Jiang Chen always goes home for dinner. Little Wolf knew about this, so why did he have to be dragged to eat in the cafeteria today? Brother Chen, listen to me. Ying went to the cafeteria yesterday and told us what Mr. Su meant. She directly reported the problem of cold rice to the joint venture restaurant. Now the meals in the cafeteria are guaranteed to be steaming hot. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Su Xianyo was not at work yesterday, so how could she still report this matter? Suddenly I remembered that Yang Li and Su Zining talked a lot about his habits yesterday, including liking to drink sweet drinks and having very serious stomach problems. Could it be that after hearing this, she called the joint venture hotel? In fact, this matter has no impact on most employees. Some people even prefer to eat cold food because it is quick to eat and convenient for them to work quickly. This is why Ledger has not taken care of it. Moreover, it seemed that Su Zining was giving the hotel suggestions, but in fact it was just giving more money. The entire lunch break lasts 4 hours in total, and ensuring that the food is hot must be a huge expense. In fact, Su Zining did all this for this. It can prevent Jiang Chen from having stomachache when he has to go to the cafeteria to eat. Jiang Chen naturally thought of this, and his heart was warmed as he murmured, "This silly girl." Chapter 55, My dear boyfriend, don't be angry. But besides warmth, Jiang Chen had another feeling in his heart. That's the pain. It can't be said to be a dull pain, but rather a heart-wrenching pain. Damn, my silly wife, how much money is this going to cost? I, your husband, am not a fool. I really can't go home for dinner. You can also order takeout. 4 dishes and 1 soup are the standard employee meals of the Ledger Group. It is worth mentioning that this steaming lunch did add a touch of warmth to the cloudy weather. After dinner, Jiang Chen went straight back to the office with Xiaolang. Because of Su Xining's heartwarming behavior, the lunchtime check-in reward was directly distributed. Jiang Chen thought Su Xiaoyao must be very busy at work, so he didn't go upstairs to disturb her. While asking Xiaolang to log in and play 2 games, he sent a message to Su Xining. Jiang Chen, thank you, my wife, for the warm lunch. Jiang Chen, love GIF. Top floor, President's office. The coldness on Su Xining's pretty face disappeared, transforming into gentleness and loveliness. Hey, does your boyfriend have lunch at the company? Could it be that he has already guessed why I did this? Humph, it must be true, otherwise why would you send me this message for no reason? Su Xining pouted as she tapped the screen lightly with her fingers. Just as I was about to reply to Jiang Chen, a phone call came in. Su Xining glanced at the phone number and frowned. She hates being interrupted when she is doing something. Especially, she and Jiang Chen were interrupted when they were doing something. But this person is the father who just made her unhappy. Forehead. Su Xining rolled her eyes and hung up the phone. It rang again, and I hung up again. Ring again, hang up again. When the 4th ring sounded, Su Xining finally couldn't bear it anymore. After answering the phone, he asked in an extremely cold tone. Dad, what do you want to do? If Su Tianhe hadn't opened his eyes, he would have thought he had fallen into an ice cellar. He couldn't help but shudder and said embarrassedly. Ningning, I'm bringing a little brother home for dinner tonight. You remember to dress nicely. My daughter is stunningly beautiful even without makeup. You must come back early, do you hear me? Su Xining threw the glass next to her directly to the ground. What does Su Tianhe mean? Jiang Chen's family background was just denied yesterday. As a result, today, he is going to bring his friends home for dinner and ask Su Xining to dress up a little? Su Xining thought about it and knew which young master Su Tianhe was planning to bring home. Then bring them together. Dad, do you really want me to marry a man whose family has power? At this moment, Su Xining felt that her father was so strange. No, I'm not going home today. I sleep at the company. Her pretty face turned red. Ahem, there is still a chance that she will be at Jiang Chen's house. Dad, don't you know me yet? Since you have chosen to be with him, then that is a determined thing. You're still going to introduce me to a boyfriend. I hate you. Su Tianhe took a deep breath and grinned wickedly. Ningning, you must know the law of true fragrance, right? Su Tianhe didn't want to explain to his daughter anymore. He knew Su Xining too well. In her current state, it would be extremely risky for him to speak. It's just a bunch of nonsense that comes out of your mouth. Ningning, just listen to me, Dad. Come back nicely tonight, and you will be very satisfied with him. If not, Dad will never interfere with your marriage again. How? Su Xining's eyes lit up. Are you sure? Su Tianhe's affirmative voice came from the other end of the phone. Certainly. Undoubtedly, this sentence is extremely attractive to Su Xining now. What did she misunderstand about Su Tianhe? She misunderstood that Su Tianhe didn't allow her to be with Jiang Chen. She must be with Jiang Chen, so... Good. After hanging up the phone, Su Xining clenched her little fists and nodded heavily. Research and Development Department. Jiang Chen had just finished a game, and everything went smoothly for him. Just as he was about to move on to the next round, Jiang Chen saw the message from Su Xining. Su Xiaoxiu, Jiang Chen, I have something to do tonight, so I may have to go home early. Su Xiaoxiu, is it okay? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Isn't this a coincidence? It just so happened that Su Tianhe asked him to drink with him in the evening, and his wife had something to do. This way, brother Su won't have to wait too long. Every family has its own problems. It is normal for Su Xiaoxiu to have problems at home. Jiang Chen is not an unreasonable person. Jiang Chen, okay, then I'll come find you at 5:30. Su Xining, okay. After confirming tonight's itinerary, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Hurry up and start duo row with Xiaolang. The geese fell into the lake. Su Tianhe was lying on the sofa at home, in a very good mood. He crossed his legs and gave a sly smile from time to time. Li Mei next to him glared at him fiercely, her face full of disgust. The girl has misunderstood me like that. I don't know how you are doing as a father. Don't be in a hurry, you're still licking your face and smiling here. Of course Li Mei knew what Su Tianhe had done, so... Although she scolded him verbally, she actually supported him in her heart. Su Tianhe waved his hand and patted Li Mei's shoulder with a sly smile. Wife, don't worry about this. Your task today is to cook well. Prepare some wine and food. Brother Jiang and I will have a good drink. Oh no, wait till night, then I should call him Dragon's son-in-law. Li Mei rolled her eyes, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lao Su, to be honest, I'm kind of looking forward to the evening. It rained all day, although it was a light rain, it was continuous and uninterrupted. Jiang Chen noticed that it was almost 5:30 and turned to walk towards the office on the top floor. I really missed Su Xianyo after not seeing her for a day. Wife, come and hug me. Jiang Chen opened his arms and Su Zining pounced on him. Like Jiang Chen, she also missed him badly. Hey hey. Jiang Chen completed all the daily check-in tasks and enjoyed it. There are rewards for completing tasks, which is great. Hugging and kissing your beautiful wife is even more fun. Well, completing the task of hugging and kissing my beautiful wife to get rewards is so cool. Su Zining snuggled in Jiang Chen's arms, not daring to look directly into his eyes. After hugging him for a long time, he secretly kissed Jiang Chen a few times. She began to speak hesitantly. My little boyfriend, I can't accompany you tonight. Don't be angry, I will make it up to you tomorrow. Jiang Chen's face was full of black lines. Damn, should I be angry about this? Who doesn't have some urgent matter at home? He replied calmly. What's so mad about this? Can you foresee what's going on at home? I'm not being unreasonable. Su Zining's eyes lit up, she made a face, and continued to ask tentatively. Are you really not angry? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Su Xianyo had been acting weird all day. As the saying goes, if you don't discipline him for 3 days, he will tear off the tiles from the roof. Could it be that it's because I didn't scare her these days? He coughed lightly and said in mock anger. Fake, of course I'm angry. Chapter 56, Brother Su, is he actually worth 10,000 bond points? I've been looking forward to spending the whole day with you, my wife, at night. You suddenly told me that something happened at home, how could I not be angry? I'm almost disliking you. Damn it, Jiang Chen dared to swear to the sky that he was just teasing Su Zining. But the following scene made him panic. Su Zining actually burst into tears, 2 lines of tears streaking her pretty face. In an instant, Su Xiaoxiu burst into tears. Jiang Chen was completely stunned, damn it. No way, my fairy wife, it's not possible, right? He quickly took out the tissue he always kept in his pocket and helped Su Zining wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Wife, why are you crying? I was just kidding you. My makeup is all ruined by crying. Su Zining said coquettishly, stretched out her white arms, and her whole body was limp. She stuck directly to Jiang Chen, feeling aggrieved. Humph, it would be better if your makeup is ruined by crying. To save my dad from asking me to meet any young masters. Jiang Chen, please don't be angry. Just once tonight, I will accompany you every night from now on. Okay. At this moment, Su Zining felt really ashamed towards Jiang Chen. What did Jiang Chen give her? Introduce it to your family generously. A gentle, delicate, and secure love. Regular and accurate companionship every day, and various surprises carefully prepared. But she couldn't even convince her own father. My dear wife, I was just joking with you. Actually, I have a date with an old man for drinks tonight. Really, just go and take care of the things at home. Jiang Chen's face was full of black lines, he saw it. Su Xiaoxiu was really crying because she was sad. Hurry up and start comforting her. Damn, I really shouldn't have joked like this with Su Xiaoxiu. The air in the office is humid, probably because I forgot to water the plants. The pots of flowers beside the bed showed signs of wilting. Su Zining suppressed the grievance in her heart and stood on tiptoe. Had a long romantic kiss with Jiang Chen. After kissing goodbye, she deliberately leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and held back her sobs. My little boyfriend, I have always liked you. Hee, I believe you won't be angry, thank you. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and ignored Su Zining. Instead, he took out another tissue and put it on her face. Su Zining was stunned for a moment. There were clearly no tears on my face, I had wiped them all away. What to do? The next second, Jiang Chen helped her wipe the tip of her nose. If you cry for no reason next time, I will be really angry. Jiang Chen threw away the tissue with a look of disgust. Su Zining laughed out loud and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Hey, I know. The two parted in the parking lot downstairs. The moment he got into the Maserati President, Su Zining's eyes returned to being cold again. Tonight, we must resist. Be resolute and bow down to the evil forces of Daddy. Su Zining took a breath of cold air. You want to meet your friend? You want to introduce me to a boyfriend? Su Tianhe, you underestimate your daughter. The Maserati slowly drove away, while Jiang Chen drove in the opposite direction. He had to go to Tianhe Plaza first, which was something he just suddenly thought of. After all, we were going to Brother Su's house. It's never a good look to have nothing in your hands, even though Brother Su doesn't lack anything. But we still have to do it well. Hey, that's attitude. Although, it's a bit weird to buy a gift for Su Tianhe in Tianhe Plaza. Jiang Chen took 2 bottles of the best Feitian Mitai and bought a lady's scarf. It's from Guckle, and the unit price is over 10,000. After buying some small gifts, Jiang Chen returned to the car carrying the bags. Call Su Tianhe. Hey, brother, are you ready to come over? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. This Brother Su's guess was really accurate. After all, they had an appointment very late. Su Tianhe, my daughter is already home, how could I be wrong? Yes, Brother Su, please send the address to my WeChat. I'll be right there. Su Tianhe smiled heartily. Ahem, it's finally coming. Yanluo Lake, when you get to the villa area, just go to villa number 4. Come on, our family of 3 is waiting for you. Jiang Chen was stunned. As expected, all the rich people lived in Yanluo Lake. TSK, Ningning actually lives in the same neighborhood as Brother Su. Jiang Chen didn't think much about it, but started the car and drove straight to Yanluo Lake. I don't even need a navigation for this road, it's so familiar. The geese fell into the lake. Su Zining listened to her father's voice on the phone and became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. Ah, that is too much. If possible, Su Zining would like the person who came to be Jiang Chen. However, she knew it was impossible. Humph, Dad only cares about family background. Pooh. Su Zining held the eyebrow pencil tightly in her right hand, almost breaking it. With a frown on her face, she felt that there was no time to waste. If I'm not mistaken, you must have praised your daughter's beauty to this young master, right? Okay, I'll open his eyes today and not scare him to death. This is what Su Zining thought, yes. She did agree to meet Su Tianhe and his so-called friend, but she didn't say how to meet. Is it okay to have messy hair? It's not too much to have thick eyebrows, right? Lipstick, isn't this Barbie pink pretty enough? Well, add 2 more moles and single eyelids as well. In the room, Su Zining was busy fiddling with her makeup. At this time, Jiang Chen had already arrived at the gate of Yanluo Lake. Because Su Tianhe had greeted the security guards of Yanluo Lake in advance, Jiang Chen had a smooth journey. After finding villa number 4, Jiang Chen was just about to get out of the car. Suddenly, a cold voice from the system rang in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the side quest. Jiang Chen? Damn, there's a bug in your system? I came to Brother Su's house to drink. Can this trigger a side quest? Couple bond system, this has nothing to do with my wife. System, hee I know, but I want to say it. Side quest, drink and climb Su Tianhe. Reward, bond value 10,000 points. Oh my god, Jiang Chen almost stepped on the accelerator. 10,000 bond points? Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier that Brother Su was worth so much bond points? I had already taken him out for a drink. At this moment, Jiang Chen was shocked by the joy brought by the 10,000 bond points. He didn't even think about whether it was a system bug or an upgrade that caused Su Tianhe to appear in the side quest. He quickly went to the system store and used the remaining 5,000 points to exchange for the skill drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. The top priority now is to get Brother Su drunk. Then get 10,000 bond points, okay? After getting off the car and picking up the prepared things, Jiang Chen knocked on the door. The sound of locking the car attracted Su Zining's attention, but it was a pity. She couldn't see the main entrance of the villa from her room, but she was very familiar with this sound. It's the sound of locking the Tesla Model 3, the same model as Jiang Chen's. Chapter 57 Brother Jian? Dragon's son-in-law. Humph, I didn't expect this guy to have such good taste. At least when choosing a car, he didn't just blindly choose a luxury car, he had some vision. As she thought about it, Su Zining couldn't help but be stunned. Ha! My eyebrows need to be thicker, they're not scary enough. Another layer of powder, and another layer of lipstick. Now that I'm here, I'll scare you away right away. Su Zining looked at herself in the mirror. That's right, it's extremely ugly. But the more I look at him, the more I like him. If I scare him away, my dad won't interfere in the affairs between Jiang Chen and me. Then, I can spend time with my boyfriend every day. Hey! On the first floor, Su Tianhe and Li Mei heard a knock on the door. They looked at each other in surprise, and then they trotted to the door and opened it. What catches the eye is Jiang Chen's handsome face and clean and simple outfit. It was just slightly wet by the rain and his hair was a little messy, but it seemed to make him look even more handsome. Brother Su, sister-in-law, excuse me for disturbing you. Jiang Chen greeted with a smile. His thinking is very clear. He and Su Tianhe have always been like brothers. The woman in front of him is naturally Brother Su's wife. There's nothing wrong with calling me sister-in-law. However, Li Mei knows everything and is a person who stands at the same level as Su Tianhe. She felt uncomfortable hearing the term sister-in-law. But it had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. She glared at Su Tianhe fiercely. I'll see how you make it round in a while. Hey, Xiao Jiang, come in quickly. You must have gotten wet in the rain. Auntie will make you a cup of hot tea. Just treat it like your own home. Don't be polite. Aunt? Jiang Chen scratched his head. Is it because of the generation difference? Could this be Brother Su's mother? Jiang Chen quickly shook his head and denied his own idea. Brother Su, my sister-in-law is really humorous. Su Tianhe smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to explain for a moment. Forget it, there will always be a way when the car reaches the mountain, and the boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. Let it be. Alas, this woman hasn't played for 3 days and has been a little sick recently. Don't worry about her. But bro, you came to my house to drink and take things. Isn't this a slap in the face for me? As Su Tianhe spoke, he led Jiang Chen to sit on the sofa. On the coffee table, there are snacks, fruits, hot tea, various drinks, and yogurt. Well, how should I put it, royal treatment. I don't know what you and sister-in-law like, so I'll just buy some. Just don't mind, brother. Su Tianhe didn't refuse, it didn't matter at all. He knew that his daughter misunderstood him and she was very angry. But Su Tianhe also felt bad. After all, he just wants a grandson. Is that wrong? Over 50 years old, with money in pocket and a successful career. What's wrong with wanting to play with a kid? In fact, he had countless opportunities to explain to Su Zining today, but he held back. Hey, although he is humble, he is Su Zining's father after all, okay? He wanted this incident to teach the young couple a lesson and let them give old Su a grandson soon. Of course I don't mind. It's just a small matter. Let's talk business, brother. I actually have a daughter. Now you are old enough to get married, you see? Su Tianhe paused deliberately. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Tianhe's smirking expression. Damn it. The atmosphere seems a bit strange. Why does Brother Su want to introduce me to a girlfriend? Change the subject quickly. I have a few good brothers who are all very outstanding. How about introducing them to me? Su Tianhe shook his head and continued speaking tentatively, the sly smile on his face never stopping. Can they be as good as you? Brother, how about you meet my daughter first? She is very beautiful. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is the most beautiful woman in Jinghai City. Seeing that he couldn't avoid this topic, Jiang Chen could only bite the bullet and refuse. I have a girlfriend, don't talk about this, bro. Your mother deserves better. I just want to live a peaceful life with my girlfriend. Not to mention that Jiang Chen has already gotten used to the feeling of having Su Zining by his side. Even if we take a step back and talk about the day when he confessed his feelings, Jiang Chen would not agree to Su Tianhe. Moreover, even if he agreed, the system would not agree. Does not support binding. Jiang Chen, this brother Bo is so determined to his lover, why don't you give him some reward? System, if the host wants to agree to it, then just agree to it. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows fiercely. Shit, that's not what you said when you bound me. What a shit system. On the other hand, Jiang Chen felt that Su Tianhe was exaggerating a bit. The most beautiful woman in Jinghai City? That was clearly his wife, Su Zining. How could it be the turn of Su Tianha's daughter? Old Su, why don't you go up and call Ningning? Why hasn't she come down yet? Xiao Jiang must be getting anxious, right? Li Mei freed up her hands during the break from cooking to remind Su Tianha. Su Tianha quickly glared at her, "You woman. It just delays things. She's putting on makeup up there, let's not rush her. Go ahead if you want to." The conversation was fleeting, but the sly smile on Su Tianha's face lingered for a long time. Jiang Chen's heart was shocked. Brother Su said that his daughter is the most beautiful girl in Jinghai. But I think my wife is the most beautiful woman in Jinghai. My wife lives in Yanluo Lake, and my brother Su also lives in Yanluo Lake. Ningning, brother Su's daughter's name should contain the word Ning. My wife's name is Su Zining. Fuck. Jiang Chen was horrified. If he couldn't react, he would be a fool. He finally understood why the system was always making that hee-hee sound. I also understand why Su Tianha always has a sly smile on his face. Li Mei probably knew all this a long time ago, so she called herself auntie. Damn, I should have thought of it earlier, Su Zining's generous father and brother Su who insisted on raising the rent. What a common feature. Uncle Su, this really caught me off guard. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth and took a long breath. Now that everything is clear, just face it calmly. Jiang Chen changed his address smoothly and naturally. Alas, old dragon son-in-law, it's not too late to understand now. Then, go upstairs and call Ningning down? Su Tianha laughed heartily. My daughter ignored me all day today, and now it's finally time for me to vent my anger. Jiang Chen waved his hand to refuse. Isn't she wearing makeup? She doesn't like people interrupting her. Let's wait for her to come down. The main thing is that Jiang Chen was not nervous at all, he just came over to have a drink with Su Tianha. But now, my brother suddenly becomes my father-in-law, and I feel a little nervous. Although Su Zining's boudoir is very attractive, Jiang Chen still chooses not to wander around. That's fine too. Whatever the dragon son-in-law says is what it is. Su Tianha had a smug look on his face, and he looked cocky with his legs crossed. Little did they know that at this moment, Su Zining had already accomplished his mission. She has thick eyebrows, pink lips, a face covered with powder, and many pockmarks and moles. I deliberately took an old piece of clothing that made Li Mei look particularly old. Disheveled, ready to go downstairs. Chapter 58, The truth is clear, let's settle the score later. Oh, this kid, he's here just as he said. Hearing the footsteps coming down the stairs, Su Tianha smiled and said. Li Mei had just prepared dinner and hurriedly put down the kitchen utensils. In the blink of an eye, he ran to the living room and sat next to Su Tianha. Well, wait and see. Jiang Chen smiled, said nothing, and glanced towards the stairs. So, under the gaze of 3 people and 6 pairs of eyes, Su Zining, who had carefully dressed herself up to be extremely different, showed up. Oh my god. Su Tianha shuddered and almost fell off the sofa to the ground. Is this my precious daughter? Isn't this an old witch? This kid just knows how to make trouble. What kind of outfit is this? How to put it, Su Tianha is the kind of person who was smart all his life but confused for a moment. Fortunately, Li Mei was there to remind him. He lowered his voice and spoke into Su Tianha's ear. Lao Su, you are stupid. Don't you feel that Ningning is dressed like this? Will things be more interesting if Xiao Jiang sees us? Su Tianha's eyes lit up and he looked at Li Mei excitedly. Yes, my wife is smart for once. Anyway, they are the young couple who are meeting. I am a very smart girl, but I have shot myself in the foot. Jiang Chen's face was full of black lines, and he was roaring in his heart. Shit, if it weren't for this necklace, I almost didn't recognize my wife. Ningning, you look so dressed. Are you cosplaying? How to put it? The scene was quite awkward. Su Zining's eyes widened and she was completely stunned. 3 people sitting on the sofa, Dad, Mom, and Jiang Chen. What is going on? Why did Jiang Chen come? Where is Dad's little brother? Suddenly, Su Zining felt a chill on her back, and then a hint of shock flashed across her face. Could it be that Dad's younger brother is Jiang Chen? He glanced at her tentatively and saw Li Mei nod slightly. With a hurrah, Su Zining turned around and ran upstairs. You guys chat first, I haven't finished cleaning yet. Like a fleeing deer, Su Zining rushed into the bedroom, ran into the bathroom and started removing her makeup. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. Her nails clenched her palms tightly and water seemed to be dripping down her face. Suddenly, I felt someone behind me. Turning around, it was Jiang Chen with a joking smile on his face. I never thought my wife would have this face. This is a great makeup, don't wear it again in the future. Su Zining pouted, frowned slightly, and wiped off the last layer of powder. He glanced at Jiang Chen with resentment. So, my little boyfriend, you are my dad's little brother. It's abominable that he actually deceived us. Su Zining must have understood, no wonder she called me this afternoon. Su Tian has solemnly promised that if she was not satisfied with this, he would never interfere in her affairs again. It turns out that Dad knows everything. Moreover, judging from Jiang Chen's expression, he seemed to have just found out about it. Damn it, Dad is such a liar. Alas, Brother Su probably didn't think of it at first. After all, there aren't many such coincidences in the world. Jiang Chen shrugged and explained. To be honest, fate is really the most mysterious thing in the world. It can't be forced, it's not easy to meet, and it's a pity to lose it. Su Zining glared at Jiang Chen playfully, waving her little pink fists. Brother Su? You should call him Uncle Su or Uncle Su. Jiang Chen also realized that he had called the wrong name and felt a little embarrassed. But then I thought, Su Zionf calls me uncle? To be honest, as a young man in his early 20s, I am called uncle. It's a very unpleasant thing. But, if it's called by my girlfriend, that is not only very refreshing, but also has a bit of a sexy feel to it. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, and he spoke with an embarrassed expression. No, I'm too used to it. How about this? You call me Uncle Jiang? Su Zining smiled and beckoned Jiang Chen to come over. She leaned close to his ear and whispered 3 words. You. Dream. Turned around and ran out of the bathroom. Jiang Chen followed, his eyes suddenly becoming clear. Just now, Jiang Chen didn't have time to look around Su Zining's room and went straight to the bathroom to help her resolve the embarrassment. Now when I look at it, I can't help but smack my lips. It's a little different from what I imagined. He thought that Su Xianyo's room should be clean and simple. Just like her office, she exudes the style of an icy female CEO. Result. The whole room is in pink tones and there are cute murals on the walls. The exquisite desk is neatly arranged with books and documents, and also displays a few old photos. The large bed, big enough for 3 or 4 people to lie down and roll around, was filled with dolls and dolls. Overall, it's kawaii. Wife, I didn't expect you to be such a sweet girl. Su Zining raised her pretty eyebrows, pointed outside the door, and smiled slyly. Isn't my room cute? Hey, go out and wait for me for 2 minutes. I have a little surprise for you. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up without thinking much about it. Good. Su Zining let out a long sigh when she saw Jiang Chen close the door. Humph, change clothes. In fact, I deliberately sent Jiang Chen away not because I was afraid that he would see it. Su Zining just felt weird being in her own home. He quickly took off Li Mei's old clothes and put on his own pajamas. Well, the pajamas are all cute little pink dinosaurs. He looked in the mirror again and nodded in satisfaction. Squinting her eyes slightly and frowning, Su Zining pushed open the door of the room. Let's go, I'll take you to settle accounts with my dad. Jiang Chen was completely confused. What was the score? Brother Su, isn't Uncle's arrangement good? No, where's the surprise you prepared for me? Ha! Seeing Jiang Chen like this, Su Zining smiled. Stand on tiptoes and give her a sweet kiss. Muah! Jiang Chen was confused. Is that it? His heart was shocked, he understood. Just now Su Xiaonu was changing clothes in the house. Are you deliberately sending me away? Damn, am I the man who covets your beauty? Bah, you're my wife, that's called looking at you openly, how can you say I'm coveting you? Honey, I think we should talk. With a flash of inspiration, Jiang Chen quickly followed and stretched out his hand to grab Su Zining's little dinosaur's tail. Su Zining smiled playfully, made a face, and ran downstairs quickly. Jiang Chen, you can't catch me. Lulu. The playful and eccentric performance continued until he became serious again the moment he stood in front of Su Tianhe. Dad, give me an explanation. You obviously know my boyfriend is Jiang Chen. Why did you look so reluctant last night? Jiang Chen on the side took a breath of cold air. Huh? Anything to watch? Just open a bag of potato chips and transform into a melon eater in an instant. Su Tianhe shrugged helplessly. Ningning, how can you tell that I'm extremely reluctant? I was shocked. What's so shocking? Do you remember last night when you said your boyfriend is not rich and powerful? Remember. Su Tianhe took a breath of cold air. Even now he still felt shocked. He pointed at Jiang Chen and squinted at his girl. I really didn't expect that Brother Jiang would casually give you a necklace worth 3 million. You actually said I am not rich. So, it was a little shocking. Jiang Chen? Damn, Brother Su. Although Ningning knew that the necklace was expensive, she didn't know how much it cost exactly. Didn't you sell it to me? Damn, you can't play like this. You have explained it clearly, how can I explain it? Chapter 59. Don't eat the vegetables, just eat them. 3 million? Sure enough, Su Zining frowned slightly and glanced at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Directly transform into problem condensation. The necklace that Jiang Chen bought for me cost 3 million? Where did he get this money? Su Zining was puzzled and decided to. She doesn't want to think about it anymore. My boyfriend is so talented. It's normal to have a small treasury, but the amount in the small treasury is a bit too much. But, Dad, your explanation is reasonable. But here comes the next question. Why didn't you explain to me last night? Su Tianhe's body trembled. He knew the answer to this question. He straightened his back, coughed twice, and said with a smirk on his face, I didn't want to explain it to you? TSK, I remember that I chased her all the way to a certain princess room last night. But you didn't give me a chance. Suddenly, Su Zining also thought of what happened last night. It seems Dad did want to explain. It is true that she did not see him behind closed doors. Humph, I don't care. Anyway, I am not wrong in this matter. Su Zining turned her head away proudly and ignored Su Tianhe. Yes, I misunderstood, I did it wrong. But so what, I'm your daughter. I said it's right, it's right. Snort. After knowing the whole story, Jiang Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Su Tianhe with a frown on his face, I really don't know what to say. He gently tugged at Su Zining's arm and tried to persuade her. Okay Ningning, Uncle Su is our elder, and this is all for our own good. You ignored him for a day, so apologize to him. Su Zining pouted and spoke hesitantly. Oh well. He turned his head to look at Su Tianhe and curled his lips. Since Jiang Chen is begging for you, Dad, then forget it. But I have a condition. Su Tianhe opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. He knows his daughter too well and she has a very strong subjective consciousness. Normally they don't even listen to what their parents say. Now, you actually listen to Brother Jiang so obediently? And agree to one condition? Even if there are 100 conditions, I dare not refuse, Dad. Ningning, you say. Su Zining stretched out her slender white fingers and said warningly. Jiang Chen can't drink as much as you do, so you should give him less alcohol. If he's drunk, I'll still argue with you. This is what Su Zining has always wanted to say to Su Tianhe. Let your boyfriend drink less. In fact, she just guessed that Jiang Chen couldn't drink much. If he was good, would he still do something like a drunken confession? Okay, no problem. Su Tianhe agreed readily. He really wanted to have a good drink, but there was something more important tonight. He'd better operate with a clear mind. So, it's better to drink less, there is still a long time to come, and you won't be able to escape from being my son-in-law. But Jiang Chen didn't think so. Of course he knew that Su Zining was afraid that he would drink too much. But the question is, will he get drunk now? Won't. Damn, do you really think the system skills are fake? With a bond value of 10,000, he really won't let Su Tianhe go tonight. 5 minutes later, Li Mei asked the 3 people in the living room to sit around the table and eat. Su Tianhe originally placed 2 bottles of Wolianye on the table. However, under the lively gaze of her precious daughter, she awkwardly put the bottle back into the wine cabinet. Half for each? Su Tianhe raised his eyebrows and asked. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, picked up the bottle of wine that Su Tianhe had just put away and put it back on the table. Su Tianhe had a subtle expression. 1 bottle per person? Jiang Chen waved his hand, turned to the living room, and put the 2 bottles of Matai he bought at Tianhe Plaza on the table. At this time, there were 2 bottles of mutai and 2 bottles of wolianya on the table. 2 bottles per person. I'm happy today. I won't go home until I'm drunk. When it comes to provocation, Jiang Chen is a master. He deliberately raised the corners of his mouth slightly, as if 2 bottles of wine were just a piece of cake for him. As expected, Su Tianhe became very excited and slammed the table angrily. So generous. You are worthy of being my son-in-law. Unscrew the bottle cap and start working. This scene stunned Li Mei and Su Zining, and they began to persuade them. Xiao Jiang, he's a drunkard, don't drink too much with him. Yeah, Jiang Chen, don't get too drunk, my dad can drink a lot. Jiang Chen waved his hand and smiled slightly. Auntie, Ningning, I'm over at home. He is praised as an invincible player in the world, and he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Don't worry, I will definitely make Uncle Su happy today. Su Tianhe's eyes lit up completely. Damn. Isn't this exactly how others describe me? He laughed heartily and was just about to eat a few bites of food to fill his stomach. As a result, Jiang Chen directly filled 2 glasses of mutai. Uncle Su, let's not waste time on talking about it, let's just drink. You don't have to drink this cup. I'm toasting to you. I wish your business will always be prosperous and you will make countless small profits. After saying that, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and drank the whole glass of wine in one gulp. How should I put it, it's still just as spicy. But after drinking it, I didn't feel anything, and I didn't feel bloated. The skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk is great. Oh, I have to accompany you. Su Tianhe actually didn't want to take the glass of wine, after all, his stomach was empty. Brother Jiang, can't we eat some food before drinking? Drinking too quickly can kill you. But when his son-in-law toasted him, Su Tianhe had no choice but to drink it. Because his stomach was empty, Su Tianhe felt extremely uncomfortable after drinking a glass of wine. I just wanted to eat a few bites of food to relieve the pain. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen raised his glass again. Uncle Su, this cup. I wish you good health, everlasting vigor, and eternal youth in mind. Jiang Chen still drank it all in one gulp. Su Tianhe was very upset, but he still forced himself to have a drink with them. Drink 2 cups on an empty stomach, even a god can't resist it. Hurry up and pick up your chopsticks and get ready to eat. Jiang Chen nodded secretly, it was indeed time to eat. Although the purpose is to make Su Tianhe drink until he falls down, we also have to take care of my father-in-law's health. Jiang Chen smiled as he took 2 bites of food. Auntie's cooking skills are really good. But he glanced at Su Tianhe from time to time. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. Almost there. Uncle Su, you have to drink this glass of wine. Thank you for raising a smart and well-behaved daughter like Ningning. Familiar recipe, familiar drink. Su Tianhe also recovered a little and nodded generously. Dry. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and waited for Su Tianhe to eat 3 more bites of food. Uncle Su, this cup. Thank you for agreeing with Ningning and me. Su Tianhe gritted his teeth. Dry. Su Zining has countless advantages, Jiang Chen just picked out 2 of them. This can be used as a reason to toast Su Tianhe with a glass of wine. So. Hiss, the scene was tragic, and only 10 minutes later. Brother Jiang, wait a minute, I'm going to the bathroom. Su Tianhe's face flushed. He stood up and stumbled towards the bathroom. Li Mei rolled her eyes and smiled gently. Xiao Jiang, eat more. I'll go see your uncle. Jiang Chen nodded. Okay, auntie. To be honest, Su Tianhe can really drink. If Jiang Chen didn't have any skills, neither of them would be able to drink more than Su Tianhe. When he turned around, he happened to meet Su Zining's eyes. Su Zining burst out laughing. Jiang Chen really tries hard to make his father happy. Here, for you. It's a bowl filled with half a bowl of shrimp. Jiang Chen's brows jumped violently. Wow, it's good to have a girlfriend. The shrimps are ready to eat. That is, the shrimp that Ningning peeled looked weird. Chapter 60 Jiang Chen wants to leave, I can't stop him. Silly wife, these shrimps are peeled well. No need to peel it anymore. Jiang Chen looked at this trivial bowl of shrimps and was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Although, most people can't peel it completely. But at least it has a general shape. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Su Zining frowned slightly and pouted. Oh, I know it doesn't look good, it's my first time. I have to peel them in the future. Isn't it my duty to peel shrimp for my boyfriend? Jiang Chen, I will definitely improve next time, just wait and see. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and rubbed Su Zining's little head. He also peeled a shrimp and handed it to Su Zining. Here, for you. Su Zining's eyes widened, her face full of shock. My little boyfriend, you made my dad drink so much that he had to lean on the wall to walk. You can actually peel shrimp. And you peel them so well? This shouldn't be the case, my boyfriend is so clear-headed? It turns out he can drink so much? Jiang Chen shrugged. Didn't I say it? There is no place in the world where one cannot get drunk. This is true. But another contestant who never gets drunk was squatting in front of the toilet and vomiting. Vomit. After vomiting for 5 minutes, Su Tianhe finally felt a little better. He stood up with the help of Li Mei, but his shaky body seemed like he was in danger of falling down at any time. Wife, I will never listen to Ningning again. She is exactly the kind of person that people on the internet say she is, Versailles. First, tell me that a dragon's son-in-law is not someone who is rich and powerful. You told me again that my son-in-law can't drink much. She really screwed her father over. Su Tianhe was about to cry. This kind of continuous drinking was the first time he had seen it. Moreover, he endured for such a long time but finally surrendered. Where's Jiang Chen? Nothing happened. This alcohol tolerance is outrageous. Oh, there are so many embarrassing things happening to you. Lao Su, have you forgotten that we still have business to attend to? Li Mei glared at him, reminding him that the time was up. Su Tianhe was stunned and thought about it in a daze for a long time. Oh, yes. The dragon son-in-law's car keys should be hidden. Don't let him leave tonight. Tell me the location. I'll go hide now. Li Mei rolled her eyes. She was worried. I just took a quick look around and there were no Jiang Chen's car keys in the living room. It's probably on Xiaojiang. What should I do? Old Su, don't you want a grandson? Think of a way. Su Tianhe exhaled a long breath of alcohol, almost making Li Mei fall to the ground. He scratched the tiger's head and suddenly an idea came to him. Yes, wife. You go back and attract the firepower. I'll go solve the problem now. Li Mei glanced suspiciously at Su Tianhe, who was already feeling elated. Can you do it? Su Tianhe frowned. You doubt me? Li Mei was speechless for a while. What the hell is this me? I think you are just a drunkard. He waved his hand to signal Su Tianhe to go quickly, then turned back to the dining table. 5 minutes later, Su Tianhe, who was soaked and shivering, walked towards the dining table. The three of them stared with wide eyes. Jiang Chen, Uncle Su, what's wrong with you? Su Zining, Dad? Li Mei, Lao Su, where have you been? Su Tianhe chuckled and sat down on the chair. Why did the dragon's son-in-law hide his car keys? Don't let him leave. You can't walk home on a rainy day, right? Therefore, Su Tianhe chose a simpler and more brutal method. Just went out. I just felt a little hot, so I took a shower. Jiang Chen took a breath, glanced at Su Tianhe's wet clothes, and secretly gave him a thumbs up. As expected, he is Uncle Su. Damn it. He even takes a shower with his clothes on. He was drunk as expected and couldn't even tell a lie. It's obvious that he just went out and got caught in the rain. But Su Tianhe didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with his explanation. Dragon's son-in-law, let's continue drinking. In fact, Su Tianhe had an illusion at this time. I just felt the wind and rain, and I feel much more comfortable. I feel like I can still drink. As a result, the moment he smelled the alcohol, he felt his stomach churning. The whole person fell directly on the table. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Get reward, 10,000 bond points. Damn, it falls just like that? Jiang Chen was stunned, smiled knowingly, and put away the bottle. Uncle Su, let's not drink today. I'll help you go to your room and rest for a while. Su Tianhe sat up straight and waved his hand. Full of reluctance. Brother Jiang, how can you not drink? Go on, I can still drink, I'm not drunk yet. Jiang Chen looked helpless. I'm not drunk yet, and I've called Brother Jiang over again. We are of different generations, brother. Just when I was about to open my mouth to persuade Su Tianhe, I heard Su Tianhe mumbling to himself. I'm happy today, Brother Jiang, Ningning really likes you. She laughed more tonight than she does in a year at home. I really admire you. I have to toast you. Jiang Chen gave Su Zining a look with a helpless look, indicating that he should pour water into Su Tianha's cup. The operation was completed, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Brother Su, we agreed that this is the last cup. After drinking this, today will be complete. Su Tianha nodded heavily and drank the cup in one gulp. Hiss, this wine is not spicy at all. At this moment, he found his own feeling of not being drunk in the world. Jiang Chen put Su Tianha on the sofa and let him lie down. While exchanging glances with Su Zining, he chatted with the drunk Su Tianha. I looked up at the time and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. It's time to go. He also wanted to go home and study carefully how to spend these 10,000 bond points. Uncle Su, it's already 10 o'clock. I'm leaving now. It's a good opportunity for you to rest early. Although he had drunk some alcohol, Jiang Chen was very sober at this time. Because of the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, there is no need to worry about the problem of drunk driving. Longshu, it's raining, why don't you just stay at home? Jiang Chen glanced at Su Zining secretly and his face turned red. This girl is shy again. Thinking of Su Tianha's personality, Jiang Chen didn't want to be eavesdropped outside the door in the middle of the night. He shook his head quickly. It's okay, we'll be home in a short drive. Su Tianha stood up with difficulty. He wanted to witness everything he had created with his own hands. Ningning, let's go and see the dragon's son-in-law off. Driving? Dragon's son-in-law, you don't know. There was still a drizzle in the sky when Jiang Chen saw the car. I discovered that the right rear tire was punctured by something. I couldn't help but frown. This shouldn't happen. He drives very steadily. Strange, the tire is flat. Su Zining also felt a little strange, the shrinkage was too obvious. She watched Jiang Chen park the car, and everything was obviously fine at that time. He glanced at Su Tianha on the side with suspicion. Could it be Dad? Sure enough, she glanced at Su Tianha and saw a sly smile on his face. Dragon's son-in-law, the tire is flat. This is God's will. How about you just don't leave? Sharing the same room with Ningning? Unexpected, right? A flat tire? Don't doubt it, don't be surprised, I'm telling you, I did it. It was clamped with pliers by Jesus himself, and even he couldn't fix it when he stood up. Dragon's son-in-law, just accept it. Be good and make a baby for me with Ningning. But the next scene made Su Tianha's eyes widen and his eyelids almost fluttered. I saw Jiang Chen opening the trunk, the front trunk. A brand new tire rolled out of it, and a small jack was taken. Longshu, you don't want to change a new tire, do you? Damn, so violent?